You're watching the 420 Pace Network, found at 420radio.ca and paceradio.net. Are you looking for non-stop, continuous cannabis and psychedelic programming? If you are, then turn your browsers to 420radio.ca or paceradio.net, where you will find the 420 Pace Re-Rolled Saturday. Everything gets started at 8 a.m. Eastern Saturday morning.
Hi, I'm Timmy.
And I'm Mary Jane. He's the newbie.
She's the doobie, and this is the show
where we
toke
cannabis.
Talk.
From both sides.
Is that even possible?
Hello and welcome to the 420 Pace podcast of the Karma Cup judging party. We are live. As you can see, I got some people, some friends sitting around the table right now. Some of them actually, one of them isn't in view. Lena had their way. And today we're going to judge some cannabis from the Karma Cup. We've got an indica dominant kit, and we've got a pre-rolled judges kit that was sent to us. Thank you, Sarah, so that we could do some judging on these kits. Go ahead.
I've got my sativa kit here.
So we're basically going to review 3 of the 4 kits that are available now.
Yeah,
because you got the sativa.
I have
got
the
pre-rolled and the indica here, so the only thing that's missing is the hybrid buds.
And I went into the store here in Terrace Bay, and they don't have any yet. And I was going to get the hybrid as well, so we would have had all 4.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, we would have, but we're good. We'll cover the 3 and go from there.
Yeah.
There's, as I mentioned, there's the indica buds. There's 7 different buds entries in these, same with the pre-rolls. Each of them have anywhere from, I saw anyways, up to 15 questions that could be asked. That includes things like the effects, whether you enjoyed it, would you buy it again, would you buy
visual appeal,
the visual appeal,
moisture. I'm actually staring at the page. Aroma, strength.
Yeah.
Aroma, pleasantness. There's a word for it. Pleasantness.
Is there any hairs in it? Is there any seeds in it? Those are the kinds of things that they.
If they're white hairs, we don't count them.
Is it sticky?
No, they are still packaged and sealed. So Tessa is not on any of the buds. Okay?
And one of the things that they have the questions in here is the ash color and structure. And most rec smokers don't even pay attention to it. But I know a lot of medical users of cannabis look at the ash, because the darker the ash, the more impurities that are in the bud, right?
Right. No,
but it could be the paper as well, right?
Like as far as it's still, you look at it, there's still nutrients still in the bud.
Yeah.
There are some people who say that that's not, flushing doesn't matter, but
hey, buddy,
it does.
It does. Does to me. So also during this afternoon, we have no idea how long this is going to take. So we've got some burgers and hot dogs to cook on the barbecue.
Oh, great! Thanks, Al.
So yeah, we can cook one for you, buddy.
Yeah, just put it on the just in front of me there, please.
We got some snacks too, because we're probably gonna get the munchies. So there's some snacks.
Snacks won't help you with that.
Snacks might just cause some more. They are infused snacks. Some of them, not all. So, and we got some beverages here. We got some infused beverages, as well as we got some water or iced tea. It's nice and sunny here in Havelock. It's going to be a warm day. We're underneath the umbrella. Plus, we're slightly protected by a overhang here that is keeping the sun off us mostly.
Yeah, yeah, it's nice, very nice spot.
Yeah. So, as far as who's all here, you guys just want to lean ahead and introduce yourselves? First names, it doesn't matter to me.
Dwayne Campbell for Lifestyle Shop.
The bong and dong guy.
Sharon.
420.
I'm Adam. And everyone knows who I am, and obviously who Al is. We're all Al's.
He's the other Al.
Yeah. Now,
unfortunately, Mary Jane is ill. So
correct. Mary Jane was
I know
going to be
Mary
here with us, but she's ill. Now, with the samples came some information to give us a bit of an idea. Sarah this year released some of the suppliers of the products that are involved in this. And from what I see, it looks like most of them are craft growers.
Yes. Yeah, there's from what I saw on the list, because I've got the cards too. I just have to grab them. They're in the other room.
Yeah.
What I saw on the list, I'm not seeing any of the big, we'll say the big 10.
Well,
Good.
no. There's even a medical company that's involved in this as well.
I saw that. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm gonna get my list.
There's also the OPP.
Yeah,
involved.
we saw them on the way here.
Did you? Oh yeah, you did.
Right program just down the road.
From going to events in Toronto, some of the judging has been held at OPP headquarters. Isn't that cool? What do you mean by the OPP headquarters, right? The OPP stand for other people's pot. Yeah. So OPP, what the fuck they're going to the OPP for, right? So that was interesting. There's companies from out west. I'm gonna say there's companies from east. They're spread out.
I don't know any. I don't know any of these.
No. Oh well, the OPP I knew. I've heard of Montreal Cannabis. And
no, I have not heard anything. I mean, although I have specific brands that I buy. Right.
I just grow.
Yeah. I try to. I try to most.
Well, I have plenty of weed. I just don't have anything to smoke.
Well, yeah, that's the thing, right? That happens with a lot of people. Green carrot, Sublime Culture, yeah, people that we really haven't heard of, which is, as the card says, legacy forever. Maybe these are brands now who are people who were growing in legacy and now are growing in the craft market.
And the Karma Cup is Canada's longest running cannabis cup.
Yes.
This is the 11th year.
Oh, it is 11th.
And this is the second year for the legal competition.
Correct. Yes. Yeah. Yes. So as far as the big festival that everybody got to know for the 10 years, those are no more.
It's
but
always
you know as well as I do, guys, that if Sarah can find a way to pull off another one of those, she will eventually.
Yeah, I believe so as well. Just takes a matter of time. Maybe it might be some regulation changes, but there are, maybe some way of doing it. See what happens over time. That's all. Right? Never say never. Everybody thought cannabis was never going to be legalized.
This is a great way for the smaller companies to get their name out there so that people can try them. Though.
Yes,
absolutely.
Okay, good. I got no more emergency messages. Okay, so basically, we're going to start off with on the table here with the indica dominant judges kit, and everybody has got their phones, and except for one. Everybody has to go to thekarmacup.com. All right, everybody's going to go to thekarmacup.com It's here, and they're going to have to register. Everybody's registered but one person. And there will be one or two more people who will be joining us throughout the afternoon. One of them is at a celebration of life, which is understandable. You know? And one other person who was invited is just they are just going to stop in and say hi and see what's going on.
So we're here all day smoking pot with you, basically.
Okay, all right, on the site. All right, now go back to the main page.
There'll be a skill testing question on who coughs the loudest.
Yeah.
Who's what? Coughs
Okay.
the loudest.
I'll put your email address in and create a password. They don't send it.
Loudest. I'm the longest.
Just so you can register.
Just so you know, the gentleman with the beard is not Al Graham,
No.
even though his name tag is right below him.
Oh, is it?
Oh, is it? Oh, yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. Yeah. No, that's Wayne. Cannabis lifestyle shop sales. Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Sometimes I say store.
I just call it the Bongs
Yeah,
and Dongs place.
All right, we're getting the last one in here, and then we'll. So let's see what else. We've got a plate here because I know there's part of the testing requires spelling after you're grinding it. So we've got a plate here where people can grind and put the bud on there, and also I've passed out for everybody to take home a grinder. These are Greenhouse Seed Company grinders. When was the last time you heard that name?
Strain hunters. I haven't heard that in a
Strain
while either.
hunters.
Oh yeah, eh?
It says, yeah, these grinders are from the Treating Yourself Expo. The last one was held 11 years ago.
Yeah, I
Was
blew
it
that.
11 years ago?
That shows you how long these grinders have been around.
How long has Franco been gone now?
Years.
I was at the bar always.
Yeah, that was at the one you're talking about, Al, is the one where I first met him. And
Yeah.
Violet.
That's my job.
Had your code.
Did I?
Okay, try this.
At the bar.
Type that in exactly the way it is. Codes have to go in, capital letters, hyphens, everything's got to be included when you put in your code and to be able to judge.
I'm doing number 5. I'm just entering stuff in and watching my dog. Excuse me 1 minute. Rosa, get the fuck out of here. Thank you. You're in the cat food. Go.
So today's supposed to be a nice day weather-wise.
I don't mean to be
High
blocking you.
27, 28, feeling
You
like
can't see me
32.
anyways. Can I?
No
I can
rain,
see it.
rain,
I can
so we
see
should
it
be really
now.
good. We actually have, as I mentioned, we got the umbrella over top of us. I've also got an umbrella on the laptop. Keep the laptop out of the sun.
Good, because it won't fucking overheat like it did at the ICC last year.
Oh, it was hot outside.
Oh,
man.
yeah, eh?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Nice
big time.
day.
Yeah. Nice days, nice breeze, eh?
Where's that third bag?
I can't remember the last time I got stoned in the breeze.
They're all capitals.
Did you happen to hear in the news, anybody, that there will not be Seattle Hemp Fest again this year?
Yeah, yes. I saw that posted on.
Very, very.
Rap posted that. I saw it yesterday.
Proceed, King. Just proceed to judge. There you go.
Oh,
Okay.
Where's that third bag?
What's
Okay.
that?
You got that other bag? I want to take a picture.
This is 2.
Oh, I thought you had 3.
No,
See?
Al
No, I
had-
have one, Al.
Oh, that's why I'm already
Yeah,
I'm already
yeah.
too high for this.
Okay, you're in. All right. So
We've been sitting here
basically-
since 10, Wayne.
Yeah, we've been here for a while. I spent yesterday afternoon out here too.
3 hours.
The 3 hours just testing everything. We
Yeah.
were going to do 2 tables and the whole bit. We had to check which end of the tables because we were. It got to one point at one end of the table you couldn't see anybody. Everything
Yeah.
was a silhouette.
Yeah.
Right. So we did testing with that, sound testing, the speakers. Yeah.
Sweet.
We did everything just to get to that point where it was going to be working good, right? So So Deb's over there. I guess she's over there having like some killer weed. Tobacco. But I appreciate that she moved over there. So other than that, I guess basically what I'll do is there's 7 samples, and we'll start. For example, Wayne, we can start with you with number 1, and once you're done the first question, on there, you enter your results, pass it on to Bob, who's he'll write down his information, and then I'm going to enter it in for him afterwards.
Yeah.
So he'll jot his down after you pass it, and just basically do the same thing. Pass it around to everybody, and we can enter our information. And once we get the first strain done, we'll put the second one in.
Cool.
All right. Okie dokie.
Overall visual appeal.
Is that the first question? Overall.
They're all over that for you.
All right, I got into it. I was worried about that. Okay, I did see some people online. I posted a picture earlier this week of last year's judging bags. The bags of product coming in.
They are different. Yeah, they're not black, and also Sarah decided to use numbers instead of colors this year.
Correct, which was an excellent move because of that orange, red. You know, people have colorblind.
Yeah,
I could see them having issues.
Did you tell them?
What's that?
Did you tell them I was colorblind?
Yeah, I did. And just for you, Bob, you put numbers on them.
Green. 1.
That's the green one.
That's the green one.
The green
Okay,
one.
so each
Go ahead, smoke it.
packages are much smaller, which is much nicer. And because, so you know, I did have
I
a
don't know
couple
about
people who
that.
did comment on the post about the packaging, the size of the packaging. And, you know, yeah, you learn as you go along. And there are regulations that have to be followed, right? Stay tuned. We'll be back after this toke. You remember the days when the chant was so loud it would echo off the buildings?
Oh my God, you couldn't see the street.
Oh yeah, side to side, sidewalk to sidewalk. Yeah. Oh yeah, yeah. I have a simple question for you. I'm asking everybody as we go along here. Why do you march?
I march because just because cannabis is legal here, it doesn't mean it is in other parts of the world. People are jailed for this everywhere. Yeah. And even with legalization, there's still there's still a legal system that's attached to this. Like, legalize people have 28 grams of cannabis. It's a little crazy. And there's people suffering around the world, jailed, facing death sentences for cannabis.
A year ago, there was a couple of guys in Singapore that got hung.
That exactly.
I think there's somebody else waiting to be
Our
hung as
crowd's
well.
a bit smaller than it has been in other years, but the message is still the same. And it will still be the same until cannabis is legalized and it's legal and accepted.
Exactly.
Stigma needs to be removed as well, right? So
Exactly.
we're working on that. I mean, we're 5 years here legalization, and it's still, stigma's still attached to it.
Exactly.
So it's not going to be a quick fix, but we keep this up and we keep normalizing it.
It's like 90 years of prohibition. That ain't going away.
Exactly. And we think it's just because now we have stores everywhere. It's just going to be, oh, hoity-toity and fun and it's not. People still have bad are still, brainwashed. The reefer madness, that generation is still around. So,
Yeah, exactly.
And their kids. So we just need to change the way cannabis is viewed. And And again, not just here globally. This is a global march. This isn't just in Toronto. This is just Toronto's section of this global march.
Yeah, exactly.
So we just need to, keep fighting the good fight.
Yeah,
There's a big one
exactly.
going on in New York right now too.
Al says there's one going on in New York right now.
I love it. I love it. Well, it is global, right, guys?
That's right, global. All right. Oh, we got a poll there. All right, thanks, Amy.
Take a poll. Take a poll.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to VAC Roundtable. That's right, we're up to number 75, and we have a very special guest as we keep up with what's actually happening in the rest of the world. There's still things happening here in the United States, and we have a veteran and EMT with us today. Carmine Fiore out of New York is one of the social equity applicants in the state of New York. And of course, the state of New York promised to honor disabled veterans that were service connected as they passed out their initial permits. However, what happened and what was promised did not necessarily meet with reality. So we're joined by one of the lead plaintiffs in this situation, Carmine Fiore. So again, Carmine, thank you for joining us today. And I'm just going to kind of go right into it, which the first question is also a multi-tiered question because everybody has a different experience when they first came to it. So how did you first come to cannabis? What made it the trajectory in your life that it is today? So thank you and welcome.
Thank you so much for that introduction at the end. I appreciate that. Thank you for everyone for having me. And yeah, great question. How did I originally come to cannabis? Well, I originally came to cannabis when I was 13 years old. And me and some neighborhood friend of mine that lived around the block from me were introduced to cannabis through an older kid that was in high school at the time, and he smoked a joint and shared it with us. And at the time, I didn't know what I was embarking on when I tried my first joint, but at the time it was rebellious. It was rebellious, and it went against the status quo of what the community was, and especially what my family stood for. So it was very nerve-wracking and full of anxiety. And I don't remember if I enjoyed it the first time. I tell you, if I didn't enjoy it, it didn't scare me enough away to try it the second and third time. But I could definitely remember it bringing my friends closer together. And how in acquiring it and figuring out how to smoke it and who's going to bring the lighter and where we're going to smoke it. It brought us, our friends, together in that sense, and we had a bonding moment. But yeah, and then I took a few years off from cannabis to join the military and become a first responder, and then finally get reintroduced back to it in 2021, when New York State legalized it again, for adult use.
Thank you for that. That's always unique. I always love that question because smoking circles and our friends, that's also a bonding over doing something against the law together is something that can build its own unique community, to say the least. So thank you again for that. Next up will be Council Member Peggy Jones. Council Member.
Thank you, Etienne. Thank you, Carmine, for joining us tonight. My question is, during your time as an EMT, did you see times where cannabis could be used in emergency situations?
I've been thinking about that as a cannabis patient, and I believe it does have its purposes in emergency medicine. More specifically, I think it can be useful in seizures, in seizure control for certain type of seizures, especially for pediatric patients when nothing else is working, except heavy duty narcotics. I'm always someone that would rather opt out of heavy duty narcotics, especially when it comes to pediatrics, just because of long-term effects it may have on the cognitive ability of pediatrics, over the course of their lives, because their brain stem and brain is still developing. Yes, you want to stop the seizing, to get the airway back open and, resume, normal breathing, but, you don't want to do it at the cost of permanent damage. So I definitely could see cannabis being useful for seizure control. As far as pain management, I wouldn't know. I wouldn't be the one to say if it would be good for emergency care. I do believe cannabis is excellent for pain management. Myself, I went through 2 surgeries without taking any painkillers, and the best way I could describe cannabis for pain management is it changes the perception of pain for me. So I do think it does have its medical benefits, but I'm not too sure about emergency medicine for sure. But it could definitely also be helpful in nausea and vomiting cases. It's definitely helpful with that, because I know certain times for nausea, when I take it, when I'm about to feel like I'm about to vomit, some cannabis oil, or really settles the stomach and really puts me back at a homeostasis, in my, regarding my gut health. But yeah, I mean, and I think that would be my best answer for cannabis and emergency medicine, especially as an EMT.
Thank you. We appreciate that. Next up will be Council Member Wade Laughter. Council Member Laughter.
Yeah, thank you, Carmen, for joining us here. Really want to call out your willingness, not just as a military veteran, but as an EMT, to be in service to the community that you find yourself in and the country that you live in. So thank you. From one veteran to another, well done. I also want to call out your willingness to stand up for how the New York legalization scheme is going to play out. And I note that you were removed as the Veterans Committee Chairman of the Cannabis Association of New York State. Can you tell us a little bit about that and why that happened and what it's like going forward for you and your activism? Thank you.
Thank you for your support, first off, and it's my pleasure to meet another veteran, and thank you for your service as well, sir. And yeah, I was elected as the chair of the Veterans Committee for Cannabis Association of New York after the first committee chair stepped down. She stepped down and the committee elected me to become their chair. And as chair, I became very engrossed in the law and regulations of licenses for veterans, because the law, gave veterans prioritization. But unfortunately, the state wasn't prioritizing veterans. They were only prioritizing one group of that was in the law, that was written in the law, and they were somehow forgetting us. So, I told the Veterans Committee, how I felt about this, and they all agreed that there should be some representation for veterans in the law, whether it's on a regulatory body or at least in in action via licenses, and that wasn't happening. And I became a very public advocate about how the New York State regulators were not following the law and were not prioritizing veterans as the law stated. And the Cannabis Association we didn't have the same opinions on that. Their opinion was that the law was created and the licensed program was created to help those that had justice involved history. And that's great. And I am in support of that. I am in support of social justice 100%. But unfortunately, the law wasn't written that way. And I was just an advocate for the law. As a veteran and first responder, we know what the op guide looks like. We understand how that look, how we have to read it and memorize it. And those are the bounds in which we could act. And me with this coming into the same mentality into that cannabis industry, I looked at the law and the regulations as my bounds and what my operating orders were. And they weren't being followed. And so I stood up for veterans across New York State and be like, hey, we're not being heard, just like the law states we should. And I was removed and it was okay. I took that, that's fine. And after I was removed, the committee re-elected me as committee chair. And then at that point, they removed me from the association completely after I was re-elected to chair. So then they removed me completely from the association for differences of opinion. And, that's all I'm going to say about that. But I do think the Cannabis Association of New York is doing phenomenal work. And they really are advocating highly for a lot of cannabis entrepreneurs in the state.
Thank you for that. So how did your community around you respond to these situations when they happened to you? It had to come as a shock, not only to you, but as those around you. So did you find support, or what did you find when that trend transpired?
I found a great deal of support in the veteran community. That I got a lot of messages on Instagram, on LinkedIn, on emails, text messages, on the other platforms, all in support of veterans, and thanking me for advocating on their behalf. Because they knew by me advocating on their behalves, I might have been risking my old license, because sometimes the greasy wheel in politics doesn't always get the grease, the squeaky wheel rather doesn't always get the grease, rather it gets removed and replaced, especially in government. So I took that risk, and I was getting, I really try to surround myself with people who are positive, and I surrounded myself with people that loved and supported me and understood what I was doing.
Thank you for that.
Yeah,
next up will be Council Member Davis.
Yeah, sorry, excuse me. I'm trying to get over this respiratory thing for like a month. I got a follow-up question about your cannabis administration thing for the seizures and such. Maybe I may have missed it. Did you say that you actually administer cannabis for like seizures and such, or?
No. The question was, how do I see cannabis could be used in emergency medicine scenarios? And I think cannabis could be used in a seizure scenario, especially for pediatric patients. I could see the benefit because I've seen, not firsthand, but I've heard that cannabis oil can stop pediatric seizures fairly quickly. So I do believe cannabis can be used for that. But yeah, I have not done that myself.
Okay, all right. I was just kind of wanting to clarify on that. Yeah,
No, I can't.
I think that would be
admitting to any medical malpractice.
I have personal experience with that in helping children with seizures, either a nasal spray and or a sublingual tincture. And it's dramatic how quickly relief happens when you have the right chemistry for that child's needs. That's all I'll say. I'm not a doctor, but I've seen it happen again and again.
Yeah.
Thank you for that, Wade. Mike?
So my question, sorry, apologize the cough again, is could you please give us the backstory of the lawsuit, as in how you navigated the system, have you been received by the powers that be, by the movement, and how did you get into the conversation?
Yeah, great question. Uh, a lot to that question as well. Well, in 2021, New York legalized adult use cannabis. Prior to that, it was only cannabis patients were allowed to possess cannabis and purchase cannabis. It was through a doctor, and PTSD and addiction were on that list as approved ailments for cannabis patients. So there was already some veteran advocacy on that end. But in 2021, New York legalized adult use cannabis via the law, the MRTA, the Marijuana and Regulation Taxation Act. Through that law, it laid out the framework of how adult use cannabis was to be rolled out in New York State. And it laid out the framework of how licenses, which licenses were going to be administered, and how they were, and who the goal was for these licenses to benefit. They had a goal of 51% of all adult use licenses to be issued to social equity classes. And the law stated 5 classes were such as social equity. There were distressed farmers, minorities, women, service-disabled veterans, and people who lived in communities disproportionately impacted by the prohibition of cannabis. So think zip codes and areas like that when I mentioned that, okay? So, but there were also 2 caveats to that. There were bills that were passed for called the conditional processors and the conditional cultivators. These bills were added to this law to jumpstart the industry. They understood that in order to start the adult use cannabis industry, we need to grow this cannabis. So these 2 bills laid out the framework of who were supposed to grow the first cannabis in New York State to be sold, and they created a conditional cultivator and a conditional processor license, and this was passed, via the state and via the assembly. So when in 2022, when they started issuing these licenses, they first issued them to cultivators and processors, so they would, build up the supply chain. Great. Then the next step was, as per the law, that the New York State was supposed to issue retail licenses to the social equity classes that I described before, the 5 classes. But New York State did not do that. New York State instead created their own conditional retail license that was nowhere written into the law, or there was no conditional bill written, to support that. This conditional bill that they created was for those who have were justice involved individuals and those who had previously owned businesses, meaning those who had a business history of running a successful business, as well as been convicted of a cannabis crime in the past. That sounds great. I love that idea. Social justice is a great idea, and I'm a supporter of that. But unfortunately, that's not what the law was written for. The law was written for social equity, and veterans were part of the social equity law in this case. So I spoke to the New York State regulators, more specifically the executive director of the Office of Cannabis Management, and I explained to them what was going on, and they took my words, and they said, thank you for sharing your thoughts. Then I went over to the legislative branch, and I started speaking to the senators and assembly members who passed the MRTA, and explained to them how the law was being played out. And they agreed that's not how the law was written, and that's not how they envisioned it. So I went through the executive branch by speaking to the OCM. I went through the legislative branch, and I even had them sponsor a letter and write a bipartisan letter with senators and assemblymen, Democrats and Republicans, all signing this letter stating that the conditional retail program was not a legal program and veterans were being left out and they needed to change. All right, so this letter was sent to the Office of Cannabis Management, and it was sponsored by the chair of the Veterans Committee for the Senate of New York State. And I was really happy that I was able to get that done. This took about months of meetings and months of. You guys know how difficult things could get, especially when we're talking about a bipartisan letter. Things could get really, iffy and touchy sometimes. But we had about 12 senators sign on to this letter, and it's something I was really proud of getting done. And unfortunately, this letter went to deaf ears and fell on deaf ears, unfortunately. So I had no choice but to go the judicial route, because I knew otherwise we would not veterans would not get a choice. We would not get a voice in this industry at all, because we would be overlooked. And by the time we would get a chance, there would be either no property for any potential real estate owners, and we wouldn't have a chance in this industry when capital and real estate is so important. So I got together with a bunch of veterans that I knew, and we spoke to a few lawyers, and the money that we all had invested originally into our businesses, we decided to invest into a lawsuit, and that's what we did. We started a lawsuit, and we settled on that lawsuit in the beginning of December, and I received a license in that settlement, as well as getting a lot of support for veterans across New York State. Yeah, it was 120 days that the lawsuit went on for, and at the end we got a lot of advocacy in New York State. We created a veteran task force for veterans in New York State, and a lot of the veteran task force is to help business development. So I've have a little experience with this as well. I've helped other veterans across New York State, and now with this settlement that I was a part of, New York State has a task force to help veterans through business development, through education and training, and through community engagement. So now we have that written in black and white that the New York State Office of Cannabis Management has to help veterans in specific ways across New York State. So now it's not just pancakes and handshakes. Now they actually have to get down and really get to the VFWs, go to the American Legions, meet the veterans, and tell them, hey, we have a law and you were prioritized in this law. Come and see where you fit in. And, we need veterans in the New York cannabis industry to really, fill in these positions all across the supply chain. And yeah, that's the synopsis of the lawsuit.
Well, as the first veteran-owned cannabis dispensary myself, I salute your efforts and appreciate your dogged persistence to finally come up in the end. When you take that jump into the legal world, even though how much support you have, the questions are still in doubt until you have permit in hand. So congratulations on navigating the process, but navigating the process successfully. And I know that required lawyers. So a tip of the hat to your counsel as well, and making sure that you arrived where you are. And I'm enheartened to hear that there was veteran support around you the entire time, and that veterans will have further access in the future in New York State. Great on setting precedents there and maintaining it. So again, much respect. Next up will be Council Member Michael Krawitz.
Thank you, Etienne. It's great to meet you, Carmen. I really appreciate you coming on. The question I have for you is sort of tapping into vision. A lot of the time that we've spent sort of thinking about, the future of cannabis has been on the delivery side inside the VA. And that's, of course, a pretty big challenge to try to figure out how to eventually, handle that and get cannabis into the hands of vets that will actually benefit from it throughout this massive system. But really have a question that's a little bit different for you, kind of applying the vision in a little different direction, given your experience and your vision, your perspective from where you're at in New York. How do you see military veterans fitting into the cannabis industry, not just now, but into the future?
Oh man, great question. And I love this question. Because a lot of people ask this question, what can veterans do in the cannabis ring? What do veterans have to offer for cannabis? They're not the ones, and honestly, veterans come to the table with a lot of skills. Besides mentioning veterans being a shoe-in for the security aspects of dispensaries, for the security aspects of delivery, for the security aspects of distribution, cultivation, and processing, besides aspects of, security being a major regulation in all states that are legal for cannabis, veterans come to table with a attention to detail attitude. And if anyone's ever done an NCOER before or done any paperwork with the military, we know how attention to detail looks like on the military end. And, we bring that to the table when it comes to management style, general management, store management, accountant management, marketing management. We need these members who are disciplined and, can follow a structured protocol for how to act when things happen and how to react when things occur, as well as a attention to detail person. And that's why a lot of military NCO, supervisors, NCOs, are really a shoe-in for managerial positions across the supply chain, whether it's a store manager at a retail dispensary or a cultivation supervisor or at master grower, a master genetics, a technician. There's a lot that veterans have to offer. It's the way we work and the way we operate that makes us stand out in any sector of business, really, because we come to the table day after day and we produce day after day. And whatever that looks like in your business, that still holds true for veterans.
There is a question that came from our internet from the name Matthew Gregg. If it's written, it can be changed. What do you need specifically?
Can you repeat that?
If it is written, it can be changed. What do you need specifically?
It's not about what I need anymore. I am blessed enough, to have an adult use cannabis license in New York State. It's what veterans need right now in New York State, and veterans right now, they need representation in the industry. I would love, to do what I can and help any veteran I come across 100%. But specifically on the Cannabis Control Board and New York State, we have something called a Cannabis Advisory Board, where we have a group of professional individuals that get together and we advise the state regulators on what they should do. Unfortunately, there's no veteran on that board either. So veterans across the board in New York State don't have state representation in the cannabis industry. Now, with this settlement that we have because of the lawsuit I was part of, we have a task force, and hopefully that task force can grow into some type of representation. But I would love for it to be written into law that every social equity group should have a state representative on the Cannabis Control Board, because this Cannabis Control Board will be setting the regulations for how we operate. And we should have representation on that board as well. So I really think we should have that.
Yeah, it's an important part, and to maintain it. We don't want to end up like VFWs. All right. Next up will be Council Member Jones.
All right. Thank you, Carmine. My next question is, New York seemed to have a disproportionately large amount of counterfeit products claiming to be Cali products, etc. How is New York doing regarding this? Patient access to quality cannabis products. Thank you.
Peggy, great question. Recently, I want to say as of a week and a half ago, New York State Governor Kathy Hochul did a phenomenal job, and she passed into law the padlock law. So now anyone that has an illicit cannabis shop in New York State will be subject to being padlocked. with severe penalties, and these are enforceable by law. Before, these illicit cannabis shops were operating in the gray area. For example, New York State is legal to gift someone cannabis, but I cannot charge you for cannabis. So the way these illicit markets were working around that law is people were buying a sticker for $50, and then I would gift you $50 worth of cannabis. So that's why they call it the gray market, the gray area, because they were operating in that gray legal loophole. So now New York State created this padlock law in order to enforce any operators that are operating in that illicit gray area. So you won't know. So now you know, well, when you're walking down the street in Manhattan, in New York City, if you see a cannabis store, you know it's a legal cannabis store, not an illicit shop that is selling non-tested product, because all products, that are regulated are tested. So.
All right. Thank you for that. Next up will be Council Member Laughter.
That was question number 7, if I believe.
Yep. Correct.
Okay. Oh, yeah, this was good. So Carmen, you have a dispensary. How would you see catering to any specials for veterans that might not be currently seen in the industry? And I sort of had a follow-up question on the counterfeit product. As a dispensary owner, I'm imagining you do occasionally see folks who are trying to sell you things that might not be 100% legit. How do you deal with that? And are you encountering that? So that's 2 questions. Have fun. Thank you, Carmen.
Yeah, no problem. My dispensary is not open yet. It'll be opening end of September, beginning of October. More to come on that. But yeah, regarding the illicit market question, yes, there have been illicit distributors trying to offer you product to sell on your shelves, and they give you enticing terms like I'll front you the product and you just pay me back whenever you want, hoping that I'll pay them back that product and also make a reorder. The way I deal with that is just I ignore them. I don't listen to their sales pitch. I say thank you, but no thank you. But if you're interested in selling me products, send me, email me your license number to this email, and I just deal with them that way. If they can't do that, then they don't get a follow-up call from me. And what was the other question, my man? I'm sorry.
You're on mute, Wade. We can't hear you. Wade, you're on mute.
Yeah.
There
Sorry.
you go.
Specials
for
towards
asking
veterans.
about special products for veterans.
See, that's
special
one thing.
preparations and/or special deals, if you will, as a way of getting the veterans access. Here in California, for example, we have a compassionate use program that allows a lot of folks to access cannabis at no cost. Yeah, how do you see being able to serve veterans in the context of a dispensary owner? That's, I guess, my question. Thank you.
No problem. Thank you. I would love to, but right now, New York State regulations make it illegal for any legal dispensary to offer specials or discounts to anyone in that store. So whatever I wish to do and wanted to do, I cannot legally do. It is a shame, and that's something that I wish was changed, and that's something I will most definitely be advocating for in this New York industry, because I sincerely believe that a lot of veterans will be coming to New York State recreational dispensaries, to get a different menu of cannabis for their medical ailments, because it's an adult use dispensary. It's not a recreational dispensary. People using it for adult use reasons, where it's be medical, spiritual, or wellness. So for not allowing specials for veterans, disabled veterans, or disabled first responders is is unjust in my opinion, and that's something I would be advocating for in New York State. But unfortunately, it's illegal for me to offer any specials or discounts to anyone. But I would like to speak to anyone that has any ideas how to lobby for that. I would love ideas and recommendations how to go about it.
Oh yeah, we could here in California, we can provide you with the language that we have. We're changing it right now. It was SB 34. It's now Assembly Bill 2555, and it's to allow us to yeah. I've been giving away free cannabis for 25 years now. And that's because we had done this before the law changed, Carmine. So that's part of the luck of pioneering is we got in there before rules were written. However, once the law did as Proposition 64 in 2016, we lobbied for at the state level SB 34, which allows for donations and allows product to be donated directly to the dispensaries or to organizations to be distributed to veterans or other low-income individuals. In Berkeley here, we have a law that states we give away up to 2% per year to Berkeley residents. So that's how we've included it in our community by working in the community as well as working then together at the state level, of which we're still working on together and will continue until we see the reality of continuing to give away, because we find it very important, as we know, and for people who are watching, why does it matter, especially to disabled veterans? Well, yes, we do get a paycheck from the government monthly. However, it's very limited given general living and how people exist. And then add in the high cost of cannabis, it's very challenging to afford the quality of medicine you want to see. So we have found it to be exponentially important to be able to guarantee it. So I know New York hates California to a certain resolve, but we're happy to provide you with the language accordingly that you can take to Albany and let them handle it from there.
Please, yeah, please definitely email that over to me. I know Joe's the person to show this information, SB 34 and the AB 2555. I would love to take a look at that. Yeah.
Councilmember Laughter, you got a follow up?
Yeah, I just wanted to throw in that there's really two components to Senate Bill 34 and 2555 that would be relevant for your work, Carmen. Part of it is allowing all of the folks along the supply chain to designate their work as for donation. And it can pass through the system without taxation, which is the second part of it. So that by the time a dispensary is giving product to a qualified patient, they can give it at no cost, free of taxation. That's the real key to me, because in California at the retail level, the tax burden can rise as high as 38 to 40%. That's all I got. Thank you.
Thank you. Absolutely.
All right. Well, Carmine, thank you very much for taking the time and educating us on what's happened in New York State. And in the future, come back and tell us how it's going. Please take this time now to plug your dispensary. What's its name? What's its location? If you have an opening day, or, I know you gave some vagues there. So I understand in the land of build out that it's its own set of challenges to arrive on time and on budget. So I wish you Godspeed there and success navigating the waters of planning, building and planning commissions. They're a joy.
Oh man, Etienne, thank you so much. I am going to take this time right now to defer my plug because we're still in the middle of build out and we are still awaiting the launch of everything right now. I'm speaking with architectural designs right now to get everything done up, especially for this launch. But I will tell people that who are interested in a veteran-owned dispensary in Manhattan and New York City, please follow me, Carmine Fiore, either on LinkedIn, on Facebook, or on my Instagram. And I am here for any veteran or first responder that has ever struggled with PTSD and or addiction. As somebody that has struggled really, really bad with PTSD and addiction, I want to be a resource for everyone that's out there. Cannabis has saved my life, and I want to be able to pay it forward to others today. So I want to thank you guys so much for giving me this time and asking me these great questions. And I hope to come back soon.
Absolutely. Thank you. We appreciate the time you took to share your story. It is unique and uniquely yours, but we can't appreciate it more. And we hope that people got an understanding about what's taking place. And we look forward to seeing more veterans in the New York cannabis industry. And wish you success and longevity, Carmine. I wish you the same 25 years that I've experienced, but of course, without the headaches and the lawsuits. But I want to see everybody succeed, and especially veterans in their community. And I hope you can build on that. Your community embraces you the way that it should. So, all right, everybody. Thank you very much. I want to thank our council members, Peggy Jones, Wade Laughter, Mike Davis, Leslie Fries, Michael Crowitz, myself, Etienne Fontan, and our guest, Carmine Fiore, for VAC Roundtable number 75. We'll see y'all in 2 weeks. Thank you very much, everybody. Have a great rest of your day.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own, and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
When you have a pain that's reached its peak, Legacy for 20, it's so unique. If organic cannabis is what you seek, here's your trusted partner 7 days a week. Suppository salves, vapes and drops, topicals, edibles, infused pop. Just when life seems like it ain't easy, at Legacy 420, enjoy a pop freezy. Lab tested products, make them the GOAT. Legacy 420 out on your road. Legacy 420 in Tyndonega Mohawk territory. Indigenous organic cannabis at its finest.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net.
Want to talk about news, don't want the drama. From no pretentious media Madonna. I found me a great ganja mama. Cannabis and coffee with some marijuana.
Hey, my name is Al Graham, and you're with People Advocating Cannabis Education. PACE is about promoting the benefits of cannabis, which we do through educational documentaries or through public events. Today we're at the Carpe Diem Cafe in Peterborough, and I'd like to introduce to you Russell Barth and Christina Lowe, the cannabis advocates from Canada, Ottawa, and they'll talk to us about what they're doing to help legalize cannabis around the world. Hello, Russell and Christine. How are you?
We're doing good.
Well, thanks.
Hi, everybody.
What I usually like to do when I get started on these interviews is ask you a question as far as what do you do as far as hobbies or any education that you may have, just to give a bit of an idea so people know a little bit about you.
Well, I didn't quite finish high school. And then at the age of 25, I guess it was, 24, I started attending fine arts college in St. Lawrence College in Kingston. And didn't quite get to finish that because I ended up in the hospital in my third semester. And then I moved to Ottawa on Halloween of 1994. So it wasn't until 2002 that I started getting into any kind of activism when I was mostly at Christine's urging. So.
Right.
And,
so, Christine, you got any education or anything, hobbies you can tell us about?
let's see, I've got a little bit. I went to Algonquin College and I graduated with a diploma in graphic arts. Let's see, I also, as far as employment has gone, besides working the typical retail, I worked a little while as a darkroom technician. I've also worked at a newspaper. Let's see, what else have I done? My gosh.
Barista.
Yeah, a barista. My last job was working at Second Cup.
No, your last job was working at a store.
Oh, yes, that's right. Sorry, I forgot about that. Yeah. And, but...
Hang on for a second.
Yeah. Now, the two of you are both medical users of cannabis. A little bit that you like to tell us a bit about why you use cannabis and how you consume it?
Well, and PTSD, and we consume is about 9 grams a day each. We eat melted into olive oil. We just simmer it for a long time in the olive oil, strain it through cheesecloth, and then that's how we take in most of it. And then throughout the day we have various, sort of every 3 hours we have sessions with the volcano where we inhale it, and we also use the bong, dry bong, to smoke it too.
At the beginning there, when you first started talking, Russell, I missed basically why you both use cannabis.
Oh, fibromyalgia and PTSD.
Yep.
Epilepsy and PTSD.
Okay, great. We caught that one. Was it hard for the two of you to become licensed under the MMAR program?
Well, it was hard at first for me because I needed a chronic pain specialist to sign specifically. This is back in 2003, back in the days when a specialist had to be the one to sign, not just the GP.
Mm-hmm.
Now, in Christine's case, it took from right into early 2003, but she was doing so well on cannabis that her doctor finally relented, and her neurologist relented and signed. So she got it before I did, shortly before I did, and then I had a chronic pain specialist who signed for me. Right. Then he lost his license. Then I had to go a year with no license, and then I had another person sign, and then my GP's been signing ever since. We've been really lucky overall.
Yeah.
Compared to other people, we've been super lucky. Yeah.
And Christine, with your epilepsy, some of the benefits that you found.
Well, as far as that goes, I'm able to stay conscious through the day. I'm not high and loaded on anticonvulsants and not being able to be psychologically, emotionally available because of those pharmaceuticals. So cannabis allows me to take care of the majority of my symptoms that I have with epilepsy. I still don't exactly have quite the amount of seizure control as I would like, but it's certainly much better than what it would be on pharmaceuticals. As well as that, it tends to take care of a lot of other symptoms that I have and other disorders that I'm also managing as well. So I'm able to do this with just simply one medication, one substance, rather than being on a whole myriad of drugs and pills and stuff like this. So
she's in quite a bit of pain too because of a lifetime of these convulsive seizures.
Correct.
Still having, one or two a month.
Yeah.
So,
and what was she? How many convulsions or seizures were you going through before cannabis, Christine?
Well, it's I can answer that better. I remember the numbers really well.
You do the numbers.
Okay. For the first half of 2002, she had about 60 seizures of different shapes and kinds. In May of 2002, she decided to quit all of her pharmaceuticals and use cannabis, and then she only had 13 more that year.
Wow.
So in 2003, I think she had 13. In 2004, she had 9. In 2005, I think she had 5. She got down to 3 seizures a year. And then in March of 2008, she had a triple seizure. I called the ambulance. They shot her full of Ativan, took her to ER. They gave her a low dose of Dilantin, and she's been having 2 ever since. So we don't know what happened or what caused that sudden gigantic episode.
Right.
And it was horrendous. It was terribly traumatic for both of us. I thought she was going to die. Like it was a full-on hospital drama with people shouting stuff at each other, tearing things open, and tubes and wires and all this crap, and it was really scary. And she hasn't been the same since. So I've been taking care of her.
But I've been plagued with seizures ever since I was a child. As far as I can remember, I've always been having them.
Yeah.
When I was younger and I was having the seizures, a lot of people told me, well, you're just having fainting spells. We don't know exactly what's going on, this type of thing. So eventually, finally, when I was about 20, 21 years old, I was able to see a neurologist in Kingston, and I was actually diagnosed at that point with epilepsy, and it's just been managing it since with.
And it's a rare form too.
So.
Yeah.
The thing they don't talk about in the brochures with epilepsy is that about 1/3 of people with epilepsy don't respond to the medications so their life becomes a drugged out mess of just living in homes or staying in one room with a helmet on, kind of stuff.
Correct.
So this is the thing is, even though she's still having 2-3 seizures a month, she's having better overall quality of life with this than she would be with anything else.
Exactly, and that's a big point. Improve quality of life. No.
Hey, if she was one of these people who could just take 2 tablets a day, have some side effects that weren't that great, and no seizures, like some epileptics, well, that would be the wisest thing to do. And if cannabis works better than that, well, then use cannabis. But if it doesn't work better than that, then use that. But in her case, she's tried all the medications. All they do is bring a lot of side effects. I mean, the whole list practically. And they bring more seizures, not fewer. And the quality of life falls apart. There's no sex drive. She puts on a bunch of weight. Her gums recede because they puff up and then they pull back, and then the teeth are more exposed. And it's very bad. And there's all kinds of other side effects. So overall, this is just healthier way to go.
Healthier way to do it. I've been commented to me, about if you start to cough, people say, "Oh, how's that medicine if you start to cough?" Well, if coughing is a small side effect of cannabis, I'd much rather have that than the ones that you just described and what Christine goes through with her medications. So
If anybody ever wags their finger at me about having a cough, I'll get up in their face about it, because I've had a sinus problem since I was 16 years old.
yeah,
You know, I was in a wheelchair for 5.5 years, got out. My neck is killing me today, all kinds of stuff. If a genie came out of a bottle or whatever and said, I can do one thing for you, what you want me to do, I'll say, fix this goddamn nose. The sinus problems I've had since I was 16 are the number one biggest cause of grief in my life.
wow, eh?
So that's where my coughing comes
yeah,
from. I'm constantly just trickling snot, and it drives me
Right.
insane. So that's why I'm always coughing and clearing my throat and working up phlegm, is not from, and if anything, cannabis has helped a lot of this. My sinuses are actually much better with all my cannabis use than they were.
Yes,
I live in
exactly.
the Ottawa Valley too.
There's
I mean, you're
a
in Peterborough,
decongestion.
man. You're up there in Peterborough. We're down here in a valley. It's like just
We're-
living in a bowl of potpourri.
We're in a dust bowl.
It's like
of
somebody just
dust.
walk up and blow a handful of dust in your face.
Right.
You know, it's
right.
just,
Everything
it's really
collects in
bad
there.
for, if you're a sinus sufferer, you do not want to move to Ottawa.
No, it's not a good
Every
place.
season is bad. It's for different reasons.
Winter is bad.
You know, every season's got its own different kind of bad. So that's the thing. My cough is all coming from my phlegm and from my my snot problem. So pot actually helps it.
Helps it. Yeah, I find it works as a decongestion, especially through the winter time.
Expectorant too.
Yep. Okay. We got to hear how the cannabis helps Christine with her epilepsy. You yourself, Russell, you got a bit of a story about you were spent some time in a wheelchair.
Yeah. In 2001, I had a back spasm, not unusual back spasm, but another one of my big thoracic back spasms. And it was sending just terrible pain down my legs and everything. And finally, I twisted so bad I couldn't walk properly. And then I got home, was in bed for several days, and, just getting back and forth to the bathroom was just an excruciating nightmare. So, stupidly, I didn't go to a chiropractor and stuff, but because I didn't know one at the time. And I atrophied very quickly, and this was in November, so by February, I was just shriveled right up. I couldn't barely walk 150 feet. So
From 165
that was later.
to 120.
Yeah, so then, we got a push wheelchair, for me.
Right.
Christine's parents got us that. She pushed me around in a wheelchair. It was like one of these hospital chairs. And we were going through the snow and on sidewalks and all kinds of stuff. It was really, really hard on her, man. Because she's tall, right? She's 5'10". So she had to lean down to push the chair around. It wasn't like she could just walk all nice and just push it.
Right.
So that was a drag. Then a mechanical wheelchair, and I was in with that until March of 2007. And the thing that got me out was mostly my diet. But back in, I guess, 2005 or so, I was at this special clinic place getting the full assessment. It was like a 6-week in program. They were going to sort of rehab me and all this kind of stuff. After the assessment, they went, well, there's nothing we can teach you. You're already doing better. You're eating better and doing better than the people in our program. You're sort of the result of our program rather than what is normally the intake. So we can't really help you. But in the process, I had told them that it was my speculation that if I had a big pile of weed, that I could, do as much as I could to get past the pain, and then I could exercise a little, strengthen me up, and then I could have some more weed and just gradually, sort of snowball the thing positively and gradually get my strength back.
Yeah.
And they gave me one of these sort of polite, well, yeah, that's an interesting idea, kind of looks. And then they pulled Christine aside and they said, no, he's being unrealistic. This is his life now in the chair.
Get him used
to that, because psychologically he needs to get used to that.
So they get tell you
Because
you're
to
in the
struggle-
chair for good.
Pretty much, yeah. No, I mean, I wasn't bum stuck to the chair. I could
Right.
get up and walk around. I could get from the car to the
Short
house
distance.
and back and forth. If I was going to go to somebody's place for dinner, I wouldn't bring the chair, right? I'd walk out to the car and walk from the car into their place and sit and have dinner, but it was always a cane and a hassle, and I moved slow. It's kind of like having, granddad around, right? And if I had to walk like a block, forget it. I'm not even going. Don't even ask. So that was my life then. But in 2007, we lived in a place that was right across the street from a mall. and I got a category 2 walker, and I just started to struggle. You know, I'd hit the bowl a bunch of times, go, okay, that's my ration for now, so suit up and to the mall, you know. And I knew that it hurt. It was hurting like hell. I mean, it still hurts to walk now. Everything hurts all the time. But I knew that if I pushed through, the muscles might recover.
Right.
Right. If they didn't, they didn't. But if they did, cool, I could start walking properly again. So by May, I was walking without it. No, sorry, by June, I was walking without a cane.
Good.
Just walking normal. I mean, the first the first while, I was wobbly as hell, too. I mean, it was like watching.
And then,
then
you made your way out of the wheelchair eventually, to the surprise of the
Mhm.
doctors.
Well, yeah, they were really all thrilled, you know. It helped having a chiropractor right next door, too. My doctor's office was right on the same parking lot as my building, and then the mall was just across the road. So, you know, I was seeing a chiropractor, and then I could just go home and relax. I didn't have to take a long bus home.
Yeah. When the doctor also saw you,
Yep.
and she ended up crying.
And this was during a period of time, too, that Christine wasn't having very many seizures. So I could leave her alone at home to work on paintings or whatever. She could go to the mall by herself, get groceries and stuff by herself. There was a big period where she was doing stuff by herself. And before we got together, she was just living on her own and trying to keep a job and trying to keep an apartment, but she was having 2-3 seizures a month anyway.
Right.
Falling down and hurting herself, wrecking stuff in her apartment, getting robbed, all kinds of stuff. Breaking her nose, you know.
Oh, yeah.
So that's a good story to hear you're able to get out of that wheelchair and be able to use your legs and move around. So it's.
But I walk fast.
That's
too.
good.
It's not like I walk briskly.
Faster than me.
I walk briskly and I can go like 4 clicks in one.
Nice. Okay, now you're also involved in activism, trying to get the word out there to people about cannabis. One of the ways that I understand that the two of you have done a video of Christine and her epileptic seizure. Why did you guys do that, and what's been the reaction to it?
This is an interesting story. In January of 2003, we had a video camera, an old 8mm video camera, sitting on a tripod. So all I had to do, I had a battery, and all I had to do was flip up the standby, and it would turn on, push the button, and record it, right? So my friend was over, and she had a seizure, so I said, here, hold this, don't zoom in, just bring the camera in close, because the autofocus is screwed. It's a really old camera. He goes, okay, well, what do I do? I said, just point it at me, and then let me talk. Now, she'd been bugging me for, a long time, but she hadn't had a seizure in a while.
Right.
She says, or actually, you hadn't had one in a while, but she's like, I want to see one. I've never seen what they're like. Because I was telling you, they're just terrific. You grind your teeth, and you're foaming at the mouth, and you're thrashing. It's insane. She's like, I know, I fall, I faint. No, you don't faint. You have those too, but this is different. So we got the footage. She saw the footage. I didn't show it to her for like 3 days. She's like, okay, I'm ready. She watched it, and she was like crying, pawing at the screen, like trying to help whoever this person was stumbling around in our apartment in this video, right?
It felt like a person that I'm missing a part of. I feel like this is a sliver of my self-conscious that is just not available to me. And to be able to see myself, see my body animated and moving without my consciousness in it is just horrific.
It was spooky for anybody.
It's seeing something absolutely voodoo on television.
And this
it
is
was
where
incredible.
Where she referred to it as, she looks like a meat puppet, right?
Wow.
So that was in 2003. So we got the video, and that was intense, and
Yeah.
So fast forward to January of 2007. A friend of mine says, you should check out this thing called YouTube. I said, what's YouTube? And he's YOUTUB. He says, you go there, you just type in whatever, and they've got music videos. It's just this video page, man. Just go look at it. Just go see it. I can't even explain it. It's too awesome. So I go to YouTube. I thought, this is cool, the doors, live doors. Cool. I'm looking up all this fun stuff that I want to see. She says, put in epilepsy. Bunch of kids faking seizures, bunch of stuff that says, caution, don't watch this if you have epilepsy, because it's just got a flicker to it, kids faking them, people, and then there was a couple of people actually having seizures.
But it was hospital.
But it was like hospital footage.
Like hospital camera footage from
up in the
way
corner.
above.
So all you see is a person just going like this in a bed and a bunch of brainwave chart, running down the side.
Yeah.
So she said, our is way better than that. Mix it up, put it up. I'm like, I don't even know how to mix video. What do I do now? So they called an activist friend at the time. He brought his stuff over. We had to mix the 8 minute video into digital, and it was just a big problem. Added a bunch of text to it about medical marijuana, and we put it up. Right away, the thing starts getting like 1,000 hits a day, right? I email it to the Ottawa Sun. It wasn't like I'm talking like 10, 12 minutes later, he calls me. He's like, are you crazy? There's a reporter I'd met before. He goes, dude, are you crazy? You putting your wife's on your wife on the internet like this? This is not.
Broke my tooth.
She even breaks a tooth video. It's intense, right?
I'd break a quarter off of my molar.
So he calls up Epilepsy Ontario. He's like, what do you think of this video? And the woman's like, well, I don't know. I really like the idea of that, meat puppet and all this marijuana talk. I don't really know if that's a good idea. So right away, there's controversy with this thing, right? Right out of the starting gate. And it kept getting 1,000 hits a day. And it went on and on like that for a long time. But people kept saying, the main comment we got was, hey, the text is going by too fast. It's kind of cluttered. I can't really see it. So right away, we put up the second one. The second one has Christine talking at the beginning, and she mentions about the rude comments. We're leaving those comments there. We let everybody put up their rude comments, their horrible comments.
Yes.
We leave it there. We leave it there for the world to see the kind of shit that epileptics have to go through.
Ignorant those people are.
Because everyone, and people pile on. Some troll puts, LOL, just shoot her or whatever, and then people just pile on this troll or whatever, they report him. So I just let it all happen. We just let this all happen on the page, man.
It's educating, and it's also exposing ignorance at the same time.
Yes. So then,
totally.
We put the second one up. We put the second one up like a week later or a few days later. No text, no nothing. And then it was about 3 years, I guess, and we had 1.5 million hits on the first one, and then it got pulled for the pot references. Somebody finally complained, and we were like, "Christ, it lasted that long," And there was a nice article in the Ottawa Citizen about us. The nice picture of us there, at the monitor, and her having the seizure on the monitor. So it was pretty cool.
Then it was also on TV on the.
Oh yeah.
States.
Then we get a call. We get a call from the doctors. Let me go back a bit. So the video's up there, and right away I'm getting requests. Right? Can we use this in school? Can I use this to on this presentation? So I had to change the text and say yes. You can do anything you want with this. Share and enjoy. And we got emails from a doctor who ran the hospital part of a prison. And they said they wanted to use that footage to teach, so that they could, distinguish real seizures from fake ones in prison. So to help, save people's lives and reduce the danger of somebody who's trying to fake a seizure and injure a guard or whatever. It goes both ways. So there was that. I've had young people, like as young as 15, saying, I'm doing a presentation in school about epilepsy, and right up into professors teaching at university level, saying, can we use this footage in our class? So after I changed the text on the page, the accompanying text of the video, there's nothing on the video, but you read the text with it. It says, this is your permission, do what you want, download it, share it, copy it, spread it around, So it could be getting used in all kinds of places. Then we got a call, an email, and a guy says, months ago, friend of mine, his dog had a seizure in front of me. I said, what the hell's going on? He said, dog's having a seizure, right? He's got epilepsy. So I look it up. I saw your video. And you're pretty instructive about how to take care of the seizure and everything. He says, well, the other day somebody comes into my place of work and has a seizure. Everyone else just freaks out. I don't know what to do. I might have saved the guy's life. So that happens. You get an email like that. I mean, some mornings you get up, you're so depressed and angry, and you hate your. And then you get an email like that. Wow.
And for an epileptic to have epilepsy and to be going through so many different kinds of seizures, so many levels of violence of seizures, and to be able to help educate and to be able to have such goodness and such
Yeah.
come from something that's just
We've
absolutely
been told
horrific.
we've been told that
is
this video has saved lives.
wonderful.
And I mean, if they're using it in schools, I'm yet to find a piece of footage anywhere that matches it. You know, one day somebody's going to have a camera really good and close because everyone's got cameras now, right? I mean, everybody has cameras now.
Yeah.
So one day someone's going to put up a piece of footage that is going to, ours will pale by comparison.
Someday.
But I haven't seen it yet. I haven't seen it yet.
Not yet.
Because we get right, I mean, for those who haven't seen the video, we get right in close. She's all purple. There's veins bulging out of her neck, and she breaks a tooth.
Yeah, you can see the
You can
sphincter
hear-
muscles around
You can
the
see her eyes twitching like this.
Wow.
It's just amazing, you know.
It's probably something that would,
Very intense.
it's like you say, Christine. It's you're watching that experience of somebody, and you know you want to help them, and it's brought probably quite a few tears to people to watch. You go through that on the video.
Yeah.
Okay, we've got about 10 minutes left, so I want to touch on a couple things. The next thing is the two of you, as far as helping bring awareness, have worked on a children's book called Mummy's Funny Medicine. Can you tell us the story about that, what it got it started, and what's involved, its availability?
Well, in late 2002, when I started using medical marijuana, about 6 months in, we were talking to somebody on the street. I was on Bank Street. It was miserable weather. I started commiserating with another person in a wheelchair. So we got talking about, you know, why he was in the chair, why I was in the chair. And she said she was using a lot of codeine. I said, oh, well, you should try medical marijuana. She's like, oh, no, I couldn't use that. It's as bad as heroin. And it's, I mean, you're gobbling up codeine, and you're telling me pot's as bad as heroin? It's not. I mean, like, read the science. So she goes, oh, no. I said, you ever try quitting codeine? And I saw this, you know, look on my face, and I knew because I've kicked codeine 3 times myself.
I saw this demon fly
in between us.
in between both of those two people.
It was just like, it was, you know, she knew I was to her. Like when she runs out, this codeine withdrawal is a nightmare. It's not as bad as what I've seen heroin. I mean, you don't go into convulsions and shock, but God, it's a nightmare. So as we pulled away, she's like, what would I tell my grandson? I said, tell him the truth. Tell him your purple medicine you get when you have a cold is for you, and this is Granny's medicine. I mean, it's pretty simple, duh. So she goes off in her chair, you know. So we go off, and one of us said to the other, we don't even remember which one, somebody should write a children's book. And we didn't think anything of it. So then it was Christmas Eve or a couple of days before Christmas or something. My parents were down in Florida, and we were already talking about becoming public activists and doing something with the news and talking with them about a compassion club. So I said, how are we even going to, you know, so we have a conversation on the phone with my parents. Hey, Christmas, yeah, okay, well, have a good time, talk to you, bye. And then I said, how am I even going to broach this topic that I'm using medical marijuana? They don't know. How do I even bring it up? It's like they're so stupid, I have to use a children's book or something. See, Russell in his chair. See, Russell feeling better. And then we looked at each other like, you know, we knew right away, oh my God, what a crazy big idea. I was, geez. So we got a piece of paper and we just started jotting this down right away. And
doodling.
And that's how we came up with the idea in like quick stages. I said we should do it from a kid's point of view. Kid looking at the parent who's sick. So in the book, Heather, the girl, is basically Christine's point of view, and Mommy is me. I'm the, you know, Mommy's carrying my sort of symptom.
People might have thought it was the other way around. Like, Christine was the...
Right, exactly. But so the thing is, yeah, so in the book, I'm basically Mommy. Right? We just switched it around because it was easier than Daddy's man. You know, we kicked it around. So we literally hammered the sketch, the text as it went in the book. It must have come out in about a half an hour. Because what is it? I mean, it's like 1,000 words, not even. You know, it was very quick to write it out. So we had some quick sketches, and we're like, oh, this is so great. This is so great. So we told Mike Foster. I mean, he's only a few pages in. His eyes are all wet. He's like, we got to do this book. You got to do this book. He is the owner of Crosstown Traffic, which is the flagship head shop in Ottawa.
Yep.
There's lots of other head shops. There's some that are physically larger, but
the original.
He was really the first one. It's just the most awesome place.
Primo quality.
And he's also been a big activist for like 25 years in Ottawa. He's not just some guy who owns a head shop. He's an activist. And like,
Yes.
I should actually have my hat off talking about it, quite frankly.
Yeah.
No, seriously, he's Canadian activism royalty when it comes to marijuana.
Okay, continue the story.
So he said, you got to do this. So we're like, we're on it. But I mean, how do we publish this? He goes, I'll think of something. I know publishers and printers. You leave that to me. You get it done. So she starts doing drawings, right? And I'm getting, every time she goes, come here, look at this. What do you think? She pencils something up and I'm like, oh my God. And I start crying. It looks so great. So she gave me all these line works. I scanned them all, touched them all up, get rid of all the weird little dots and whatnot. And then I colorized them all and put it all together with the text. And that took, it took her about a month to draw it, I think it was, and about a month to colorize it, something like that. And we managed to get it published. When we showed Mike the galleys, we had it all, just as big images. He said, okay, they got to be set properly. But he says, I think I'm just going to do it myself. So I said, oh, wow, okay, cool. So he just talked to a printer and got got a price and everything, and he had 2,000 copies made. So we said, that's awesome. We'll do it for charity. We don't want any money for it. So, and
it's the book itself. When you hold it, it's an educational medium in a very non-threatening form. Having information such as that available in that book, but in a format that is just very simple and very non-threatening. It's easy for anybody of any age to leave that on a coffee table. For example, if I was going to be starting using cannabis, if I was trying to approach this topic maybe with my parents, if I feel that I couldn't actually talk to them about it, I'd maybe, get a copy of this book and leave it out on the coffee table underneath Dad's Sunday newspaper.
People have told us,
this type of thing.
Older people have told us, our young adult children were totally against us using marijuana. Then they saw your book. It totally bridged the gap, and it started
to help change their
started
mind.
healing. Yeah, people in their 20s are saying, my adult parents, my older parents, obviously, they couldn't cope with this. They saw the book. There's peace in the family again. They've shown it to little kids and stuff. So we've got a lot of positive feedback about the book. And there's a read-through video on YouTube where, we have some nice Palatini music in the back. Christine just reads,
Now
reads all the
just
text.
search out Mummy's Funny Medicine on YouTube, and they'll be able to get the video of it. Right. Good. Okay, I'm just watching my time here. There's lots of stuff that I had hoped. Oh, I'm told don't worry about it. Maybe Marina, the owner here at the cafe, she doesn't know that you and I, Russell, we have spoken for 4.5 hours before, so
We can
so
do it.
I won't go that.
I've got time. We've got time.
I'm in Ottawa. It's not like I got anything else to do.
Yeah.
Later.
Well, later.
Another thing
Later.
that
We'll do that
you
later.
have achieved through your activism is you have become North America's 4th leading letter-to-editor writer. Want to tell us a bit about that?
Sure, yeah. Well, in 2002, I started writing some letters to the editor. Got, 1 or 2 published. And it was one of those things that if I sent and didn't get published, I'd be, all right. So I wouldn't send one for a long time. But then in around October 2003, I started getting more published. And again, this is before we knew about Facebook, and there wasn't Facebook and Twitter and YouTube. So I had a lot more time on my hands. And I just started pounding them out. Every time I would go and look on the forums, I found a letter, I find an article or somebody else's letter, I'd reply to it. Just pounding them out, right?
I had a list of websites.
I had a list of websites to go. That was my main focus. So from October 2003 until, so for about 8 years, I did that. And I got about an average of 100 a year.
And that 100 took you how many letters to write? Thousands.
Thousands. Maybe 20,000.
Wow.
I don't even know. See, it's funny because what happens is sometimes I see an article in the Vancouver Sun, right? And it'll be about an issue, medical marijuana, right? But that article is also going to show up in a bunch of other associated newspapers, right? In CanWest. So you got to go hunt for those. You got to find those email addresses and send it to those editors too. And then they put them on. And sometimes you only get it online. Sometimes you get it in the paper. And then other times, like for example, I wrote a letter about hemp. It was quite long too. And I sent it to pretty much, I don't know, maybe 300 or 400 newspapers in Canada. I don't even remember how many. I just sent it to every newspaper I could find in every province, even up in the Yukon and Northwest Territories and everything. And I think I got it in over a course of 3 months. It showed up in 23 or 26 different newspapers.
One letter that they.
So the one letter that I sent off to 300 or 400 different places got printed, that many times. Now the thing about a letter that big, there's a lot of times it would get into a small town newspaper.
They like to restrict the size of letters, right?
Well, sometimes they do, and sometimes they look at it and they go, let's just run this as an article, because it saves them having to put a lot of filler in, or they have to write something, right? So if they get something that's intelligent and informed and coherent, and they can just put the editor at the bottom, they don't have to be responsible for the accuracy of the content.
Yeah.
So it's verging on. So they started verging on op-eds. In fact, a couple of times I'd send out something off to the Ottawa Citizen, and there was a really nice letters editor there, and he would call me and say, "All right, look, you need to change this and that." So he would work with me to get it right for his paper. And then he had me in to have a serious photo like this taken, of me, the writer, of a letter and stuff. I have to break the law to heal myself and all this. So this kind of stuff happened. And then there was a lot of times I would write one letter and just send it to every newspaper, and it would show up in 3 or 4 places at once, over one weekend or over 1 week. I had one letter in 4 newspapers in one day. That was pretty awesome. I think it was the one about Pierre Burton.
So advice to somebody who is writing letters is, even if your letter doesn't show up, keep pounding them out, because eventually they will get.
And the thing is, too, the editors read them, right? The editors are looking at these letters, and if they start getting more a consensus of people who are sending in a lot of intelligent, concise letters, especially if you correct them and say, well, actually, your article about this, correct them. And people are like, oh, I don't have time for that. Yeah, well, you got time to sit on the bus and play some game on your phone or whatever. You got to play a video game. Take an hour to write some letters.
Exactly. You're part of the problem by sitting there and playing video games versus out and trying to help change things.
Yeah. So there's other guys who have done a lot more.
Yeah.
Robert Sharp is most. Kirk Muse is the other one, and Stan White. Those are the 3 guys ahead of me. Now Robert Sharp, he does a lot of it in the States. I hardly ever wrote to any place in the States. If I had taken the time to just write to places in the States, I could probably, my numbers would be up like this.
Yeah, they probably would, and it's quite the accomplishment just to become fourth. Yeah.
Well, yeah, and that's fourth in the world.
Trading basically in Canada. Yeah.
In Canada, yeah, and the thing is too, I don't know for sure, but I don't think anybody else in Canada has ever written 800 letters published in Canada. Period. So I might just be the most published letter to the editor writer
Canadian history. And just so people know, this isn't just this is all letters, not just cannabis letters. You're the fourth published editor writer on all subjects. Now,
I don't know about that. But if you go through the history of Canada, Is there anybody who's had more than 800 letters published
Yeah, really.
in their life?
I don't know.
So letters to the editor, I mean. Letters to the, I don't know. So I can't really say, oh, I'm the biggest real letter writer in Canadian history, but it's starting to look like I am.
I've been writing for years.
Unless
I
Stan
got maybe
White-
20 in.
Because I know Stan White, Kirk Muse. Yeah, well, those guys are all American.
Yeah.
Robert Sharp, Kirk Muse, and Stan White are all
Okay,
American. So I think
the next thing I want to touch on, all right, is a news conference that you held. Not many people get an opportunity to hold a news conference to pose an opposite of their prime minister of their country. So would you like to fill us in on this story and how you're able to accomplish that?
Okay, well, how we accomplished that was with the help of Tim Meehan.
Yeah.
And he knew a little bit more about getting onto the geez, getting a press conference at Parliament Hill is actually pretty easy. You call up the press gallery. There's a phone number. You can find them online. And you say, I want to hold a press conference in the Charles Lynch room. And they'll say, okay, what's that about? And what date? And when do you want to do this? And this sort of thing. So we did this kind of stuff. And we learned a lot of stuff about that, but that's another story. And this story, what happened was, Stephen Harper was going to be giving a speech right over at the Chateau Laurier, which is quite literally next door. It's just over it's right next to the canal, and the canal is right there by Parliament Hill. They're right there at the Chateau Laurier at the Canadian Chief Police Association, right? All the Canadian chiefs of police are there. So he's having a big press conference. He's giving a speech at their big thing. So we said, all right, we're going to have a press conference right after the, whatever. He's scheduled to have his speech at a certain time. We'll have our press conference at the same time. So we show up. I was using my wheelchair at the time. Christine's there, me and Tim. I think that was about it. I don't think anybody else came with us. So maybe John Ipata was there.
I think it
Excuse me.
was
So we go there, and there's like nobody. Right? There's like almost no. I think there was one or two reporters. I don't remember, but there was hardly anybody. It was not a big press conference. So we stand up there, and Tim gives an introduction. And he's got ready, and I get up and I talk for like 11 minutes or something. She gets up and she talks for like 7 minutes, and there weren't too many questions because there's only one or two guys there, and then that was it. And we went, wow, that's a drag.
Yeah.
Oh, well. So we went home, and we found out afterwards, someone told us, oh, my God, you were on CPAC. And we said, what happened? And they said it was the craziest thing. Stephen Harper's there giving a speech live, right? They're feeding this live on CPAC. Stephen, we're going to give you the tools you need, and blah, 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 this and that, and wank, wank, wank. So everyone's like, yeah, it's great, okay. And it cuts to Van Dusen in the studio. He's going, okay, so that was Prime Minister Stephen Harper at the blah, 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 and this and that. And now here's some activists who disagree with their crime policy. We go live to the Charles Lynch room, and they cut to the middle of Tim's introduction. And then her and I get to talk uninterrupted for 17 minutes.
Nice.
And they didn't cut back to them. They just let us talk. They didn't okay, that's them. They're going to talk for days, so we're going to go to another thing.
Yeah.
Like a lot of times they do in the news, right? They just let us go, and we never saw the footage of this.
Probably.
It's probably in the archives there someplace, But when we were done, then they cut to Van Dusen. Okay, well, they gave this thing and gave a couple of highlights. He probably had the teleprompter ready for him, and then they went on to whatever else. I didn't have CPAC at the time, so I didn't know. But people called. They're like, "Oh my God, the whole thing!" It's
Yeah, I guess
so
you would
we
be.
were really happy about that.
Oh,
And,
the prime
and then, of course, we had quotes. There were quotes by both of us. I think there were quotes by both of us in print media the next day too.
There's that as well.
There was that.
Well,
Another time we showed up, another time we went to talk about driving, nobody came.
Yeah.
There was the cameraman and us. Not one reporter came, not one. And we were like, man, this is just the worst ever. But it was about driving. New driving laws they have with marijuana and driving, right? And drug driving. So we thought, oh, well, the next day, it was like the bottom half of the front page of the Vancouver Sun was this article the driving and long quotes from me and the whole press conference.
Oh
and everything.
yeah. You
So-
never know. So
It's a trip living in Ottawa. It's such a trip living in this town, man. It's so weird. It's like living in a time warp.
Yeah. Marina here, the owner, she agrees. Okay. Now I want to move on to the MMPR. Everybody knows that the MMAR is changing, and we're being forced to swallow this MMPR unless some action can make some changes. Can you tell us a bit about how this program is going to affect the two of you?
We're screwed. That's all I can say. We're screwed.
Affordability,
we won't be
strain
able to-
selection, that's all gone.
The affordability, quality, strain selection. Gone. We contacted Health Canada, right? Contacted Rhoda Ambrose. I got my MP to contact Rhoda Ambrose, right? And say, listen, we're not going to be able to afford this. What are we supposed to do? So they said, she replies, contact your health care provider, health insurance provider, right? Well, in our case, that's the province of Ontario. So I contact the province of Ontario, and they said, hey, medical marijuana is on the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act. We can't even talk about it.
Until it's a DIN.
Like, we can't, until it's a medicine with a DIN, we can't do anything about it. So it's like, you ask your dad, hey, can I do this thing? And he says, well, you better ask your mom. And you go ask your mom, well, what did your dad say?
Right. I know there was a couple of years ago when all these meetings were going on and they were meeting with people. The government told the compassion center operators and stuff that were involved in that it would require patients as well as the commercial distributors to lobby the insurance industry for coverage. Otherwise, we were on our own. Like it's ridiculous.
Yeah. So we're fucked.
Whatever happened about caring about the patients instead of caring about whether a multi-million-dollar company is making $1 billion a year in profit.
Exactly. And this Ontario government is already so mired in scandal. The last thing they need is, we're going to start just, giving people people on Ontario disability and welfare, we're going to pay for their medical marijuana. Now, forget the fact that it's safer, more effective, and cheaper than many of the drugs that are already covered under
probably
the
reduce healthcare costs.
Exactly. They would look at this and they go, wow, this is a no-brainer. But how do we tell the public this? With Tim Hudak, yap, 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 yap. With Sun News Network, yap, 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 yap. How do we get any of this across to the public, right? It's up to us. It's up to people like us to sit on the bus and talk loud. Pot cures cancer. And the government's taking away our medicine, we're going to die. So,
have a mission to every person out there who's advocating for cannabis to talk to at least one or two people daily, constantly, in order to.
Well, I mean, I usually wear a T-shirt that has something that's going to attract attention.
I do the same thing.
Usually, it's my marijuana cures cancer T-shirt,
Got
which
my
always
time
gets
for
people
hemp
talking.
T-shirt on.
Yeah. Yeah. I think everybody should get one that says marijuana cures cancer. Now, some people wag a finger about that and they go, well, cure, you can't really say cure, but let's talk about the word cure for a minute, right? If you take a treatment for a medical condition and the medical condition goes away, then it's a cure. But if it doesn't go away, then it's a treatment that failed. Well, as a medical treatment, marijuana has cured people's cancer. In the past, doing so in the present, likely will in the future. But a good friend who we never got to meet in person, Michelle Rainey, she was taking a double dose of the stuff, cancer ate her right up, man. So it's not magic. A lot of people are getting chemo or radiation. They're like, yeah, I'm doing great. I feel great. I'm doing great. All of a sudden they get some sinus infection. Boom, the guy's dead 3 days later. Or something like that. It can be that quick with cancer. So to say, marijuana cures cancer, well, water doesn't cure thirst, but it's a conversation starter. And that's why it says marijuana cures cancer, look it up. So you're going to go look it up online, or you can take your phone out and start looking.
Talking about
It's better than walking around with an Ottawa Senators T-shirt on or a Toronto Maple Leafs or some other.
Talking
jerk-off
about Michelle
thing.
Rainey, I see you have a medicinal T-shirt on from Michelle. And as I look at the calendar, we are 5 days away from, I believe, the third anniversary of Michelle's passing. There will be the third annual Michelle Rainey Walk will be held in Toronto on the 20th. That is looked after by Erin Butterfly, and she organizes that every year. So, yeah.
Awesome. I wish we could try and organize one in Ottawa, but honestly, we struggle just to get our own errands and stuff done, and our own sanity in order, you know. And this town is just
pitiful.
It's hard to get like even 5 people to do postering and, you know, this kind of stuff. It's different in Toronto. You get the Vapor Lounge, you got all these people who are congregating.
We run into
it's like,
the same problem here in Peterborough, and there's a fellow by the name of Blazing Wrinkles who's working very hard. He does the Peterborough 420 and Peterborough Cannabis Day, and he's working on some other secret projects right now that I can't elaborate on till another time. But if they come through to fruition, it's going to be a huge step here in this area, I'll tell you. Last question,
I'm guessing.
and this got to do with legalization of marijuana. And the stories that we're hearing in the news with Justin Trudeau and when he's talking about legalizing, and he talked about how he thought that the new MMPR program was bad to remove grows from people's houses. Is this a pipe dream of his? Or is this something that it could be a possibility? Because you and I, we both know we've heard this for 40 years. But does this seem a little bit different this time?
I think it's different this time because of, you know, the cancer information, internet, doctors like Sanjay Gupta, the changes in the U.S., Israel, you know, this kind of thing. I think we're off to a good start. The problems I foresee with the Liberals is that they see it as a contentious and difficult issue to get across to the public already. As you can see, it's sort of helping their popularity, but it's still kind of scrambling to get coherent, right? It's not and the thing is, I mean, people keep like, oh, Justin Trudeau saying this and Justin Trudeau saying that. It's not like he goes bursting out of the gate, well, I think this and that about marijuana. It's the press ask him a question and he politely responds in a fairly intelligent and almost fully informed way. Now, I agree with him about the MMPR. Taking away people's grows is ridiculous. It's the safest, cheapest, most effective way to get medicine to the people, for the people who want it. People like us, forget about it. The best way for us is through commercial grows, the big ones that produce and send it through provincial, you know, bodies, deliver it to our door like they do with her hormone thyroid medication that she's got to take.
Coverage
right?
and the whole bit.
That's all free. That's delivered to our door. So for some people, not everybody wants to grow. Not everybody needs to be growing. I mean, some people have a dose load so big that they'd have to live in a 6-bedroom apartment to do it. You know, you cannot. Some people can get by in 3 or 4. I know a guy who got by in 1 pinner a day for his,
really,
for his Crohn's.
I know.
Yeah. He says, man, I said, you don't use very much. He says, I roll these little thin joints. He says, I smoke a half of one a night. I don't have Crohn's. He says, if I miss that joint, boy, do I have Crohn's. It's like I got broken glass inside me.
Yeah.
And I shit blood, you know. But
so
if
when
I have
people
my
talk
dinner,
about legalization, some people picture everybody growing 1,000 plants. Is this something that some people, whether you're government or recreational users or just anybody in society, should be worried about somebody growing 1,000 plants?
I don't think so. Because, you know, if let's say the law fell apart tomorrow and, you know, Peter Mansbridge and every other news, Kevin Newman and everybody like, well, that's it, man. Marijuana's legal. The law fell apart. It's like abortion. It's all up in the air. You know, we don't know what to do. And everybody starts growing. Okay, great. Everyone's going to be growing on their balconies. Everyone's going to grow it in their backyards. Everyone's going to grow. But somebody's going to grow 1,000 plants one summer. And be, oh boy. And they're going to hang it all up in their shed. And it's going to cure real nice. And they're going to trim it all. And they're going to bag it all. And they're going to, okay, great. And they're going to bring it to the market. And the market's going to say, yeah, $800 a pound. What? Are you crazy? It costs me that much to grow all this.
So basically, because everybody's
We
got
have a
1,000
glut.
plants,
It's
nobody's
called
got
a
any.
market. It's called a market glut. It's a lot of work to deal with 1,000 plants, man. Especially if it's all one harvest, right? If you're growing 10 rows of 100 plants, you're going to cut them all down and hang them in one weekend. You think you're going to trim all that in one weekend? Maybe with a big machine.
And if everybody's growing 1,000 plants, where is it going to go anyways?
Exactly. Who's he going to sell it to if every grandmother and every teenager's already got their 5 or 10 or 20 plants in their backyard or their shed or their basement or whatever? So some guy's going to grow 1,000 plants. He's going to try and get it to the States. What's he going to do? Put it on a truck and just drive across the border?
No,
it's not that easy. Even the bikers are going to be turning it down, and the mafia are going to be turning it down because they're like, hey, we got plenty. There's a market glut. No one's buying it. And there's only so much you can push across the border before it starts.
That's right.
Everybody starts to So, I'm not worried about stuff like that. The thing I'm worried about with everybody free for all is much like we have the problem, or much like the problems we have now, is that people are growing crap weed and they think it's great. You go into any head shop that's like a grow shop place, right? And you get talking to them and people will bring little samples like, oh yeah, look what I grew. And the guy's like, you don't know a damn thing, man. You don't know what you're doing. Get that book, this gear, this is how to do it properly. Because people are growing all this chemical-laden, raggedy-ass weed, and they're selling it to people on the street. They're selling it to teenagers. They're selling it to old people. They're selling it to sick people.
No.
And it's not cool. I just wish people would take the time to grow it clean. I don't even necessarily mean organic, but just,
Flush it out.
clean.
Get rid of the chemical
Flush it really
salt.
good.
Yeah.
Flush it really good, Use lots of neem oil so you don't have a lot of dead in there, use a lot of neem so you don't get fungus, really control your environment so you don't get mold. This kind of stuff. But no, man, just fungicide that shit. Just pesticide that shit. Just pound it. Snap, crackle, and pop, baby. It's dog shit weed. It's skunky, chemical, stinking dog shit weed, and it really depresses me because it's like eating. It's just like eating, junk. It's like McDonald's is organic beef.
McDonald's doesn't have any beef in it.
It's just exactly. That's what I'm saying. It's just a lot of chemical crap. It's just dreadful. So this is what bothers me more about the free for all. I like the idea of, like I said, the only control I would really see is in terms of smell and in terms of sort of electrical, water, and chemical runoff. Because if every other house in the suburbs starts growing anything, pot, food, whatever, in their basement, starts dumping this stuff down the drain, the water, there's going to be algae blooms or whatever growing in our water systems and our lakes and rivers when all the sewage, our sewage treatment plants have to deal with all this stuff. And in Ottawa, every time we get more than like 2 inches of rain, our sewage treatment plant completely overflows and raw, untreated human toilet flushings go downriver toward Laurel and Hawkesbury and all points east and south.
Okay.
That's not good at all. Every time we get a heavy in Ottawa, and it's been like this for years, and I don't think they fixed it yet. We're talking 700,000 liters at a time.
And then people swim in those rivers. And people drink, the towns suck water out of those rivers.
Down to Carry On, yeah, exactly. Carry On Beach, yeah, they're pulling water out of there for their farms or whatever. It's just
disgusting.
It's disgusting.
Okay, to wrap things up, have either one of you have a final word that you would like to say?
Get out busy. We were just talking about this with Matt Myrna on his show before you called. Have conversations on the bus. Have conversations in the supermarket. Fake a phone conversation with your cell phone. You don't have anybody to call. Walk around the supermarket, blah, blah, blah. Pot cures cancer. You should have seen this woman on TV on the internet. Her breast was rotting right off. Her breast is all fine from the cannabis oil. Amazing thing, blah, blah, blah. Get out and get active and just get into conversations with people about marijuana because the fucking media is not going to do it.
Get involved and speak up. Christine?
Yes. Yep. Well, I'm pretty well much on the same page with Russell. It would be wonderful to see see more younger people get more active in their community as far as this goes, because just seeing young kids schlub around town wearing their pants halfway down their ass and
Shoes all untied and
scuffing-
whatnot.
yeah, and shuffling their feet and using their little iPads and their little cell phones to check out porn sites.
Yeah,
Like, come
get
on,
busy.
get more active in your community.
Yeah.
Please.
I've worn myself out
Yes,
doing this.
Okay,
Yes.
well, okay,
My-
well,
my
at this
husband-
moment, I'd like to say thank you
Oh,
to Russell and Christine for taking time to educate everyone on what's it like to live as a patient and as a cannabis advocate. I'd also like to. Oh, you're welcome.
Thank you for having us.
I'd also like to
Thanks
thank
for having us.
Marina and her staff
Mhm.
here at the Carp Diem Cafe in Peterborough, and everyone, yeah,
Yeah. Thank you so
and
much.
everyone present today. For those on YouTube who will be participating for being people advocating cannabis education. Thank you. Thank you, Marina. Thank you, Russell and Christine. We'll be talking with you two very soon. Okay, bye bye.
Sounds great.
Good
Take
night.
care. Good night.
Okay, Wayne, you did the last of the
I
bud.
did.
I don't know.
So it'll be Bob's turn.
I gave him kids and stuff.
Just going to
What?
from.
Hey, Bob.
Alright.
Because you're
Why?
next in
Because
line.
you're next in line.
You don't even have.
We're going around. Each person.
This got made bigger.
Alright. So, with these, okay, they have. Not only do these packages have child-proof labels on them or containers, but in some instances they are adult-proof as well. Here, Bob.
There's hair on mine.
Yeah, hair.
Yeah.
Traces
They
of
roll,
hair.
two of them rolled on the ground, and we have a dog.
Under the table.
Yeah, there's none inside the doobies.
Just gotta squeeze the two sides.
Well, you don't know that yet until you open it up.
Correct. There we go. Okay.
I was going to do that, but I left that.
Yeah, sure you were.
What do you want?
Okay, pull it out.
Oh, there's
There's two doobies in the container.
Yeah,
And
they're
they're
half
mine.
grams. They're 2 half-grams.
Are they half-gram doobies? Let's see them.
Yes.
Well, yeah. Put it here. Put it in it.
One looks like a 0.6 and one looks like a 0.4.
Okay, so what do we pass them around? And
Or 0.4 and
what we're
0.3.
looking at is how they look. This is number one. Okay, so the appeal. Overall visual appeal. Okay,
It's a doobie.
that's what you're looking at. Okay. This will speed things up. Doc, 'cause
I
you don't
didn't
have
think
to
you were
roll
going to
them.
give it to me.
What's that? Oh, do you want that back?
No, no.
Okay.
What do you want me to do with this?
Yeah.
Plate it?
Visual appeal. What do you think about the way it looks? Does it look good?
How do you people like it?
All right.
Looks like a doobie.
Okay, quality of the roll.
Smells like weed.
Selection of the rolling papers. Selection of the filter.
Oh, we got to do this.
Yeah.
Yeah,
We're gonna do this
yeah.
again.
Yeah.
7 more times.
Yeah. Well, we're gonna
Okay, visual
we'll have to
appeal.
stop for something to eat here.
It kind of look good. I'll take it as an 8.
Don't want people putting mustard on the doobies. Okay.
Good luck, you guys.
No,
All
I didn't
right.
do that.
Overall peel. You know, they don't look too bad. Okay. Yeah.
Let's see on the camera there, Al.
Okay, we're bringing it up.
You got to lift it above me. There you go. No, yep. There you go. All right.
Oh, I didn't look at the filter.
Okay, hang on. I'm holding it by the paper up top, so you can see the two doobies, right? Yeah, you wanted to see the filter, the paper. Okay. All right. You wanted to see that again? Anybody else want to? Anybody else want to see it?
Yeah, I haven't seen it yet.
Oh, sorry.
Well, I just kind of passed it.
You're right.
No,
You're
actually,
right,
I didn't
Bob
see it.
started.
I didn't see it.
Yeah.
Oh no, thanks. I'm driving.
And who knows? Maybe we'll find that you might not. It might. The quality of the roll might look good right now, but when we go to smoke it, it might be hard to draw.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, got a late one.
Oh no. Okay, we have to go around.
A dry taste, yeah.
Inhale. I'm gonna suggest to use both joints. One go one way, one go the other way.
Here.
That way, it just help it make it stronger.
You take
Yeah,
a
make
puff
it quicker.
and pass it that way.
Puff and pass.
Look for some flavors. Or
Don't light it.
Give me my lighter then.
No, just, you gotta pop it dry.
Dry draw. Just
first.
Yeah.
No fire yet.
No fire. Dry.
Oh.
Inhale.
Yeah, you can just taste it. Bob, you don't get the
Dry
light
inhale.
inhale.
Taste.
You just get the taste. The inhale.
Pretend you're smoking
Just
it.
pretend you're smoking it.
There should be something that you.
They're like trying to hide under the covers.
Maybe I'm gonna step on you.
Oh, okay. All right. Everybody's gonna go in to dress the burgers and stuff.
Get on that, Al.
Sorry.
No, it's not bad.
Oh, I still forgot. That you better come and see how these are working out. Or someone can come and tell me if they're getting there or done or what.
Also store bought. But the rib, prime rib.
No, it
Prime
isn't.
rib.
You're supposed
Not these ones.
you're supposed to light that
Well,
up.
that's what you showed me. In
I'm
the...
supposed to light it?
Oh, whoever. I don't know.
Okay,
what
now
Yeah.
are we done? Everybody's done. We've all had a dry toke.
Yeah.
And been able to judge that. Okay, so let's move on. Let's
So
light it.
number 5 was what you just did there with it not being lit.
I love the shit myself.
There you go.
I just fix it.
Okay, Bob.
Number
There's
6
what, 2
is-
joints, right?
We're gonna be lit up for this one. You gotta light her up.
Okay.
Hey,
You gotta light her up.
What I'm going to suggest is that
Where'd it go?
Oh, Deb's got one. The other one's on the plate.
we only need the one joint.
Right.
Then the second
Oh.
joint goes to the cook and we'll open the container.
He's lighting it.
He's lighting
Oh,
Sorry.
Dougie.
Not on this one. Bob decided to smoke his now.
all to himself.
He thought it was so good. He let this not go on.
That's cheating, Bob.
Oh,
Yeah,
Now he's going to start yelling at you.
Bit of a run.
Okay, so number 6, aroma to taste. Can you taste how it smells?
I'll give that a number.
And then the experience, harsh to smooth.
Yeah, he passed it. He passed it to me. Yeah. Yeah.
Ash color. Ash.
Ooh, there you go. There's the ash color. Anybody
Yeah.
want to take a look?
That's
Yeah.
all.
Hey, dark gray.
Heavy, chunky.
I think it's the darkest.
Effects and experience, pleasant to
Harsh.
not pleasant to pleasant.
Is it smooth?
Come on this way.
I haven't had
No,
enough
I don't
yet.
find it hard.
I'm just gonna have to check.
No, yeah, mine.
Overall enjoyment.
Okay, let's go to that.
I hear a lot of coughing now.
I choose to answer that when I get a drag off. Let's see if I see you quit. I want to see you cough first.
Pleasant.
So we're not going yet.
Alan, how do you turn your barbecue off? I'm just doing this.
Oh, just turn the dials to the off button spot. I'm coming.
Oh, that's what I got for you, little girl.
Oh, they're all off.
Who took the ashtray?
Al did.
Al does that all the time. This you're giving to me.
All right, 10. Overall enjoyment. You go out.
Oh, good so far.
It's all yours.
Oh, it's all mine.
It's very smoky over there, guys. What are you doing?
Yeah, it is, eh?
You want to take
Would you buy this product?
put the hamburgers in there and you take this?
Yeah, I guess. What? Oops. Or put a number in there, or yes?
Yes or no?
All right.
Okay.
Yes.
Whoever
And
is,
then the rest isn't even there.
as soon as you're done, Justin,
That's it.
you
That's
can
it?
run in and grab your burgers. And don't forget, there are donuts over there on the
What? No cheese slices?
donut. Oh, there's a grinder over there for you too. Okay.
Oh, is there?
Mhm. Grinders a compliment of Greenhouse Seed Company.
From 1994.
No idea. Guess the name brand of this product.
Yeah,
I think I have a couple too.
yeah. Products, just so you know the name, brands of the product. We'll review that again.
Sure.
And,
No, thanks.
everything that we've seen on here is
I got my cards right here.
know as a
Familiar
regular.
with it.
Yeah, I know like one or two because I go to cannabis events. But people like Bob who don't go to cannabis events, he wouldn't have a clue who these people are.
Yeah, and I don't know who these people are either.
Yeah, so they're growers, legacy growers. So that tells me that a lot of these were probably legacy growers that transcend
Yes.
into the legal market.
Oh, I know Castle Rock because Paul used to work there.
Oh yeah,
in Jamaica. Yeah.
yeah. There's probably 3, maybe 4 that I might know as I look at it.
I've heard
Okay,
of Freedom Cannabis,
okay.
but I don't know them.
Right here. There's. All right. Does anybody want any of this?
No.
No. Okay.
No,
If
no,
you want,
thank you.
go in and grab something to eat. People, they're gonna run.
Buddy
to
said
get
he's using the same grinder, Al.
burger. What's that?
Buddy is using the same grinder.
Is he?
Yeah, and I have a few too in my keepsake box.
Yeah. Hey, thanks for tuning in, staying in there, and tuning in all day. There, everybody eats.
He's doing what we're doing, but not
Yeah.
not with
Yeah.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Oh yeah, baby, that's lovely.
Good morning. It's August the 19th, and welcome to Psychedelics and Cannabis Educational News, your psychedelics and cannabis news source. Good day, Rev Cindy. How you doing?
Good morning, Al. I'm doing well. How are you?
Better. I'm better than what I was last week. Yeah, I was under the weather last week, and things are getting better.
That's good.
Yeah. Yeah, it brings me back to the desk, the news desk, so I can bring the news to everybody. And today we got 8 stories, 4 psychedelic stories, 4 cannabis stories, and we're going to learn one of those stories. We're going to learn about how to keep our cats and our dogs away from cannabis.
That's pretty cool.
That's pretty cool, because we know how the kitties like their catnip.
They love cannabis, don't they? Holy.
Yes. Plus, we're going to find out a bunch of other things throughout the broadcast. But before we get into that, anything new and exciting you want to mention?
Just the same old stuff. I'm studying, and I will be leaving you in a few weeks to head to Mexico.
Yes. And then you come back and do your exam?
No, I will do one exam while I'm there for one medicine, come back and do a second exam in Ontario for a second medicine, and then come home.
There you go. Travels. And some certificates on the way, right?
Yeah, exciting stuff.
All righty. Well, let's get started with the news. Our first story of the day is it's a follow-up in a way. It gives us a bit of an idea of in the past, we have talked about a patient by the name of Thomas Hartle on his fight for access to medical cannabis. Over the weekend, I received a message, and Thomas Hartle has passed.
Yes. Thomas lived in Saskatoon, in Saskatchewan. So coming to us from the Saskatoon Star Phoenix is the obituary for Thomas Hartle.
Yeah. He fought cannabis battle. Not cannabis. He fought his cancer for 10 years, his battle. He's survived by his wife and his children and lots of friends and stuff like that. He was a 56-year-old man who lived a successful life as a professional computer nerd. That's were his words. Until he was diagnosed with stage 4 cancer in 2016. After coping with cancer for years, he got involved with Therasville with the hopes of psilocybin treatment to alleviate his end-of-life anxiety. In 2020, he became Canada's first legal psilocybin patient. This treatment transformed his life, and he then made history by paving the way for others to access this life-saving treatment. He worked tirelessly to advocate for other cancer patients, sometimes doing interviews or podcasts from his hospital bed. He was so passionate for this cause.
And we appreciate his passion.
Yes.
In lieu of flowers, there is a GoFundMe set up by Therasville themselves for the Thomas Hartle Memorial Fund. Please honor his memory by donating to this worthy cause. Every penny counts, and allow his advocacy for psilocybin-assisted therapy to continue to those in need. And if you're in Saskatoon, his service will be held on September 6th in the afternoon, 2 p.m. So if you're there and would like to pay respects to Thomas, that is the date and time of his funeral. It will be held at the Saskatoon Funeral Home, which I'm pretty sure is easy to look up.
Yeah, and just so you know, they are doing a service virtually. It's going to be live streamed as well.
Yeah, so you can join over the internet if you wish.
Yes, correct. Thomas, as I mentioned, he was an advocate for access to psilocybin for patients. And for people who may not know or may only know a little bit, the fact that this fellow waited over 500 days for the government to approve his access to psilocybin and then turn him down. So wrong.
Yeah.
So
yeah, I have life-threatening cancer. I have 3 months to live. Can you please help me? We'll get back to you eventually.
Yeah, exactly. So Thomas is gone. He's no longer with us, but he will be with us a lifetime in the battle because he'll always be used as an example, example of what the fight
for this access.
Yeah.
All right, on to our next story. And let me get that lined up. There we go.
Clicking buttons. Coming to us from Marijuana Moment, top federal health officials highlights growing evidence. I went to the wrong one. Okay, let's start again. The next story coming to us from Stratcan. I got this one right. U.S. governor blames legalization efforts in Florida on Canada.
Yeah, he blames it on Canada. What? Canada's catching strays in a fight between Florida governor and a Florida-based cannabis company. Florida governor and failed U.S. presidential candidate Ron DeSantis recently lashed out at U.S. cannabis MSO Trulieve, calling them a Canadian company.
The governor is pushing back against a proposed amendment in Florida, Amendment 3, that if passed would allow the possession of up to 3 ounces of cannabis for non-medical purposes, with no more than 5 grams in concentrated form for those who are 21 years old and up. How ridiculous is this, that we would let our Constitution basically be rent-seeking for some Canadian marijuana company, DeSantis said during a speech at the Republican National Convention this past July. He says, I mean, give me a break.
Yeah, get us a break, that's right. He said legalizing cannabis would mess up the state, damaging quality of life, claiming Colorado's efforts have failed and complaining that Denver smells of marijuana.
Yeah.
He says, and he claims that that's just the reality. We've seen it in practice in a lot of these places. It hasn't delivered what they said it was going to deliver.
So you've got a retirement state, dude. People are full of arthritis there. Cannabis could really help your constituents.
Oh, but it won't improve your quality of life.
Oh, no, not at all. DeSantis and other Republicans have been attacking the amendment on various grounds for weeks. The newest attack is odd because while Trulieve is connected to Canada through a reverse takeover that allowed them to be listed on the Canadian Stock Exchange, the company is and always has been well known for being based in Florida. The connection to Canada is one several American cannabis companies have taken to be publicly listed since federal prohibition in the U.S. would prevent it from being listed on that country's stock exchanges.
According to Tallahassee Democrat Trulieve spokesperson Steve Vancourt said in an email, the only connection to Canada is a holding company that was formed so that stocks can be publicly traded. Trulieve Cannabis Corp is not the license, nor has it. The holding company made a single donation to the Smart and Safe Florida campaign.
Yeah, Smart and Safe Florida is an organization backing the proposed amendment. The majority of the funds that have gone to Smart and Safe Florida, the newspaper reports, come from Florida's Trulieve Incorporated, which is around $60 million US.
The fact of the matter is that Trulieve is Florida born. Our products are Florida grown, and we are headquartered in Florida, with most of our nearly 4,000 employees living here as well, says their CEO, Kim Rivers, in a statement. There you go. Yeah, those nasty Canadians got their cannabis growing here.
Watch out for us.
Yes, watch out for us, exactly.
Yeah,
all right.
Smoke a joint and relax on the couch. Uh-oh.
Yeah, exactly. All right, on to the next story.
Okay, I can talk about this one now. Coming to us from Marijuana Moment, top federal health officials highlights growing evidence psilocybin can treat addiction, depression, and more.
Yes, maybe this needed to go over to the SAP program here in Canada so Thomas could have got access to his medicine.
Yeah.
The head of the National Institutes of Health says there's a growing evidence that psilocybin could represent a novel therapy option in the treatment of substance misuse, depression, anxiety, and other mental health conditions. While NIH Director Monica Bortoganelli cautioned that the agency is not advising people to use the psychedelic for recreational purposes, initial studies looking into its therapeutic potential has shown promising results, especially as it concerns plasticity in the brain that could help address major mental health disorders.
Absolutely, it can. Psilocybin comes with health risks and isn't recommended for recreational use. Golly gosh, some of these lines are really hard for me to read, she said. But there's growing evidence under the right conditions, its effects on the brain might be harnessed in the future to help treat substance use disorders or mental illnesses. Burton and Golly specifically cited an NIH-supported study published in the journal Nature last month that involved MRI brain mapping of people who took psilocybin in a medically supervised setting. The research supported findings from earlier studies involving animals that found the psychedelic makes key brain areas more adaptable, or plastic, which is what neuroplasticity is.
The NIH-backed study, conducted by researchers at Washington University School of Medicine in St. Louis, examined brain functioning among healthy adults who were first administered doses of psilocybin and methylphenidate, the genetic version of the prescription of methamphetamine Ritalin. 6 to 12 months later, they were brought back and given a dose of psilocybin alone.
Comparisons on the brain images revealed profound and widespread but temporary changes to the brain's functional networks. Burton Agali said in a blog that was published this past Thursday. While an individual's functional brain network is typically as distinctive as a fingerprint, psilocybin made the participants' brain network look so similar in the scans that the researchers couldn't tell them apart. For all the participants, psilocybin desynchronized the brain's default mode network and interconnected, which is an interconnected set of brain areas that are most active when people are daydreaming or otherwise not engaged in any focused goal-directed mental activity. By comparison, the DMN, the default mode network, remains stable after study participants took methylphenidate. Once the effects of psilocybin wore off, brain function returned almost to its original state. However, the researchers did note small but potential important differences in each participant's brain scans after taking psilocybin that remained for weeks.
The NIH director said the study's findings suggest that more subtle, longer-term effects they observed might indicate that the brain is more flexible in the weeks following a dose of psilocybin in ways that would allow for a healthier state. This may help explain preliminary research showing that showing that psilocybin may have benefits for treating substance use disorders as well as depression, anxiety, and other mental health conditions, she says.
While encouraging the study results should not be seen as a reason to try psilocybin without clinician supervision or use it to self-medicate, she stressed, the drug medicine is not proven or approved as a treatment for any condition, and its unsupervised use comes with serious risks. Told you, some of these things are hard to read.
I'm sure.
The researchers hope that with much more clinical study of how and why the medicine affects individuals in the powerful ways that it does, this kind of research may one day lead to a greater understanding of the human brain and promising new interventions that improve mental health.
Like the top NIH official, National Institute on Drug Abuse, NIDA director Nora Folkow, said last year that there is emerging evidence that psychedelics can carry significant potential as therapeutic treatments for certain mental health conditions, and it's a topic of great interest for researchers. The new blog post from the NIH director, meanwhile, also comes as the Food and Drug Administration faces criticism for declining to approve the MDMA-assisted therapy for the treatment of conditions such as PTSD after an agency advisory committee recommended against approval earlier this year.
Bipartisan lawmakers separately staged an event at the U.S. Capitol calling for the MDMA approval and also launched an art installation memorializing military veterans who died by suicide. A U.S. Department of Veterans Affairs official also said this month that the agency has produced stunning and robust results from the first ever clinical trial into MDMA therapy. She is also applauding Senator Kristen Sinema, who recently visited a VA research facility for her knowledge of the psychedelic literature and all of the relevant issues.
Meanwhile, FDA recently withdrew a request for White House permission to conduct a study about the risk of using kratom and psychedelics amid a rapid resurgence of public interest in the substances. Advocates are celebrating the news about criticizing the initial request as another example of FDA bias against harm reduction options.
Also, the U.S. House of Representatives recently approved amendments to a large-scale spending bill that would authorize VA doctors to issue medical cannabis recommendations to military veterans and support psychedelic research and access. The Senate Appropriations Committee also recently passed report language for appropriations legislation conveying concerns about restrictions on cannabis and psychedelics research imposed by current prohibition.
There you go. As you said, for you, some of that is hard to read. That goes back to, you can say right back to us as cannabis advocates. A lot of the news and stuff that we were reading was always negative against cannabis, and we're going, hey, well, it's not all what you're reading about, right?
Yeah. No, I am walking, talking proof that psychedelics can help people heal and rebuild their lives. So it hurts to read something that says mushrooms can be bad. Like, no.
Yeah. So they say cannabis can be addictive and it'll take over your life. Meanwhile, we use cannabis as a way to get people off of harder drugs, right?
Yep, absolutely.
All right, on to the last story before we head to break.
Okie dokie. Yeah, coming to us from Parkinson's Europe. 30% of people use coffee and cannabis for Parkinson's, study finds.
Yes, I had a patient that was dealing with Parkinson's that I was working with, and yes, they saw a benefit. A study recently published in the Journal of Parkinson's has discovered that more than 1/3 of people with Parkinson's using natural health products help treat their condition's symptoms. The results of this study also revealed, however, that a worrying percentage of these people are not revealing that they're healthcare professionals, that they're using products like coffee, turmeric, and cannabis for Parkinson's. The authors include Sandra Diad, who I can't pronounce, with the University of Laval in Canada, and Professor Bas Bloem from Radboud University of Medical Center in the Netherlands. They surveyed 367 people with Parkinson's from across the Netherlands, all whom are part of the Prime NL, which is the Proactive and Integrated Management and Empowerment of Parkinson's Disease database.
Wow. The goal of the study was not to find out about the prevalence of using natural health products to alleviate Parkinson's symptoms, but also to discover if respondents were aware of potential interactions between natural health products and their Parkinson's medication, and whether they discussed using natural health products with their doctor. The results showed that 36% of respondents confirmed they were using natural health aids like coffee and cannabis for Parkinson's. Of these, coffee was the most popular product in use, followed by cannabis and then turmeric. Other supplements used included velvet bean and chamomile. 39% of natural health product users were aware of possible interactions with prescribed Parkinson's medications, and only 39% of users had discussed these supplements with their healthcare providers.
Oh, I got cat claws in my leg. Coffee, a natural health aid?
Yes.
I've never heard it used as that. Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's great. One of the best things that you can do with coffee actually is inhale it. Make a fresh pot of coffee and spill it. It's actually really good for you.
Oh, okay, yeah. The results of the survey led the study to make two recommendations. Firstly, that there is the need for additional research efforts into the health benefits and safety of these products, and secondly, that open discussions with their healthcare providers are encouraged to ensure efficacy and safety. A previous study by the Michael J. Fox Foundation in the U.S. during 2022 showed that of almost 2,000 people surveyed, 70% were using medical cannabis for Parkinson's, but a third hadn't yet told their doctors. I know the patient I was dealing with did talk to the doctor about it.
Yeah, it's a big choice to talk to your doctor about it. But if you're really lucky, you'll get somebody who's open to listening and watching how things go. I was extremely lucky.
Yeah, and this fellow was in his 80s, early 80s.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
As well as here at Parkinson's Europe, the Michael J. Fox Foundation are among several prominent Parkinson's organizations, including the Parkinson's Foundation in the US, Fight Parkinson's in Australia, and Parkinson's UK, who have urged people to exercise caution around using cannabis for Parkinson's, citing a lack of current evidence into its efficacy and safety. Our research manager, Amelia Hersey, explains, with homeopathic and natural products treatments, it's rare to be able to purchase products over the counter that have a high enough concentration level of the active compound to have a therapeutic effect. For instance, using cannabinoids or CBD, an active ingredient in cannabis that is derived from the hemp plant specifically, as a relaxant can work. However, knowing what the concentration is within the item you consume and how much you would need to have the therapeutic effect is very hard to evaluate.
Well, that's where if you got labels and testing and stuff like that to tell you what's in there, but yeah.
Yep.
Parkinson's UK is currently running a research trial to see if CBD can be used by people with Parkinson's to treat hallucinations and delusions. There is decidedly mixed consensus about how effective coffee is as treatment for Parkinson's symptoms, though.
While some studies suggest that caffeine might help slow the development of symptoms, other research found that certain symptoms improved when treated with caffeine, but others got slightly worse. A more recent study, which appeared in the Annals of Neurology journal in May of 24, concluded that caffeine does not improve symptoms.
Turmeric, it's a spice made from the ground root stock of the curcuma plant, and an active ingredient of turmeric is curcumin, which has long believed to have medical properties. An article in Science of Parkinson's gave an excellent explainer of how and why turmeric has been thought to help certain Parkinson's symptoms, which include its antitoxic and anti-inflammatory and neuroprotective properties. Were also previously reported on a Japanese study in which turmeric oils could be beneficial in treating Parkinson's. And I can hear the doggy upstairs saying, "Let me out." It's good thing we're going for a break.
Yes.
So there you go. Patients that are using Parkinson patients using cannabis as well as coffee and turmeric. But cannabis is the number 2 thing that people have been going to. And as I mentioned, I was working with a patient in his early 80s. And their daughter told me that they couldn't believe that when they saw him shaving by himself and his hand wasn't shaking.
Yeah. It's pretty amazing to watch this medicine work, no matter what it is working against. I still love. One of my favorite things is somebody who's fighting cancer and you trying to fight it naturally, and they get that report that it is in remission or gone, and that's just one of the most beautiful reports.
And it's just like any other medicine. It doesn't work for everybody.
No.
Right?
And it doesn't work against everything. But
correct.
Even for that stuff that it doesn't work against, it can help with quality of life. It's beautiful.
Exactly. All right, break time. Time to medicate. CD and I will be right back after our session. You're watching Psychedelics and Cannabis Educational News here at paceradio.net.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net. Camelford Lifestyle Shop. Open Monday to Friday from 10 till 7 p.m. or by chance. Check out our flags, our t-shirts, plus our hats. And look of that supply of rolling papers, plus much more. We've got bongs and your favorite herbal vaporizers. Look at all the incense we have, as well as for those who collect knives, check out these knives in our collection. And while you're here, stop in to see Shay at the piercing room, where you can get poked by Shay. Daily deals, check them out. Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford, Ontario.
When you have a pain that's reached its peak, legacy for 20, it's so unique. If organic cannabis is what you seek, here's your trusted partner 7 days a week. Suppository salves, vapes and drops, topicals, edibles, infused pop. Just when life seems like it ain't easy, at Legacy 420 enjoy a pop freezy. Lab tested products make them the GOAT. Legacy 420 out on your road. Legacy 420 in Tyendinaga Mohawk territory. Indigenous organic cannabis at its finest.
What do you find at paceradio.net? People advocating cannabis education.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
We're back from a medication session in your live with psychedelics and cannabis education. Well, Cindy, we've got the first half in,
We did.
but the trend continues. We're going mushrooms or psychedelics, and then we're going cannabis. So we'll start off this section with an update on what's going on just down the road from me in Kingston, Ontario.
Yeah, coming to us from CBC News, new research center in Kingston looks to answer questions about psychedelics and healthcare.
That's right. Canadians have seen a lot of hopeful headlines about psychedelics in recent years, as evidence indicating they can help people suffering from treatment-resistant conditions continues to grow. One woman with chronic pain is fighting to get her insurer to cover ketamine treatments in Halifax. In Manitoba, there's a waiting list for people seeking treatment with psilocybin. Psychotherapists in BC have undergone training to use MDMA, commonly known as ecstasy, on patients experiencing post-traumatic stress disorder.
And a new Canadian psychedelics research center opened in Kingston, Ontario last week. Psychedelics show a lot of promise in healthcare and have been used by Indigenous communities around the world for centuries, said the center's director, who is a psychiatrist and researcher, and that's Dr. Claudio Soares. In the place that I grew up, for instance, in Brazil, ayahuasca is used in the Amazon rainforest in religious ceremonies, she says.
But because it's a new field, scientists are still working to answer some basic questions about the use of psychedelics. Who should take them and under what conditions? The Centers of Psychedelics Health and Research, a joint project of Kingston's Providence Care and Queen's University, is expected to build an existing research at Queen's.
Among other things, researchers want to learn whether psychedelics can serve as a treatment on their own. Two schools of thought are being tested, Dr. Soares says. The first focuses on using psychotherapy along with psychedelics.
The second tries to determine whether the experience of tripping and the use of therapy techniques are necessary in order for a patient to reap the benefits of psychedelics. So it sounds like they're going to do a study of just the psychedelics, and then they're going to do a study with the therapy involved with the psychedelics to see which way it works, which is yeah. It's also it's almost like you have a surgical approach to an injury and you have a psychotherapy approach for an injury. I would say there's no right or wrong, according to Torres.
Yeah, but one Kingston healthcare professional said they worry about how well the research center will take care of its patients. CBC agreed to give them confidentiality due to their concerns about professional repercussions. Providence Care runs a ketamine clinic at the hospital of the same name in Kingston.
The healthcare professional said the high-pressure environment of a medical clinic is not a good one for patients experiencing the malleable state brought on by ketamine. The clinic is treating ketamine as a chemical, he said. People come out of the clinic, were confused. They're not sure how to make sense of it. They don't know how to navigate the experience.
And that's where integration afterwards comes in. Dr. Argel Aguilar-Valles, a neuroscientist at Carleton University, said that how a person reacts to their environment does affect the results of treatment with psychedelics. Usually, if a person feels safe and secure in the environment, the experience tends to be very positive, he said. That's where usually you see signs of effective treatment. And we have known that for quite a long time.
Yeah, I can see that. Yeah, for sure. He said some researchers want to learn if tripping on psychedelics is therapeutically necessary, but their work involves microdosing, giving patients doses that are too low to cause them to trip. The ketamine clinic at Providence Care is giving its patients a dose high enough to cause them to trip, the unknown healthcare professional said.
Yeah. I think the trip is actually part of the medicine, personally speaking. They said they work to prepare their patients for the experience at the clinic, but that's something the clinic should be doing itself. They said the clinic staff should also take a psychedelics first aid course. Soares said he can understand that healthcare professionals' concerns because the clinic uses the medical model of ketamine for depression, which is not integrated with psychotherapy. It should be.
There's probably opportunities lost there to capture what's happening with those patients under ketamine and explore that with them, or at least be able to be aware and sensitive to that experience that can be probably more intense for some patients than others. He says he plans to reach out to colleagues and suggest that they collect information about the patient's experience on ketamine to look for comfort themes so they can share the information with patients and other researchers.
I think there's probably opportunities for enriching the experience of the academy and clinic, he said. The research center will gather professionals from multiple disciplines, Soran said, and there will be opportunities for cross-training and sharing experiences.
Kingston psychotherapist Richard Toy said he is happy to see the research expand because he has seen firsthand how effective the safe use of psychedelics can be. A lot of traditional therapy is just talking about problems and not really going into the current, into the emotional content or the somatic or the body experience of it, Toy says, and that's where psychedelics can really help. Well, there we go. Yeah, because we first reported when that clinic got the approval. So now it's got a little bit more information on what they're going to be doing.
Interesting.
All right. As we said at the beginning of the show, we were going to talk about how to keep your cats and your dogs away from your cannabis.
That's right. So coming to us from cannabis.net, how do I keep my cat and dog away from my marijuana plants?
Keeping cats and dogs out of your cannabis garden is essential for protecting your plants and ensuring a successful harvest. Pets can inadvertently cause significant damage by digging, urinating, or defecating near the plants, which can lead to nutrient imbalances and stunted growth. Additionally, the presence of pets can cause an unsafe environment for both the plants and the animals themselves. Cannabis plants contain compounds that can be toxic to pets if ingested, leading to serious health issues. Therefore, it is crucial to implement effective strategies to keep these furry friends away from your garden while ensuring their well-being. This article is going to explore various methods of effectively deterring cats and dogs from your cannabis garden by employing a combination of physical barriers, natural repellents, training techniques, and monitoring strategies. You can create a safe and thriving environment for your cannabis plants and ensure the well-being of your plants. So there you go.
Yes.
Personally, I don't let the animals into the garden. Period.
Yes, like you should do your best to not let them in. There are fencing options. You can install a proper fence using chicken wire. Is a cost-effective and efficient method to keep pets out. It is flexible and can be easily shaped to fit your garden's layout. You can bury the bottom of the fence at least 15 centimeters deep to prevent digging. This is crucial as many dogs instinctively dig when they sense something interesting below the surface. Ensure the fence stands at least 100 centimeters tall. The height is essential to deter both cats and dogs, as many breeds can jump high. And lay the chicken wire flat.
Yeah. With chicken wire flat on the ground around the perimeter of your garden, the sharp edges of the wire will make it uncomfortable for pets to walk on, effectively discourage them from entering. They say consider aesthetic solutions, and if you prefer to move a more visual appeal option, consider installing a wooden privacy fence or a chain link fence. These fences can enhance your garden's appearance while providing effective barriers. Ensure that any fence you choose stands at least 2.4 meters tall to prevent even the most determined pets from jumping over.
Repellent plants and scents. Plant repellent species. Incorporate plants known to repel cats and dogs, such as citronella, marigolds, lavender, rue, rosemary, eucalyptus, and lemongrass.
Oh, really? Eh? Let's see. You went through all this there. U.S. Now use natural repellents. They suggest citrus peels. Scatter peels around the base of the plants. The scent is often unappealing to both cats and dogs. And coffee grinds. You can sprinkle used coffee grinds around the garden. They can act as a natural deterrent while enriching the soil. I was going to say, you're feeding your soil with some of those coffee grounds.
Yeah.
You're doing that. Yeah.
Motion activated devices, like a motion activated sprinkler. These devices can effectively deter pets by startling them with a sudden burst of water when they enter the garden. This unexpected spray can condition pets to associate the garden with unpleasant experience. Be mindful to adjust the settings to ensure that the sprinklers do not overwater your plants, as excessive moisture can lead to root rot and other issues.
Ultrasound animal repellers. So they say these devices emit high frequency sounds that are unpleasant to animals but typically inaudible to the humans. The sound is triggered by motion sensors activating when a pet approaches the garden. Now, they also suggest training and supervision. So you train your dogs to help them to avoid specific areas. Use positive enforcement techniques such as treats and praise to encourage them to stay away from the garden.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it says, is THC safe for pets? Not always. I know some dogs that are like, they can't even have like a little tiny.
Well, yeah. Well, I know talking with Ollie dog there, as I say, a little there in order for everything to work together, but it's not enough in order to get them stoned.
Yeah. Absolutely. Provide a designated area for digging and play. This can help satisfy the natural instincts without causing damage to your cannabis plants. And manage your cats. Keep indoor litter boxes clean to discourage cats from seeking alternative bathroom spots in your garden. For outdoor cats, create a sand-based area where they can relieve themselves, and this will help divert their attention away from your cannabis plants.
Now protecting your pets. Cannabis can be toxic to pets if ingested. Common symptoms of toxicity include large lethargy, vomiting, incoordination, and in severe cases, coma. Be aware of the signs of cannabis intoxicity and seek veterinary assistance immediately if you subject your pet is ingested to any part of the plant. And as we're seeing, dogs do get stoned on roaches, right?
Yeah. My grand dog actually ended up very, very sick. He's one of those dogs that can't have any of it. It affects him very badly. The easiest way to make sure they don't get into it is keep products out of reach. Pretty simple. Store all cannabis plants and products safely away from your pets. This includes not only the pets themselves, but also or plants themselves, but also any edibles or oils that may contain THC. I mean, even topicals. An old friend's dog used to get into the topical, and this dog could eat his cannabis no problem. So he would eat like the little jar of topical that had like 1 gram in it, and then like lay there for 12 hours on his back with his belly up in the air, loving life. It was crazy.
Yeah, so in the end, they say keeping dogs and cats out of your cannabis garden requires a multifaceted approach that combines physical barriers, natural repellents, and proper training. Install fencing and utilizing chicken wire can create effective barriers to deter pets from accessing your garden while incorporating plants with strong scents that can make the areas less appealing to them. Additionally, providing designated play areas of your pets and positive reinforcement techniques to train them to avoid the garden are crucial steps in maintaining a harmonious coexistence between your plants and furry friends. And don't forget to keep an eye on things as well. And not covered in that story is the indoor garden. And the best advice I would give there is keep the door closed.
Pretty easy.
Yeah. And then they don't get into it, right?
Yeah.
I always worried about them just bringing in pests.
Yeah, that would be my worry too. Like something came in on the animal.
Yeah, that was my concern. I wasn't too worried about, depends on the size of your pots. But if you're growing indoors, it's pretty hard for a cat to get up onto a pot and take a dump in it. I'm sure it happens, right?
Yeah.
So, alrighty, on to the next story.
Coming to us from Mugglehead Magazine, Mums on Mushrooms, group advocates for microdosing, ditching SSRIs.
Yes, a 48-year-old woman and her friend used to tour around the United States performing as a comedic duo before the coronavirus threw a wrench in their plans. They had they had to cancel dozens of shows and the business fell apart. The pandemic brought a series of other issues with it too, but they managed to find something that would help them keep them in good spirits. Magic mushrooms.
Tracy T, who's a former comedian and founder of the online platform Mums on Mushrooms, has received some recent attention in the media for her offbeat psychedelic support group. Notably, the CNBC published a story about her last weekend. T tried psilocybin for the first time during a camping trip the year COVID reared its ugly head and was blown away by it. It was just the most confirming, life-affirming night, she said about her experience back in 2020.
Prior to that, she had been taking SSRI antidepressants to cope with parenting difficulties, the lingering impact of a car accident, anxiety, menopause, and other issues. She knew she wanted to wean herself off of that medication and subsequently did so with the help of psychedelic fungi.
Mums need healthier coping mechanisms, T feels. She says that during her time as a comedian, performing the mother-orientated pump and dump shows with her accomplice, she discovered that a lot of moms were coping with their issues in unhealthy ways. This realization was unsettling. Seeing that they were using booze, pills, and other devilish things to cope with their broken marriages, trauma, and other problems helped inspire her to create the mushroom platform too. T wants to help other mums to benefit from psilocybin.
The Mums on Mushrooms aims to destigmatize psychedelics, particularly for mothers. We can't move forward in healing and raising our consciousness if we're smothered in fear, guilt, shame, and old programming around the use of psychedelics, T says.
She believes usage of the plant sacraments should be considered sacred and respected. Psychedelics are not a cure-all and require integration work after usage, she thinks. This happens with continued education, conversation, and dedication to using plant medicine as an ally and guide, she explains, rather than viewing it as a quick fix, magic bullet, or crutch.
T's Mushroom Initiative has been featured on Piers Morgan's Uncensored, Dr. Phil, Rolling Stones, and other various news outlets. Moms for Mushrooms offers a series of courses, too. They include Microdosing 101, Macrodosing for Moms, and Rooted in Rising, an educational program on psychoactive toadstools for women over 60.
Nice. Oh boy, well that's a cool story. I liked that one.
There you go.
Yeah, Mom's
Yeah,
on-
and reaching the bigger media, stuff like that. It's good to know.
Yep.
As we always say, people sharing their stories, sharing their experiences is how others can learn.
That's right.
Right. Alrighty, last story of the day. I think I'm hearing rain out there.
Yeah, this is coming to us from NIST News. NIST researchers to test new approach for detecting cannabis in the breath.
Yeah, this would be interesting. They've been trying to do this for years now. With cannabis now outpacing alcohol as Americans' daily drug of choice, there is a critical need for a scientifically validated breath test to detect the recent use of the substance in drivers. But developing such a breath test has proved a significant challenge.
As it ever. Last year, researchers of the National Institute of Standards, and Technology, the NIST, and the University of Colorado found that a single breath test may not be reliable in detecting recent cannabis use because cannabis can linger in the body for weeks, making it difficult to distinguish between past and present use. Now, these researchers are considering a new approach. 2 breath tests administered within roughly an hour of each other. If their research is successful, it could lead to a roadside test for cannabis use that involves 2 breath tests given at a specified interval apart.
So if they suspect that, you'd have to wait like an hour in between each breath test?
Yeah, you got to sit there on the side of the road, I guess.
Yeah.
Well, so do they.
That's what it sounds like. This potentially paradigm challenging, said NIST materials research engineer Kavita Giraj. If successful, it could pave the way for on-the-spot detection of recent cannabis use by law enforcement. Breath tests for alcohol have been around for nearly a century. They detect ethanol, which is exhaled in a gaseous vapor and correlates with the amount of ethanol in the blood.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Be quiet, Cindy, and read. The THC, the main psychoactive ingredient in cannabis, is present in the breath at a much smaller concentration than ethanol. NIST chemical engineer Tara Lovestand has likened detecting it to looking for a needle in the haystack. In addition, the body breaks down and eliminates cannabis much more slowly than ethanol. NIST and University of Colorado researchers have found that the amount of THC in regular cannabis users' breath on days they don't smoke can sometimes be similar to the amount an hour after they've used cannabis. This makes it challenging to distinguish recent and past cannabis consumption among regular users. But I still go back to the fact that they want us to sit there for an hour. This is not something that's easy to do. It's not comparable to the breathalyzer for alcohol at all.
No, let's see if they say anything about that hour. Currently, when police pull over a driver they suspect of cannabis impairment, they typically use a battery of roadside tests, such as heel-to-toe walking or repeating a sentence correctly. But field sobriety tests, as they are called, can be imprecise, weren't designed for cannabis, and according to a recent study, can lead to false positives. A reliable breath test for cannabis is both a public safety and equity issue, says Lovestead.
People can also request that the driver pass a blood test, but that may require obtaining a warrant, which usually can't be done on site and may take hours. And by then, I'm going to smoke another joint. Blood tests may also have a similar problem to breath tests in that cannabis lingers in the bloodstream. Daily cannabis users may maintain elevated levels of THC in their blood for days.
Several breath tests are currently being piloted by law enforcement agencies across the country, but there's still no scientific consensus on whether they work. While NIST doesn't itself develop breathalyzers or breath tests. It does provide guidance and technical expert on best measurement practices to other government agencies and private industry. In 2019, researchers at the University of California, San Francisco reported that THC levels in the breath of people who smoke cannabis fell by about 95% over 3 hours after use. According to the Kavita Jurij, this suggests that sharply falling THC levels in breath may be unique to recent cannabis use. Individuals who have used cannabis days earlier yet still have traces of THC in their breath may not experience either the same amount or the same rate of decline. So the telling sign here is the quick acceleration of the decline.
Yes. Yeah. In theory, 2 tests given at different times could determine whether a significant fall off in THC levels was occurring in the driver's breath. It is still not known how far apart the tests would need to be given. Ideally, it would be as short as possible, Jaguar said. Whether 2 breath tests spaced 20 or 30 minutes apart would be feasible or practical for drivers and law enforcement officers is an open question and outside the study's scope.
There you go. That's our answer to that question. 2 breath tests pilot study is being undertaken as part of a $1.5 million interagency agreement between NIST and the National Institute of Justice, part of the U.S. Department of Justice. NIST is carrying out the study in collaboration with the University of Colorado, Boulder.
Yeah, so here's how the study will work. Approximately 45 individuals between 25 and 50 years old are being recruited from the Denver and Boulder, Colorado areas. Researchers will assign half the participants a THC-based strain of flower and half a THC-based cannabis concentrate. They will purchase the medicine independently and use it in their homes to ensure compliance with federal laws. Participants can use as little or as much of the cannabis as they wish.
When they're done, they will immediately come to the mobile pharmacology laboratory operated by the University of Colorado Boulder and park near their homes. Over 2 hours, they will complete 10 breath tests at set time intervals apart. Even though participants are taking multiple breath tests, the study's main goal is to find the ideal timing between the 2 breath tests. The breath samples will be analyzed for THC chemical compounds produced when the body breaks down the THC and selected natural compounds found in cannabis plants. They will also provide blood samples and a complete questionnaire on cannabis use.
Enrolling participants, carrying out the experiment, and analyzing the results are expected to take several years. The ultimate goal is to develop a reliable tool that supports fair law enforcement and helps keep our roads safe, says Cinnamon Bidwell, who's the associate professor and co-director of CU Change, a research center at the University of Colorado Boulder that studies health and risk behavior.
There you go. Breath tests by timing it by how quickly the cannabis leaves your system.
Interesting.
Okay. That's different. That's different for sure. Never seen anything like that. All right, Rev Cindy, anything you want to mention? Bring up anything before we say goodbye?
No, I think I'm good.
Think you're good? Okay. All right. All right. Just thought I'd check. Other than that, we will see everybody, or I will see everybody on Thursday. But from the Legacy420.com news desk, that's our Pace News report for today. Thanks to our buds at the Camelford Lifestyle Shop, Legacy420.com, Limestone City Hydroponics at ease.ca. In closing, we'd like to say thank you for watching, and don't forget to educate, medicate, and do not incarcerate.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own, and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
When you have a pain that's reached its peak, legacy for 20, it's so unique. If organic cannabis is what you seek, here's your trusted partner 7 days a week. Suppository salves, vapes and drops, topicals, edibles, infused pop. Just when life seems like it ain't easy, at Legacy 420 enjoy a pop freezy. Lab tested products make them the GOAT. Legacy 420 out on your road. Legacy 420 in Tyndonega Mohawk territory. Indigenous organic cannabis at its finest.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net.
Are you looking for non-stop, continuous cannabis and psychedelic programming? If you are, then turn your browsers to 420radio.ca or paceradio.net, where you will find the 420 Pace re-rolled Saturday. Everything gets started at 8 a.m. Eastern Saturday morning. Stay tuned. We'll be back after this toke.
How you doing? How was the lounge?
The lounge is amazing. Boveda and their products and how they sponsored this lounge. Kudos to Boveda. Loving the consumption vibe in Canada. Being an American, coming to Canada and just being able to experience real quality tested products of so many different varieties and of so many different cultivators and processors and different products that we just don't have. And it's just such a total experience here in Canada. And I love Canadian cannabis. So Nikki and the Plant is all about advocacy and educating and bringing awareness to invisible disabilities and invisible
Exactly. And, some people think, well, people are aware about medical cannabis, but there's a lot of people out there, and there's still a lot of people who don't know.
So many people don't know what they don't know. And when I say that, I genuinely mean it because I was one of those people. I was very much, I was a nurse and I got hurt with a traumatic brain injury. And if you would have told me your child was using cannabis to manage their seizures, I would have like called Child Protective Services. Like, you would have been in jeopardy of losing your child because of my misinformation. And now that I know it, I literally can't stop talking about it. And I literally share it. I don't care if I'm on a bus, I don't care if I'm on a plane, a train, talking to the I just live.
Exactly. I know exactly what you mean. And I even wear cannabis shirts out and about in the general public because I believe a t-shirt is like a walking sidewalk sign, and it creates a conversation. You could be in line at a grocery store or a close convenience store.
So we have in the States, a big brand is Buy Weed from Women. And so, like, when you have a Buy Weed from Women bag on you, I can't even tell you how many conversations that starts. It's a really big thing. I really need them to polka dot it for me, though, because legit, cannabis connects my dots, and that's my brand. So if we could get a polka dotted accessory bag, I think that would be great. Buy Weed from Women. Well, everything about me is polka dots, Al. I mean, like, cannabis connects the dots. So, like my card has all these terpenes on it, and it allows people to learn about terpenes and minor cannabinoids and bioavailability. So
That's nice, very nice. That's a card.
yeah, people save it. So
Yeah, it's important information that's on there. So many people just think of THC.
that's the mistake. This market, especially in Canada, is obsessed with high THC numbers. Like America actually is kind of calming down from that compared to what Canada is. Like, they're learning about the cannabis terpenes and the different aspects of the plant. It's not just about one component that, quote, makes you high. I don't care if it's 15%. If it's got the right terp profile for me, it works phenomenally. So it's all about those terps, Al.
Yeah, very important, very important. All right, Nikki, I'm gonna let you go. You can move on, and we'll be in touch. All right, bye bye.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
I want to talk about news, don't want the drama. From no pretentious media Madonna. I found me a great ganja mama. Cannabis and coffee with some marijuana.
Good morning, everybody. Oh my God, my hair. My hair is a mess. My nose is all fucking broken out again with shingles. Had a weekend. I had a great weekend, actually. I took Saturday's my day off, and I took Sunday off, and I don't go back to work till 3 o'clock this afternoon, so it almost feels like I had a long weekend. But I did a wedding this weekend for a friend of mine, and I did the bride's hair, and then I bartended, and they weren't big drinkers. Like, a lot of the people, like, we were all kind of sitting there with our vape pens. Like, honestly, we were all kind of like sitting around going, right? So that was a good thing because like we did have there were people that had a few drinks, right? Like we're not going to say we didn't have any drinking. We had people, had a few, but nobody got overly belligerent or really out of control, or I had to say, hey, you can't have any more to drink, or any little kids trying to come and get, drinks from me. It was a nice small family wedding. It was great. Kim's a good friend of mine here. We actually met during the Liberal campaign election a few years ago. So actually it was two campaigns ago. And we worked together, and we also started the Ukraine Shelter for the Ukraine Society together. It was Kim. I put the thing on the Facebook that day saying, "Hey, anyone want to do a vigil?" And Kim's always the first person to step up for me, always. So we did that together. We've done a few things together, and then I was included in her daughter's wedding. So I feel like part of the family. Anyways, I'm got packages this morning. So I'm opening packages as I'm doing this, and we're going to talk about the advantage over legalization and disadvantages over legalization today. I'm leaning a little more towards the fact that we can get cleaner, safer cannabis. Because let's face it, before we have legalization, I don't know how many times I got to clean this camera because it's looking like I'm all foggy. There we are. How many times you picked up a pound of pot that was full of seeds, or had mold, or just wasn't good, right? I mean, the quality was crap, and you were paying like anywhere between $1,200 to $3,500 a pound, right? And I think that's where we're at now. We're sure you can't go into the store and buy a pound of weed, but you can buy 30 grams, right? You can buy an ounce, and an ounce is, usually before we're anywhere between $200-$300 per, right? Now you can get them for $100, some 50, depending on where you're going. Now, the indigenous market also leans a little more towards the medical side. They don't have the same regulations. In fact, they have no regulations. They're regulating themselves, which is great for them on their treaty. On their sovereign land, they should be able to do that. In fact, as far as I'm concerned, they should be able to set up a dispensary or a store anywhere they want. Because as far as I'm concerned, Canada is Turtle Island and it's all their land. So whatever they wanted, like, I just don't have a problem with that. I know some of the other retail do, but I don't. Okay, first of all, this was supposed to be pink and it's not, it's white. Okay, that's going to piss me off already because these were supposed to be pink. I ordered pink specifically, right? Because you know me, I'm pink. Anyways, it's not pink. My air conditioner that came with no remote and no instructions, right? Okay, so this is, you add water to this guy. It's a little air conditioning unit thingy, whatever, that I got for me and Taven because it's been so damn hot. Now that looks like it just snaps right in there. Why is that even off? Okay. Oh, that comes off too. Okay, so these are supposed to, I did a Google search and, looking for the best units on the market kind of thing. That looks like it's got a crack in it. Oh, no, I guess not. And that goes in the front, I guess. Because it's been like 100 million degrees, right? Like we've been having some pretty dang hot, it's a pretty dang hot summer this year. And it's not going to get any better the way I look at it. It's going to be just the same every summer, right? Okay, this is going to piss me off too. Why will this not just go in there? Why is this even off? Like, and I expected these to be in a lot better quality than what they are. And they're not that great of quality either. It's just cheap fucking plastic. As usual. Okay, that's not going to go in there. What the hell? Okay, I got to be careful because I don't want to break this fucking thing. Okay, that goes like that. Okay, so that goes like that. All right. And this tells you how much water to add. Max. Okay, so I guess that's that. That I paid $60 or $80 for each. Air cooler. Okay, well, that one, like I said, they were supposed to be pink. This one's showing that it was supposed to be green. See, it says green. That ain't fucking green. I'm not impressed. Okay, these I'm not impressed with. Oh, they did come with a user's manual. Water tank. Non-slip pad, water level indicator. And that's supposed to be special. Mini portable air conditioner. How to use the mini portable air cooler. All right. Okay, well, that's that. Oh, and that's that. And it's just fucking coming off like fucking like nothing. Like, what the hell? Like, seriously? Like, why is everything built like crap these days? Like, this is just crap and it's already got a fucking, oh no, it's not a crack. I was going to say it's already got a fucking crack in it and I'm going to snap. But it doesn't. But I'm still not impressed. Like, I'm not impressed. I literally paid $80 a piece for these. And they're just crap. Okay. And not from Temu. I ordered these directly from the company. Anyways, because, you know, Temu, right? I love Temu. Anyway, so now that we've got that under wrap, and I feel this one says it's green too. And I bet you it's not. I'm going to open it. Just because I'm curious, because I asked for specific colors, right? And when you don't get what you order, like, I'm sorry, but that pisses me off. Like, when you order specifically a specific thing and you don't get it, and this thing's fucking breaking already, like, I'm gonna fucking snap. Like, seriously, like, what is wrong with these people? Like, why? Like, yeah, like, that's fucking bullshit. Okay, I bet you this one isn't green either. How much you want to bet, boys? How much you want to bet, guys? This is not green either. I guess use the right side of the knife would be good. If this one's not green, I'm gonna snap because I ordered green. Because green is not my favorite color, but green. I wanted green. And this one's fucking white too. How does that work? And the box is damaged. Because the guy that actually literally like brought this stuff to literally hurfed it into my veranda. I heard it go stunk. So if these don't work, somebody out wherever is gonna fucking lose their faith. Because I'm good at fucking losing it. Okay. Now we got another package. See what's in this one, because you know Tamara's been shopping. Because that's what ADHD does to you. It makes you shop. Now I understand why I have no money and why I'm so scattered all the time. What's in this one? Ooh, shoes. No shoes. Oh, my Hello Kitty shoes. Right on. I can wear those ones today. What's this? Oh, more ducks. Because I ordered ducks in this color. And my ironing pads for my iron. And what's this? Oh, Harris's squishy. Okay. So that's my goods gathering today. Okay, so I am done opening packages. All right, let's get to it. I need to roll a doobie and get a little better on track. Anyways, back to the wedding. It was a fabulous time. We had a great time. I had a great time. And like I said, not too many drinkers. It was good that it wasn't a big overheaval of alcohol consumption. So bartending wasn't a big to do. Like I said, most of us were running around with vape pens. And most of the people that were there, the kids, all had as well, all like young people, weren't really drinking a lot, which I think was terrific because, again, alcohol is, something that some people use. And I've got no issue with that. Everything in moderation, right? Like that's my stance on everything. Pretty much is if you can handle yourself with alcohol and don't overconsume, then who am I to say anything? Like I don't care. Again, if you have a bunch I couldn't handle, I still can't handle even like going into a place where there's a bunch of people that have been drinking that are drunk and try and converse with them. And that's why I don't work I work in retail, but I don't work in a bar. I could not do that. Like, I don't think I could handle being around drunk people all the time and serve in a bar. Like I did it when I was younger for a very short stint. I worked at the York in Lethbridge, I think, for 2 nights. I couldn't handle the size of the trays of the crowds because I was so little, and because you have to carry trays like this, and I don't have a wrist that flattens, right? So trying to carry a tray on the tips of my fingers was not good, and I couldn't lift trays above my head. I just wasn't that girl. So, and I'm okay with that. I didn't mind not having to work in a bar. I mean, those that do, I give you all the gratitude and respect, because dealing with people that drink alcohol all the time, sometimes it gets a bit rangy, sometimes it can get violent, sometimes it can be outright ridiculous, right? So I give you all the kudos in the world for dealing with people that consume alcohol on a regular, because I couldn't do that. Anyways, I'd love to work in a vapor lounge. I wish we could have vapor lounges. I wish that somewhere we could set up somewhere where you serve cannabis. Like, people get a menu and they come in and they choose to, have whatever. And you bring them out, the vaporizer or papers on a door, the cannabis on a tray with however much they've, chosen to, all packaged, of course, with papers and a grinder, and they can sit and consume and enjoy it, and have a soft drink, or, have something to eat or whatever. So that would be my ideal situation, where we had lounges where you could go in and consume cannabis like you do liquor, right? Have a drink of whatever. Like, of course, you can't do both, right? You can't have alcohol and cannabis in the same location. That's definitely the regulations for sure. But if you could have just cannabis served up on a plate, like, or like if you want to have whatever, like coffee shops like they do in Amsterdam. But again, Amsterdam has closed that off for the general public too. You can only go there and consume cannabis now in Amsterdam if you're a resident. They totally shut that fucking down. Yeah, and I went, well, what's the point of going then? And that's what I've always thought about Amsterdam. I was like, oh, I want to go. But then we got legalization in Canada, and I didn't really need to go. Yeah, my hair is still Saturday hair. I don't shower before the show. I shower after the show before I go to work. But again, like, we need to look at that as another industry that could be added to and start lobbying for cannabis safe consumption. Not even a safe consumption site. That just sounds, you know what I mean? I'm talking like a lounge. I'm talking like the same entities as a restaurant, a bar, more like a bar, I guess, because you have to have the licensing. But why can't we have lounges set up like bars? I bet you Loretta would be all over this if I could get a hold of her, because she's been banging on about lounges in Montreal. Well, I mean, she's in Montreal, poor girl, has to deal with the fact that they can't even wear a pot leaf on a t-shirt in Quebec. You can't grow legally in Quebec. I know now that Wapkanu is the premier of Manitoba. They're re-looking at that, and I believe that they're going to be able to grow their own cannabis in Manitoba. Whereas Hallister before said, yeah, because he was conservative, right? And again, we got the conservatives always saying, yeah. Like, I'm almost fearful that to see if Polyev did get in, what they would do to our cannabis program. I mean, of course, they see the money, because they see the trillions and billions of dollars that are coming in on a monthly in taxation, because our consumption rates haven't really increased. It just that people came out of the closet, right? So once legalization happened, it wasn't like we had a great big huge influx in usage and a big influx in impaired driving and a big influx in consumption rates. We didn't. And they proved that. It's all on Stats Canada, which we now have again, because, in 2015, when the Liberals got in, they reopened it, right? Prior to that, we had no Stats Canada because Harper had shut it down. Screaming about your privacy rights, okay? You need to have those stats for population growth so they can show what money they need to transfer to the provinces and the municipalities for population growth. How they got away with not sending any money and raising and increasing the transfers to the provinces, and why the provinces are all screaming about the amount of their transfers. Yeah. But nobody wants to hear that, right? Sorry, I'm talking politics, but that's hand in handily. I'm sorry, but it took politics to get us to legalization of cannabis, and it took us getting involved with politics and politicians for us to get where we are with cannabis, right? So anybody who sits back and go, you shouldn't be talking about politics on your show, it's because of politics we got here. It's because the political will to bring cannabis to a legalization market. Because if there was no political will, we'd still be sitting with illegal cannabis. But there was a political will, and we forced them. We did. We pushed, and we pushed. And like I always said, I said to Kelly, I don't know how many times we were sitting back talking on the phone, and I'd start singing, show them the money, right? Because that's exactly what got us where we are. Show them the money. Show them the money, show them the taxation, show them how that it would cut back on crime rates and everything else, and show them the money. Like Tommy McGuire, right? Show them the money. And I would sing that. I would scream that at Kelly. Sing, show them the money. We got to show them the money. And we showed them the money. And here we are. But again, in Montreal in 2014, there was lots of us there. It wasn't just me, right? There was me, Kelly. There was Dana Larson was with us too. Judith Reynolds was there as well. She was actually going to be running as a Liberal MP. Or she tried running as a Liberal MP. Joy Davies was there with us. Sandra and Remo were there with us. There was lots of us there in 2014 in Montreal. Loretta was there. Lisa Campbell was with us. We were all there, right? We were there pushing. So, and at that point in time, I think Lisa was still with Students for Sensible Drug Policies. But again, that's how we all got together. We managed to gather in Montreal in 2014 at the Liberal Convention and pass the policy through the party. So the Young Liberals wrote up the policy, then it was voted on by the delegates within, at that convention. And that's how it started. Okay, so you don't just, throw things out there and expect people to do it. You have to start at the base. The base is writing the policy. The base is getting somebody to implement that policy in the convention, to introduce it into the convention, to put it on the floor to be voted on, right? That's how it started. And we were there for that, a lot of us. And I'm proud to say that I was there. And as many people that, I hate Trudeau, blah, blah, blah. You know what? It's not just Trudeau. There's a huge team of people that work behind the scenes. Your MPs, all their staff, the deputy leaders, like there's so many people behind it, right? Parliament just isn't Trudeau sitting at the top of the, with this little puppet strings telling people what to do. That's not how it works. Just saying. Anyways, policies are made at the EDA level, they're at the chair level, and they're also in your area level. So if you want to have a policy that's brought forward to any of your parties, you go talk to your EDA, because that's where all the work happens. Really, it does. Right? Anyway, so we're going to talk about reducing and risking, what the reduction of the risks were with cannabis, with legalization. So okay, so these are some of the reasons why you should choose legal cannabis. This is from the Canada website, of course, our Canada.ca website, Health Canada's website, because again, they're pushing their propaganda forward. And again, we need to understand where they're coming from when it comes to legal cannabis as well, right? So legal cannabis also goes under a regime of authorized, it has to be by an authorized retailer. It also has to be tested. Okay, so all the licensed productions have to have certain testings to actually get their cannabis to the production, through the production, onto the R&D, then through the testing, then to packaging, and then out to retail, right? So it has to get past that testing point before it even gets packaged for toxins, mold, pesticides, the THC levels, the cannabinoid levels, CBD levels, the terpene levels, all those things, right, have to be tested in the labs, in their licensed production sites prior to packaging, right? And they have to go through quality control. So it's the same as like any other industry with your alcohol, with your meat, with your vegetables. There's quality control levels, and there also have to be, gone through these testing processes. So mold, as you see, as in the illegal part of it here, they've cut that out. And like I said, how many times did you get mold? See, if you're ever tasting a dirty basement, that's mold spores, right? That's not, oh, that tastes really good. It smells like, it tastes like somebody grew it in dirt. No, that's mold. All right. If it's got a dirty basement taste to it, that's mold. I can taste mold in cannabis from across the continent. All right. The minute I stick my lips onto a joint and take one pull, I can taste mold. And it tastes like a dirty, fucking gross, rotten dirt mold. Ugh. It doesn't taste like mold on your bread. All right. It tastes like dirty fucking basement. I don't know how to describe it. Dirt. It tastes like dirt. But I can taste mold, like I said, from across the continent. I can smell it. But anytime, like I said, you don't even light it. You can go with your doobie and you can taste it immediately. At least I can. Anyway, and it's probably after years of smoking so much of it. Because we smoked so much fucking garbage. And like I said, I got a pound of pot one time, and I still say this to Alvin because and he kind of snickers because originally I bought it from somebody else, but it originally came from him. This is we're talking like 30 years ago or something. I don't know. It wasn't quite that many years ago. But anyways, before I was with my husband used to sell anyways large amounts of cannabis, and I got this pound off this idiot that he had, had running for him at the time. And it had 90 grams of fucking seeds in it. Needless to say, I wasn't paying for it. And I said that to him. And you know what I said to them? I said, go fuck yourself. I ain't paying for this. And I never did. So Alvin and I will fucking laugh about that every now and then because I'll say, you remember that pound and 90 grams of seeds? And I told you all to get fucking bent. And I did. And that pound of pot back then, honestly, was $2,500 fucking dollars for 90 grams of seeds, and I fucking told them to get stuffed. And I'm talking like they were gangsters, and I didn't give a fuck because I was not paying for seeds. So again, that also, like I said, with the legal market, that takes out that aspect of it, right? Where you're showing up at somebody's place and he's throwing you out fucking whatever, and you don't even get to look at it either. You get it fucking home and it's full of shit and mold and fucking seeds, and you're stuck with it. And you have to try and sell that or give it out to your patients or whatever. You couldn't, right? So that's one of the main reasons I'm okay with the cannabis legal market. I'm not okay with all of it, but I'm okay with the fact that it's tested. And like I said, it might not always be the best. It might not always be the greatest. You might get it home. I've done that. I brought home I bought another 7 grams of shit that I thought that was the good stuff that I bought the last time. I bought the same crap. Not that it's crap. It's just not my preference, right? And I'm not going to say that any of the cannabis that's coming out in the legal market is all crap. It's just not my preference. I'm a Kush girl. I like Kush. I like a nice, hard, dank, fucking crystally Kush. And if I buy something that says it's like whatever, cement shoes is what they said it was, and it probably was. It was good. It's just not my preference, right? So that's where I'm at with some of the cannabis. Like, I'm not saying any of it's bad. I'm just saying some of it's not my preference. I've got a certain taste, and because you can't see it, I think that's one of the biggest bitches I've got. But this is after COVID, right? Prior to COVID, the BC market had the little, containers where you could look and see at what the buds look like, right? Since COVID, they had to pull all that back because of the fact that you couldn't touch and smell stuff. Like, they had little smelly things, but again, you're thinking about the hygiene, even prior to COVID. Like, do you want to be sticking your nose in somewhere else where somebody else has stuck their nose? I'm not okay with that either, even prior to COVID. I'm sorry, but you stick your, snotty nose onto it, smell something, and then somebody, that's gross. It's just gross, period. But anyways, at least you can see it, right? And now you can't, so you're taking your chances. But I'm pretty lucky at the spot that I go to. Most of them, they have either looked at, tried, seen, or gotten some advice or some kickback from it. So if I ask, hey, is this stuff good? They've either tried it themselves or they know whether it's decent or not. And I can't say that I've had a really bad bag from anybody. Except, again, like I said, if I buy it, it's not my preference, right? I'm not saying it's bad. I'm just saying it might not be my preference because I'm a Kush girl. I like sour diesel. That's actually one of my favorite strains, even though it's a sativa. And I know it's a sativa. Well, it's a hybrid pretty much, but that's where I'm at. So again, I'm not pushing the legal market by any stretch, but to a point, the safety levels, right? And that's what it all boiled down to, is public health and safety. Do you want to be buying something that's got pesticides in it? Who knows what they're putting in their dirt, their soil? But most of the illegal growers that were growing prior to legalization are now our licensed producers. Okay, when everybody's wondering where all the illegal growers went, And why there's nobody growing illegal? First of all, it's not economical anymore. It's costs more to grow it than it does, and you can't sell it for anything more but $300 to $500 a pound. It costs more to grow than that. Just saying, right? So, but a lot of our illegal growers that were, the guys that were buying the boats, and they're all the legal market. Okay, they are all growing. They were actually designated growers prior to the market opening. And so they were growing mass amounts for patients, because patients could get licensing for more than 4 plants. Or they were the guys, in the bunkers underground growing. They just never got caught. The ones that got caught, of course, couldn't get into the market. If you had an illegal record, any background check that, threw a red flag, you weren't going to get in. Are there people that in organized crime involved? Probably. I'm not going to say that there's not. Because organized crime, not all of them are dumb. Not all of them are, there's a gray line there. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's a gray line there. I'm just going to say that. And did some of the organized criminals get involved with the legal market, and are they actually legally growing for us? Probably. I'm not going to say they're not. No, I don't know for a fact, because I don't know for a fact. But I would say yes. I would say that that's why we don't have a lot of the illegal growers growing anymore, is because they did get into the legal market. And I'm happy about that, because they have the knowledge, right? We needed legacy growers in our market. We needed that legacy. If not, we wouldn't have anywhere near the cannabis that they're producing in the market at all. Because you don't just stick a seed in the ground and know what you're doing. As much as we say, well, it's easy, it's kind of like growing tomatoes. It is. But growing tomatoes isn't easy for everybody either, right? Like, some people can't grow anything, right? Like, some people just do not have a green thumb. They can put a seed in the ground and kill it, right? These people have to have some talent. Just saying. You have to be diligent. You have to be committed, and you have to be committed to that plant. And that plant, I've grown a few, 100 myself. They will tell you, right? A plant really does tell you what it needs and what it doesn't need by its leaves and by its, what it's doing, right? And what its growth levels are. And they will tell you. Anyways, so here we are. So that's why I brought this up, why you should choose legal cannabis. It's quality controlled, right? It's tested for accuracy, right? It can be recalled by the manufacturer, right? Which we have had recalls. That's not something that hasn't happened either. Or origami has had several recalls because of pesticides. In fact, I think they're being sued right now for that. Anyways, we're gonna take a quick break here in a second, because it's that time. Have a break. Thank our sponsors, because we have some really awesome sponsors. We do. So we're gonna take a quick break. Right back. Thank our sponsors. I gotta find them. Where are they now? Oh God, everything's in here. What is all this stuff now? Oh, that's right. See, I asked Al to put a bunch of clips in here. Now I gotta find the commercial. There they are.
We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Are you looking to get your medical cannabis grow license? Limestone City Hydroponics can help patients through the process of obtaining their license to grow medical cannabis. What's that? You don't have a doctor. If you meet the medical criteria, Limestone City Hydroponics has a nurse practitioner who can assess and provide medical cannabis prescriptions. What are you waiting for? Contact Limestone City Hydroponics at limestonecityhydroponics.ca or call them at 613-548-0420.
PACE Radio is the People Advocating Cannabis Education Radio Network.
Legacy 420 have an awesome array of cannabis-infused beverages, from pop to Nature's Nectar's teas, all in amazing flavors. What a selection! We even have a delicious mango-infused juice, and let me tell you, it's delicious.
Everything is infused in-house, so we buy our syrup from the same place where everybody else buys their syrup for their pop, and the infusion is done in the lab. It's all canned here, labeled here, produced 100% on Tyndonega.
We have two lines of drinks. One is called our Nature's Nectar. That was our original line that we came out with. And then we also have a line under the Ready brand. We have them in 10 milligrams, 30 milligram, and 60 milligram cans.
What a great selection for a get-together with friends or after a long day. Remember, if you want to wet your whistle with on-site lab-tested products, come see your trusted partner. Legacy 420 out on your road.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
All right, and I'm back. I'm trying to set this other stupid thing up too. I got this arm thing my son bought me from Amazon. It's a phone holder, and it attaches to my desk or to my nightstand, and then you can, like, it's see, let me show you. It's a big arm thing. So I'm trying to get it so I can actually like set the phone so it can see the screen, so that it can actually be live on another platform too. I don't know if I can get this to move over that way though. It might. Let's see. Oh, we're getting it there. Okay. Is that going to show the screen on this screen? It might not. I don't know how that's going to work. Oh, there we go. There. Is that working? It's working. Okay. So maybe we can see it like that. So that's about, we're doing the back. You guys are getting the background. They're getting the background of the back end of things. And I'm on the front end of things here. Anyway, so we're going to go back to what we were discussing about the legal market and reducing the risk, and why you should choose, to use the legal market rather than going to the illicit market anymore. Now, and again, it's all opened up too with edibles. Again, we like the edible levels of milligrams to be higher, right? Because we like it to be, 10 milligrams, and you have to eat like a whole package to get any effect. But some of them are pretty rank. Like, I've had friends that have eaten some of it, and they actually they fall asleep for like 16 hours. And I'm like, I don't get that effect. I wish I did get that effect. I don't get that effect. Unfortunately, it's just not that way for me. So again, we want to, recognize illegal cannabis. How we can recognize the legal market, right? Which we how to recognize it. It's got all the packaging, and of course the features of, we have some here. We'll show you. You have to have these markings on it. We'll remove that guy. Okay, so most of them have this on it, right? This little leaf that has, and then when you buy the package, it has the, same as cigarettes, right? Little tabs on them. I don't keep any of that stuff. As soon as I get my stuff home, I throw it into jars. I'm just that old school that as soon as it comes back to me, I'm putting it in jars. It saves it better. I put the burrito pads and stuff inside, and I've had them as a sponsor for my cups twice, 2 years in a row. Bravado sponsored my cups, so I use their branding, and I use their little pouches because I like them, and they've, like I said, Revita. These ones are Boost, okay, because Boost comes in stuff. Not all of the providers use them. The Weetas, here they are. So I've got several jars. I have several jars. I've got other jars that. So there's two different kinds. Okay, so there's the Boost B2s, and then there's these ones, right? I like these ones. Again, these guys have sponsored my cups twice. So these guys, I will market their stuff 110% any day, as well as I also have their little containers and stuff too, and they also have bigger pads for larger amounts, right? So these guys are the best. These ones here aren't bad either. I'm not going to say anything bad about them. I just don't know who they are. I don't know who runs this company. I know the people that run this company, and like I said, this company has sponsored my cup twice. 2 years these guys sponsored my cup and sent me stuff for my packs and stuff, and it's a terpene shield, right? So they actually just keep your cannabis in the best form that it can. Keeps it fresh, right? Because again, if it's not cured properly, like there's a whole thing with this. Like it doesn't just grow on a branch, and you gotta hang it, you gotta trim it by hand, you gotta you gotta cure it, and that's with this. And why I've got so many of these, because when I was growing myself, right, we cured all our stuff in jars. Not this jar per se, but I use big mason jars. In fact, my buddy that owns Crazy Diamond Seed Company would always show up with jars in boxes. Lots of jars. And that's the way we did things, right? Okay, is anybody on? Hello? Is anybody down there? Okay, so just so you know, I'm on the air here, and that's why you're here. I'm trying to let you see what I'm doing. I wish I could get this thing to like be better, do better, something with this stupid arm thing. There we go. I may just turn it this way. I don't know what to do with it. Anyways, yeah, so I'm live. Hi, thanks. On my show here. So yeah, so this is TikTok I've got going over here. They won't let me go live on their platform. Well, they will, but the minute I say the word cannabis or weed, they shut me down. Any video that we do, in fact, I think a few of us have learned this on TikTok because we've tried going TikTok. A few of my mutuals too have tried, and they do not endorse or like anything. They will take your videos down. They will say you're community violations, and I might just get community violations for doing this today. I don't know yet. I'm just taking my chances. But I think that it's imperative that we get all the information and get to as many people as we possibly can when it comes to education on the plant, right? And on it, because of the fact that we need to alliterate that after 5 years of legalization in Canada, that the sky didn't fall, right? That we haven't had increases in crime rates. We haven't had increases in accidents and car accidents and impaired driving. We have not had increases in people of addiction. In fact, it's a gateway off of addiction as far as I'm concerned. They actually pointed that out on the news the other night when they were talking about cannabis. It was saying that it was actually reducing alcohol consumption, that the alcohol consumption in Canada rates have decreased, if anything, due to cannabis legalization, which is incredible because let's face it, alcohol is probably one of the worst drugs out there. And it's the one that causes so much grief because it's legal, because it can cause people to become violent, and it causes family issues, and it causes money issues. And people have lost everything due to alcohol, right? Their families, their lives, their jobs. And cannabis, I can't say that I've ever heard of anybody losing everything due to cannabis, except that if they were an illegal grower and they were busted. And then if you were in that situation when it came to it, you absolutely lost everything. You lost your homes. They took everything for proceeds of crime. You lost your bank accounts. You've lost everything, including your kids. So for those people, yes, cannabis was very detrimental before legalization because of the illegal market, and because they held it like it was the devil's lettuce. It was as bad as heroin, and they treated people with that used it or ever were busted with it just like that. You were the worst criminal in the world, and I'm got those marks on my record. I can't travel to the United States. I can't go to Japan. My dream trip of the world in my whole lifetime, my only thing to tick off my bucket list is to is to go to Japan. And because I have a record now, I can't go. Yeah, and I was a good girl. In my youth, I didn't get a charge for any drugs until I was well into my 30s. And my first cannabis charge was when I was in my 40s. So, you know what I mean? Like my records are 12 and 15 years old now, but that doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I still can't travel to these places, right? And that breaks my heart because again, my dream trip is to go to Japan. It really is. I love the culture. I love everything about it. There's just, and I have my whole life. I don't know why. Maybe it's because my chiropractor when I was a little girl was from Japan and she brought me back some shoes and some, a kimono, and I just got hooked. I don't know. But yeah, yeah, I just love the Japanese culture and the people. And I'm working for Koreans, and they're lovely people too. Like, don't get me wrong. They've got the same type of culture because of the colonization. But yeah, anyways, it's a wonderful thing. So now that we're puffing away again, I just bought this battery too. It's a C cell. It's a new one. I'm not fabulously hooked on it. Doesn't have the pull. I bought a Da Vinci. I bought a really expensive Da Vinci, and it's already done. I spent $45 on that battery, little box, right? The Da Vinci extract, blah blah. Yeah, fancy fucking thing. Yeah, yeah. It's already broken. So that's my take on the Da Vinci. And I was going on about how my, UCAN batteries were revealed. I can't use those for these either. The only one that we can use, my son is using the Shatterizer battery. Other than that, the other batteries aren't working for the tips anymore either. And I had two Yocans that were working just fine. They decided to not work anymore either. So I had to go and buy this crap. And this wasn't cheap, but like I said, I'm not. When I have to feel like I'm sucking a fucking golf ball through a hose to get anything out of one of these, I'm not a fan. Let's see what other one. I have a general admission one too somewhere in this mess of a bed. I just throw shit everywhere, and then I can't find it, and then I get super frustrated and mad because I just toss things, and I'm not very smart about remembering where I put stuff. There it is. Okay, so this is the general admission one. You can only buy the PAX pods for these though. So this battery here only is available to use with these pods, and this is actually, and they're general admission pods. So basically specific only to this branding, which is general admission. Again, nothing. Like, I don't understand. Is the battery dead, or like what is going on with these things? Nothing. Like, I'm just about ready to snap because again, like, if you're gonna sell this shit, make it good. Make it so that I don't have to be frustrated, because if I'm frustrated, I imagine other consumers are frustrated too, right? And I will do a review, a public one, and it'll go out everywhere. And if I don't like it, I'm going to tell everybody. That's probably not a good thing for you. Anyways, this company here, Box Hot, yum too. I like them too. I've got another cartridge here that it's got an ice flavor to it. I'm not sure I'm a fan about it. This is a Tiger Blood. This is also a general admission. Now, these batteries aren't the greatest sometimes. It's a Fugo. but it's actually better hauling than this one. Ask me why, I don't know, but it wouldn't matter what cartridge I had on it. It's got everything to do with the battery, okay? This battery has got a better haul than this battery, and I don't know what the fuck's going on with the general admission one, but let me tell you, you have to have a good battery. It's just the way it is. Anyways, I probably got violations on here. I don't know if I even have anybody watching me. Hello. Anyways, right. So that's my thing when it comes to legal market too. Like, if you're going to be producing legal stuff, I love the fact that you're testing. I'm loving the fact that I'm not finding any seeds. I'm loving the fact that I'm not finding any mold. I'm loving the fact that I can actually go and not have to wait in a back alley for some seedy bitch to show up on her bike 4 days later with a fucking bag of seedy shit. And that's who I was dealing with in this town. Some bitch that fucking would take 5 days to get me a bag of weed, and it would cost me $200 and it wouldn't be good. So again, like, that's, now I can just drive to a store 2 blocks away, and grab what I need and not have to worry about it being moldy, seedy, or fucking having to wait 5 days to fucking figure it out. Or wait for some creep to drive in from Creston. You know what I mean? With a bag of fucking moldy shit that was supposed to be hydro and it was fucking greenhouse. Like, and the lies that would go, oh yeah, it's really good, Matt. Yeah, it's the best shit ever. And then you get it home and it's just bunk. How many bags of bunk did I buy for fucking $3,000? I don't even want to admit it. Honestly. Because I'm just like, now that it's all legal and I already have a criminal record, I was fucking, I was rolling out pounds a week. And not all of it was good. And now I look back and think, fuck, I feel bad for selling these people this garbage that I had no other options but to get because there wasn't anything else. And you could try 6 other guys and it would all be the same crap. So yeah, I'm not even sad about the fact that I don't have to do that anymore. I mean, sure, the money's not, but I wasn't like I was making hand over fist cash either, or I wouldn't be in the situation I'm in now, right? If I was making hand over cash, hand over fist cash selling weed when I was selling weed, I wouldn't be sitting in debt and living in my grandparents' old house. I'd have boats and all kinds of things. Yeah, no, it's not that lucrative, or it wasn't that lucrative. I mean, some people did if they were, we never found that it was that lucrative. Anybody that I actually know that actually ever did make, a substantial amounts got busted and lost everything. Every house he owned. All for proceeds of crime, right down to his coin collections. So, yeah. And now, they're just living a normal life. They got kids and working for a living too. Right? So that's what the one guy I know that, actually at one point in his life did get ahead selling weed. And then he got busted. And then it was all gone in a blink of an eye. Poof! Houses, cars, money, gone. Everything. And that's unfortunate because, he's a decent guy. But yeah, that happened. In fact, I have friends I've got lots of friends that are still like working Joe jobs just like us now that all sold tons and tons and tons of drugs. And yeah, I don't see any of us living in mansions. None of us are, independently wealthy. We're all still working because it doesn't always work out to be life in the fast lane. Oh God, oh, fuck! I got a headache already today. Anyways, I got a lump in my fucking cheek that hurts too. I don't know what the fuck. It feels like I got punched, but I didn't. It's weird. Anyway, so yeah, so that's my take on the legal market, and why I'm not so bent about it anymore. I was so bent about it when it first happened. I mean, I was boycotting and I was out there bitching and complaining and fucking yapping. And in reality, it was because I wasn't able to get into the market. We didn't have the money. It's $1 billion fucking industry, right? You have to be able to build a factory, right? It's not just a little organ, I've got friends here too that are that are doing micro, right? But again, they're not flush. They're struggling. They got kids, and it wasn't easy. It took him, and he just got in, and it took him. Well, I met him when I first moved back here in 2014, and that was before legalization, right? But the whole time, like the last 10 years, he was scratching to get in. He finally did, but it took him 10 years, right? Yeah. See, yeah. And even the guys that have got stores here, like there's so many stores here in town, you never see them packed. I go into the store that I go into, I never run into another person. I go in there, I do my business, and I leave, and there's never anybody else in there but the people that work there. So, and there's many stores in town, so I can't see any of them doing that great. Like, I mean, I work in a little store, and I have like more than one customer in the store at a time, buying milk or buying bread or buying whatever, right? But at the weed stores, you don't ever see any more than one person. Like I said, I've walked in, maybe seeing one person, like they're paying and then leaving, but it's not like it's wall to wall people all scratching to get that one bag, right? Anyways, it is almost time to wrap up. I'm glad I actually made it on the air today because last week I didn't. And I totally forgot to tell poor Al. I hope he's feeling better. We did our show on last Wednesday night, and poor Al wasn't feeling good. So I'm hoping that he's recovering and feeling a little better this week. And shout out to him. And of course, everybody else that's on our network. You guys do a great job. And thanks for keeping us rolling. And to all our sponsors that keep us rolling. And really, like, because of the fact that I don't do any heavy lifting. Everybody out east does all the heavy lifting, and I get to just come on here and do my show and try and educate and have some fun. Anyways, so I hope you all have a great week. It is Monday, and like I said, took yesterday off, so I actually going back to work on a Monday, it feels like a Monday. I haven't had 2 days off in a row, and like I didn't really have a day off because I did hair, and then I bartended on Saturday, so I didn't really have a day off, but I did because it wasn't like, it was more entertaining and having fun than it was working. But I took yesterday off, and yeah, I still have laundry in the washing machine that I haven't done. Anyways, so when you're thinking about going out, buying your next, cannabis, if you're in Cranbrook, I'd like to shout out to the guys at Green Gear Cannabis. They are my favorite store, and I love going in there. Sasha and John and Ryan are the best, and Kalinda also is awesome. Also, I use Canna Cabana sometimes because they've got the pods that I need that sometimes Green Gear doesn't have. So I'll go over there. They're a nice bunch as well. So those are the two stores that I use in Cranbrook, and shout out to them. And I guess that's about it. I will wrap it up with you all saying have a great week, and be safe out there. It's getting a bit crazy sometimes with all the addiction issues that are seeming to be arising. I'm sad to see it, but if you can, carry naloxone, and if you don't, you should. And be aware and watch for people around you, because I had a guy actually, just to kind of end the show out, pass out at the store last week on the corner of the store. I don't know how long he was out there because I have no access to the cameras that show outside, but several adults walked past him when finding out. And it was one of the kids that came in and said, "Hey, there's a guy passed out in front of the store. Do you think we should do something?" And I went out there with my naloxone, and I gave him a shake and started talking to him. If people start talking to you, do not hit them with the naloxone. Do not, because it will do more harm than good. If they were speaking to you, they do not need naloxone. Anyways, but again, it was the kids that came in and not the adults. They just walked over him. Think about that for a minute. Anyways, you guys all have a good week. I'm going to end the show off with a little this for you, because in fact, we've got a little what I want. That's not doing that because I thought I was going to play something because, yeah, it didn't work out that way. Because it's stupid YouTube. Because I don't know how to use it. That's why. I don't use it very often. Anyways, y'all have a good week. I'm going to go jump in the shower, get ready for work, and smoke some more medication. Take care. We'll see you next week. All right. Y'all have a good day. That was a clip from the Women's Show in 2014. I didn't realize what I was doing, as you can tell. All right. Y'all have a good week. See you next week. Bye.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own, and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
When you have a pain that's reached its peak, legacy for 20, it's so unique. If organic cannabis is what you seek, here's your trusted partner 7 days a week. Suppository salves, vapes and drops, topicals, edibles, infused pop. Just when life seems like it ain't easy, at Legacy 420 enjoy a pop freezy. Lab tested products make them the GOAT. Legacy 420 out on your road. Legacy 420 in Tyndonega Mohawk territory. Indigenous organic cannabis at its finest.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net.
I think the newbie is burning up the tires on the little Nugs cart here.
I don't even know if the baby's still in there.
Oh, really?
It's been a long time since I've
Well, you
looked.
got it tied in there pretty good, though, with the string and all.
It's pretty secure, but ever since he's become mobile, he climbs out every once in a while. So, yeah, how big is Toronto? I'm sure we'll find him later.
So I have a question for you. As you said, you're the newbie. Why do you march?
To have the conversation or to encourage having the conversation. I think my biggest thing is I do not like the fact that any conversation is cut down because people are uncomfortable or they only want one side to be told. And I think that the conversation regarding cannabis isn't fully being told or fully allowed to be told. And I think that's both the positives and the negatives. I'm not even advocate that it's, the miracle. I don't think anything is the one and all thing, but people have to at least be willing to do the studies on it, have the conversations. What is it actually doing? Where does it help? Who can it help? And allow people to find that personalization that I've really come to understand. Like I used to think that weed equals weed. And now I've become fully aware that it's so personal in terms of how you take it, how much you take it, what you take it for. And if the conversation isn't allowed to be had, then people will constantly be quite possibly utilizing it in the wrong way because they have nobody to really go to find out how they can improve, I guess, their experience with the plant. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it sure does. And being you're a newbie, it's good to hear.
Yeah, you know what? And I think if the conversation is allowed to be had, then the stigma breaks. All those other things that people are wanting to have happen, I think it just starts with people being allowed to even discuss it.
Yeah, exactly. Because before, without legalization, that was that would be an issue with a lot of people. They didn't want to discuss it because it was illegal, and they figured discussing it would be taken negatively by somebody in their family or a friend or.
I don't know. You tell me, Al. You've been in this community for way longer than I've even been in it, for sure. But I think the conversation doesn't want to even be fully had within the community, lest some of the I think everything has positives and negatives, and I think sometimes even the community itself doesn't want the full conversation to be had. It just in case, even MJ and I talk sometimes, and she's worried sometimes that she might find out that maybe she isn't a fully medical user, and that bothers her. Maybe she is more of a recreational user, and not that there should be a stigma attached to that either. But she's preached so long in her own mind that this is why I consume, that she's almost afraid to find out that maybe there are other reasons she consumes, and then that changes the narrative that's been built up in her head.
Okay, yeah.
I think that's scary for some people.
Well, personally myself, I've been consuming cannabis since I was 13. And when I became a patient when I was 41, it was something that I knew I could use as the benefit wise, and would help me. There was a benefit for me to consume it because it was going to help me with my condition. And because of cannabis, I never got prescribed any opiate drugs other than when I was hospitalized.
Do you?
So because I couldn't shut up.
So let me ask you this, just because we're talking conversation, or having the conversation.
Yeah, and we're stuck here.
One of the things that, in regards to opening the conversation, and I'd love to have your opinion on this, is MJ and I talk a lot about the consuming it through the burning consumption, through smoking it, and the health benefits that can come from cannabis, but also, there's also the negative side of, that form of consumption can certainly do damage to lungs. And I think that's the conversation that even people in the community are afraid to have, because everybody just wants to talk about it as if it's this perfect thing. How do you feel about that concept of that form of consumption?
Oh, I've been a toker all the way along, but I push and discuss the non-smoking methods because I don't expect somebody who, let's say, is 75 years of age and is going to start using cannabis medicinally, who has never smoked anything in their life. I don't think that they should be forced to smoke cannabis, and that was part of the argument before the courts back in 2013, because at that time smoked cannabis was the only way that we were legally allowed to consume it as patients. And so it went battled through the courts, and we had like a 5-year-old lad whose mother was making him cannabis oil, but that at that time was illegal, and she was risking arrest.
Do you I think okay. So I as you're just talking there, I'm just thinking this out loud.
Sirens blaring.
Right, we better. MJ always makes comments about the fact of 5 years ago, this whole place would have scattered as soon as they heard the sirens go.
Now,
no.
Now they ride by on their bikes and they say hi.
I think one of the things also about why I advocate for having the conversation is because of things like you just described, where somebody now comes into the world of going, okay, there is a more natural way for me to maybe, fight against some drug that maybe the pharmaceuticals have been working with them with. And now they're like, oh, well, maybe cannabis can actually do it for me. But there's very few people, though, that they can actually go to have the conversation to say, hey, guess what? You don't have to smoke it, because the stigma and the perception is like I thought that was the only way it was ever consumed. Like the fact that there's so many methods now has blown my mind over the years. But again, it goes back to having that conversation. People still don't know, so now they're thinking, oh man, I could probably use cannabis, but I don't want to smoke it, and they don't even realize that there's an option.
They said they don't.
That only happens when people are willing to sit down and go, we talk about bud tenders being kind of handcuffed, that they're not able to, they often are the doorkeeper, and someone comes in and they're interested in trying something, but the bud tenders aren't equipped and empowered and trained enough to really share any information with them. And so where do people go who are like going, I think this can help me, but nobody can talk to me about it, and nobody's willing to talk.
Oh, believe me, in those early days, that was big time, big issue. And there's more now than there was 5 years ago, but 10 years ago, it was nasty.
Well, I can tell you this, and I'll end with this because there's lots of other people.
Right, we got to go.
Yeah. But this conversation that I'm just having with you, if you had told me 10 years ago that I would be at a global marijuana march on a video feed having a conversation about cannabis, I would have been like I would have thought you are nuts and you're high. You got to be high, clearly. So just that's why I'm here, is the fact of, even as a non-consumer, I still believe that these conversations need to be had, and that's what I'm advocating for.
Yeah, exactly. All right. Thanks, Timmy. Where can people find you?
Oh, well, you can find us at the Newbie and the Doobie, and we do have a show here. What is it, Wednesday nights, I think?
10 o'clock.
Wednesday nights is 10 o'clock, the Newbie and Doobie podcast, and we're actually working on a bunch of new stuff right now that we'll be looking to release in the next little while. Then, of course, Mary Jane Baker's got her own stuff through Instagram, and I'm at the Real Timmy Boyle. But Newbie and the Doobie, check us out, and we want to break the stigma, have the conversation, bring the fun, and raise the bar.
There you go. Thank you very much.
You're watching the 420 Pace Network, found at 420radio.ca and paceradio.net.
You're watching the Three High Guys with Al, MJ, and the other Al on the 420 Pace.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Good morning. Wait, it's just me? That's not true. The guys. Oh, that was too loud. So, welcome to the Three High Guys podcast, which apparently we normally start with the three of us on the screen. But today I was told since I was late, that's why we're starting the show. Sorry, guys.
Because of the booby shirt.
Oh, is that what it is? Well, here, I would have went like this and said, go.
I wanted to make sure. Never mind. No, I'm not going to say it.
It's not much. We're not presenting me as much of a high guy if we're showing these off, are we?
Well,
so you're just explaining that we were late because
because of me. I my God, my days, because I'll just let you know, when you work for yourself, every day can be any day. So basically, if you work a Tuesday, it feels like it could be a Saturday because you work both of those days equally or non-equally. But I woke up this morning at 9:59, peeled open my eyes, and went, holy crap, I slept till 10 o'clock. I felt great. And then all of a sudden I went, oh shit, it's Tuesday. Because my timer goes, I looked at I was like, you're recording the Three High Guys. And I was like,
not recording live.
We're live. Yeah, that's right.
That's even worse. That's even worse. That's why I look like this. I literally
this is how she wakes up in the morning.
I said, oh my God, it was oh my fucking God was all I said.
For those of you who wondered what Mary Jane looks like in the morning, hello.
This is it. I had no time to do anything. I made a tea. I didn't roll a joint.
Like Al and I.
Yeah, it must be nice to be a guy.
I've been up since 7.
Actually, that has to do with my motivational thing for the day. Is I forgot you did that. Okay. So,
get there.
I'm telling you, it's still too early.
She's still sleeping.
I haven't had caffeine or cannabis yet, so there we go. So my quote for today has to do with my own lack of preparation. Okay, and I'm not talking about H, although happiness is important. The best preparation you can do for tomorrow is actually done today. So as you can tell, I didn't prep very well yesterday for today. And this is what you get, is literally a domino effect. And you see that with a lot of things in our lives. When you just set certain things up and you push the first thing, well, staying up late, that's your first thing. If you stay up late, you're not going to get up early the next day.
That's right. I noticed you were up after midnight, according to what your messenger says, that you hadn't been active in 10 hours.
What? You can't trust that because my computer's always on Facebook. Like it's always on Facebook. So it shows I'm always on. But I think it was 12:37. 12:37 was the last time I looked at the clock, and I'm curious to see the time I actually fell asleep.
As far as your motivating quote, then I would say that that says that you should plan ahead of time.
Yes. The best preparation for tomorrow starts today. Okay. So if you want to feel better tomorrow, I know the one that Timmy always says. There's 3 things. Okay, eat better, sleep better, get more exercise. So, I mean, I slept great. Like I feel fantastic. Because I slept for like 9.5 hours. I don't sleep for 9.5 hours, but I went to the gym last night. So I was trying to set myself up for a good sleep. And now that I'm thinking about all this, maybe I should get one of those whiteboards, because that's part of setting myself up for tomorrow. Is if I don't see what's happening tomorrow, I forget what day it is.
That's right. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know what you mean. I mean, if you don't work a regular job from Monday to
Yep.
Friday,
And you don't have kids that are in school Monday through Friday because it's
right?
summer now.
Sometimes the days of the week is more like, what is today? What's today's date?
They blur together. And I mean, as much as I complain about the fact that I don't fucking know
And
what day
she
it
likes
is,
to complain, trust me.
I don't. I actually like the fact that I don't know what day it is because that means that my job and what I do allows me such freedom to go, wait, what day is it?
Yeah.
Because I used to be in a job where it was like you worked Sunday night through Thursday night and you were there every night from 10:30 till 7 in the morning.
Yep. Did it.
You know?
Done it. Yeah.
I don't like that life. I like
Keep
the life
walking.
of somebody who says, hey, where are you? Are you available on the 24th? And I'm like, I don't know. Let me see if I got a gig booked.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
You know, and then I look and I'm like, oh, I'm actually free that day. What you got?
Yeah, well, over the years, we never had those electronics. You could just pull out of your pocket, right?
Yeah, I know. My dad had this little card in his wallet that the bank used to give him every year, and it was a little miniature calendar with all the
Oh, I
days.
remember those.
Now, of course, you can't write anything on those things, but he used
I
to have
used to love
all the
those.
dates. He used to have dates circled. Every birthday was red. Every
Yep.
other important thing was blue.
Mm-hmm.
And then he had another piece of paper that was a full-size paper in his wallet that you would open up, and that had all the important dates on it. It was like a legend. My dad was a legend. He is a legend. Maybe we could have him as a guest on the show one day. He's the original doobie. Just saying, he's the OG doobie.
All right, good to know. All right, so if anybody who's watching, you guys want to get involved in the conversation today, throughout the day, the morning, by all means, send us
Ooh,
your comments.
I have a good question for viewers.
Sure.
Having to do with the quote that I did today.
Okay.
What is something that you do to help give yourself the best start tomorrow? Is it going to bed
Masturbation.
early? Is it masturbating? Is it making your lunch the day before, setting out your clothes? Like what is it that you do to prep for the next day?
Me, if you're
Yeah.
asking the question.
Yeah, let's answer it, you guys. What do you
What do
do?
I
to prep?
do to start my day?
No, that's not the question. The question is, what do you do today to prepare yourself to have a great day tomorrow?
I have ADHD. It doesn't happen. Sorry.
Okay.
Doesn't happen.
So you never look at tomorrow as something to look forward to set up for? I guess maybe if you had an event, like if you were going to a friend's house.
It depends on the day and if what shows are going on, who's bugging me that day, who's
Okay,
annoyed me.
but I bet you there are some things you do. I have a feeling you do these things without even realizing it to make your shows easier tomorrow.
I don't, because I've been living every day for the day so long. That's what I'm used to. Right. So
there's something good to be said about that too.
I know what I have to do tomorrow. I know what I have to do to prep for tomorrow, but that doesn't really equate with
for tomorrow?
feeling better or anything. It's just how my brain works.
But do you prep for tomorrow?
I have to, or it doesn't get done.
So what do you do to prep for tomorrow?
What I'm doing now, this is my prepping.
So it's a mental prep.
No.
He's probably doing something on the computer that you can't
prep. No, I'm kidding. What?
Maybe you're doing something on the computer. Maybe you're doing something on the computer.
What I do look forward to every day is kind of the same thing, I guess. To start my day is that first dude, especially if it's a new strain that I just got.
Can I just deviate for a sec, because you're answering a different question. I'm curious to ask Al what he does
Other side.
today for tomorrow. Oh,
There you
he's
go.
there on me. He's there
No.
on me.
No, other side.
No, I'm pointing at Al Graham.
No, you're pointing at. You're pointing at.
No, not on my TV.
Really?
Really.
Is your
You guys are telling me I'm crazy. Look, this hair's pink. It's not retarded.
Well, no matter what, Mary Jane, you're underneath the two of us on the screen.
Anyways,
Yeah, you
Al,
wish. I'm just kidding.
I'm a person who has a day planner, and I
Okay.
don't use electronics, so I write everything down.
I do
Now,
as well.
do you use like a full calendar or like a yearly planner?
A yearly planner, like a book.
I buy one or two every year at the end of the year, and I never
I get
use
a
them.
desk calendar.
Yeah.
And I fill it up, and I actually save each month. I've got years of them because they all have notes on them and phone numbers and ideas for conversations like this.
Yeah, no, I just write everything down in the planner, and throughout the day, I check it to see what I'm doing. Like if I got a slack time through the day, I can just look at it and say, hey, what can I do now that I can take off tomorrow's list?
Yeah, the electronic thing, I mean, like I've got our thing here in front of us, but yet I'm not even paying attention to it. I don't pay attention to my phone unless it's telling me that there's a show coming up or I have to fix something or, really.
Yeah, there you go.
Does that answer your question?
Yeah, did we answer your question? What do we do today in order to prep for tomorrow?
Yeah.
Yeah,
And I will
yeah.
tell you the one thing that I've been trying to do is keep tomorrow in mind, because my problem is like very much like Al Rapp said, you just spend today in today. I don't give a shit about tomorrow. Tomorrow will come when it comes and it'll be today. But if I stay up till 1 o'clock in the morning, or if I don't eat very well today, or if I don't exercise today,
It'll affect your tomorrow.
then
Yes.
tomorrow I'm going to be tired, cranky, not well. And with the health issues that I have, I can't afford myself to just eat like shit today.
I'll give you an example how my brain works. Okay. On Saturday afternoon, Saturday evening, I came home with, I made some rice, like a stir fry, and I went and got some chicken balls. That was my treat. And then I talked to my sister and found out that my insurance got fucked up for some reason.
I got bad news.
And I had been driving for a month without insurance.
Oh, well, I mean,
yeah. So then, so that turned my day. And then I had an issue with the bank. And the minute that happened, I had an appointment that I had to wait for until Monday at 2 p.m. And my whole 2 days till that time is done. There's no planning. There's nothing. There's waiting for that meeting.
Is that because you can't
So
go
all
anywhere?
the planning, you could plan
and stuff. What's that now?
You could do all the planning you want, but there's always a curveball that comes out.
Yeah, so that's a good way to put it. Yeah, that's a good way to put it. So that curveball happened, and it shut me off. And that's the way my brain, my ADHD brain, my depressed brain works. And I hate it. It makes it very hard to do anything else. So I'm humming along, and then lunch bag let down. And it's, it's like being dropped off a cliff sometime, I wish I knew how to deal with it differently, but I don't. And it's how I just deal with it. Do you know what I mean? Yeah.
All right. Well, Mary Jane, did you have a health tip, or shall we go to a commercial break and come back with some headline news?
I feel like
Al's got his list too. Al's got his list.
I got my list. Let's do a commercial first.
Okay, well, I just want to say the health tip. I think I mentioned it earlier. It's eat better, sleep better, get more exercise. Whatever that looks like for you, eating better, sleeping better. Maybe you're just sleeping an extra half an hour a night. Maybe you take a nap. Whatever it is, just make sure you get your rest, eat healthy, and get exercise.
Sometimes too much sleep is bad for you too, though. Right?
It depends on how much you're sleeping. And I feel like if your body can't get more sleep than what it already needs,
I have at times felt overslept. Feel groggy afterwards.
An afternoon nap will do that sometimes.
Then you're not sleeping better. You're just sleeping longer.
Just
Eat
sleeping
better,
longer.
sleep better, get more exercise. That's my tips for today.
All right, sounds good. Good. And Al, you're up.
I'm up. I don't
Throw
want
it.
to be up. Let's
You
have
gotta
a
hit the
I didn't want to go first. What is this? Is the I don't want it today?
I'm looking to see where my thingy is.
We
All
need some
right,
music
here we
for
go.
that.
At the top, man.
It's certainly high on the list.
Thank you, Bing.
Woo woo.
All right, Bing. All right. So what are we going to hear about today, Al?
Today's high list, I just have to pull it up on the screen for you folks to see.
Is it a high five?
It's a list. It's not a 5 list. It's the best dispensary stores in Canada.
In Canada. All
in
right.
Canada.
Okay.
So here's the list here. Thank you for watching.
So the Village Bloomery.
I've never heard of it, but the ones I
yeah.
have heard of is Tokyo Smoke, Fire and Flower, and of course Peace Naturals, which amuses me because that's where Matt Murnaugh went after he left the private sector.
Yeah, that was the producer. This is a store.
Yeah, I was a
So
little
is it-
confused when you said Peace Naturals.
Well, that's why I brought it up, because this is not the same entity.
Correct. Or it is something separated from them, because it says
Well-
Peace Naturals Project, which is in Ontario, and these are all stores, right?
Yes,
But
these are all stores.
Aren't LPs allowed to have farm gate stores now?
Correct.
That's
is
right.
that
So
maybe
that's
their
why I'm
farm
going
gate
down
store?
the list real quick here to see the information here. Peace
No,
Naturals.
not a quickie.
All right,
And
here we
it's
go.
peacenaturals.com. So
Yeah.
So it must be their store. They're in Peace Naturals. Yeah, that makes sense. They're in Stainer, so that's where Peace Naturals is.
They've been
Yeah.
around a very long time. I
Well,
remember
this
when
is
they
why I
first
brought
came
them up.
out.
Yep.
Yeah.
I remember the lady was so nice. I remember like having a chat with them in the beginning, going like, "I like this company."
I think we other than Matt, I mean Matt Murnaugh worked there for a little while. I don't think he's there anymore, but I believe that we've had people on from Peace Naturals at the beginning when they
first
actually
started.
went on and did stuff.
started.
Well, you got to remember that a lot of the stores there are thousands of stores now, but a lot of the stores came out of the illegal market and are
Yeah, but this is an LP. And
yeah,
store.
no, I understand that, but the stores also, there was a lot of dispensaries around before we went legal here in Canada, and a lot of those stores were granted licenses to open. Some weren't, some were. I believe Jody just got hers.
Yeah, it's not as if it was a given thing. It was the application process. They all had to be follow through as well. And what I'm looking at here too is a lot of these are bigger companies like Spirit Leaf and Superette, Tokyo Smoke, Fire and Flower. They're all now. There's the Green Room. If I'm not mistaken, that is probably in Alderville. That's the only Green Room I know.
Let me look here. The Green Room, Ontario.
There you
yes,
go.
Roseneath. Look at that.
There's
yes,
one in Quebec.
You see, I like that because they're including the res market.
Not necessarily. There is a legal cannabis store in Quebec called the Green Room.
This is in Roseneath, though. The address is right here, Mary Jane.
I can't see that.
It's not up on the screen. Oh.
No, it's there, but I can't.
Oh, yeah. Okay. This I've been there. This is the one in Roseneath.
This is their hoodie, the Green Room hoodie, and then on the side on the side of the head it's got natural medicine.
Oh, that's interesting that they included that in there.
Yeah, nice. It's a nice warm hoodie. I can tell you that.
So my point is, it's nice to see what I would call a local store on the reservation. Starbuds I've not heard of.
No.
It's Canada wide though, right? So that could just be like a provincial store wherever they are.
Yeah.
Oh, I went too far.
I know who wouldn't make the list. Tokyo Smoke. Or did they pay somebody?
They're on the list.
Yeah,
They're
they
right
paid
here.
somebody.
They're right here.
Oh wait, Toronto? Okay, maybe.
The Young
I
and
take it
Dundas
back.
location was their first big one to open right down in the square, right?
I'm curious
Yeah.
to know what makes a good store, because if it's having quality products, then I'd like to know where these stores are. Because
You know-
no, I take it back. I know one in Campbellford that has pretty much everything I've ever needed or wanted, and if they didn't have it, they made an effort to get it in.
That
So-
that would be Eric at Spirit Leaf.
That would be Spirit Leaf in Campbellford, Ontario.
Is they
In my
on here?
opinion, they deserve to be on there, because although they're just a tiny store, it's so nice to meet owners that actually run the store,
Yeah.
that know the products, that like the community, that build you know what I mean? I'm just like,
And gets involved in the community stuff. He's
Yeah.
always involved in something.
they're doing a giveaway for movie tickets right now, and you're
Yeah,
like, oh,
yeah.
like Twister movie tickets. We're
Twister,
not talking about
Twister.
like crappy movies at some small theater. No,
It's
something you actually want to win.
And all you have to do is go into the store. You don't even have to buy anything. You just gotta go into the store and say to the bartender, "Hey, I want some movie tickets for tonight."
Yep.
And they'll give them 2 tickets to go to the movies at the
Store in
local theater.
Yeah, in
yeah.
Campbellford, because they
Well,
have
you'll
a
notice if you
certain
look
amount
at
of
the
tickets.
list, if you look at the list, there is a Spirit Leaf, but it's in Medicine Hat.
Medicine Hat, yeah.
Yeah. No affiliation, I'm assuming.
No.
Well, most likely Spirit
Well,
Leaf, yes.
Just
because
Spirit
it's
Leaf.
like
That'd be just
McDonald's.
connection, but
How ironic is it that 5 years ago we would have all been sitting here going, "Oh God, no, I'm not going, no."
5 years ago, I didn't go into a store.
I'm like, who did that? I didn't do that. I
Mm.
was actually one of the people that was like, okay, I want to go see what they have.
Yeah.
I didn't refuse to go in, because you can't bitch about the fucking products and the way, shit's run inside the store or from the top down if you don't actually experience the fucking market. Don't sit there and bitch and say, oh, they got this wrong and they got that wrong, but you've never bought or dealt or anything with them.
So just to finish up, I guess to answer your question that you asked Mary Jane, what I would consider a good dispensary, be it legal or reservation or
Correct.
black market.
Correct.
When I go into a store or approach, and I've always said this, or approach what we call bud tender now, I want to ask questions. I want to get answers, and I want suggestions. I don't want to just go in and say, here's your bag. See you later after you open it. Because that's what happens sometimes, right? I do what's called the squish test. It's the only test that you can really do when you go into a legal store. And that is just give it a little squish. Most legal producers now are putting the little wet dry packs in there, the humidity packs, which is nice because you don't get these solid buds that just crumble in your hand when you open the bag very much anymore. It still happens. I find a lot of pre-rolls.
You know when it doesn't happen? When you
When?
get your cannabis in a nitro tin.
Well,
Yeah,
yes. Yeah, from True.
They're not the only ones that are doing it now. Seen quite a few of
I
those
know
tuna
about it.
cans on the shelves.
Are they using the nitro tin or are they using other?
I don't know. They look the same.
Yeah.
But that's
So are we
just
done with this list?
I think we're done with this list. Yes, it's available.
I just want to, being we're talking about dispensaries and stores and stuff like that, they're not on the list or anything. I just want to mention that the town that I used to live in, Marmora, that opted out of cannabis because they were worried that it would make the community look like they were drug addicts, so on and so forth, because they were completely against the cannabis. Mind you, the community voted 75% in favor of bringing the stores in, but
And
it
they
was
still
the
disavowed
council that voted against allowing the stores. Well, I'm happy to report that Marmor has a cannabis store.
Woo woo!
That's awesome.
Yeah.
We have
that freaking time, Marmara.
we have My Cannabis Terrace Bay up here, and Tyler is a really good guy, and he just got some more Shatterizer stuff in because I keep pushing him to get Shatterizer stuff, and he will do the same as you said. If you want something, he'll bring it in. If you want some seeds, he'll bring it in. Although most people don't realize, I don't think that you can go online and order it yourself and cut out the middleman.
Yeah, you want to give all your
Although it's
information.
not, it doesn't mean it's going to be cheaper, and it might even be a little bit more, right?
Yeah, exactly. All right, commercial time. Do we have a commercial?
We do have something that we can run here. You put some videos down here, correct?
Yeah, I put some stuff down below there.
How, like, do you have any commercials? Knowing full well he's like, I uploaded a bunch of stuff.
Yeah,
I wanted
he put them in here. So
Can't
yeah,
you just put the commercial in now? Let's try it
All
again
right.
now. I'll grab and say, all right, it's time for a commercial.
Here's a commercial. I got one. All right, we'll be right back, folks.
All right, you do it, Al.
Hi, I'm Timmy.
And I'm Mary Jane. He's the newbie.
She's the doobie, and this is the show
where we
toke
cannabis.
Talk.
From both sides.
Is that even possible?
There we go. Quick run commercial. I was actually hitting the wrong button. I was going to hit the news button because when we come back from this set, we're going into the news. I see Mary Jane must have thought it was a long commercial break.
Okay, well, this is Mary Jane. You'll get used to it. What she does.
All righty. Well, it's that time. Time for news. Time for the news. I'm just trying to find my buttons here. Here we go. There we go. We ran the news. So I see, Al, you've got a few stories that you put into our chat.
I did.
Yes, I can take that as some news stories that you were looking at maybe mentioning.
I found interesting. Yes.
Yes, I like the headline on this one here on the Cannabis Law Reports. It says that Morocco's king has pardoned 4,800 cannabis farmers.
Yeah, I found that very interesting in the world today, where countries are actually overturning their cannabis offenses and letting people out of jail, unlike the USA.
Yeah, the state-wise and stuff like that. Oh, yeah. Let's see what it says here. Oh, unfortunately, only some of it is in English.
Oops. Sorry.
Google Translate.
Here, let's see what that link takes me to.
Who speaks or reads Moroccan?
Yeah, who speaks Moroccan? That would be
Spanish.
Spanish.
I don't speak Moroccan, but I
said Moroccan makes me think of maracas.
Isn't that a Spanish-speaking country, though?
I clicked on another thing that should maybe have.
I don't know. I grew up for the longest time thinking people in Mexico spoke Mexican. When I tell people I'm an ignorant white woman, they're like, "Oh, you're not rude." I'm like, "No, ignorant as in like I don't know." Like I wasn't taught, and that's why people are like, "You're racist." I'm like,
"Holy,
is that racist?" Like,
okay,
you know what?
I'm ethnically blind is what I am. I see people. I don't see color. I don't see race. I just see souls.
People. If you're an asshole, you're an asshole. Did you find it in English? Yep.
Yeah, they say here Morocco is the world's leading cannabis producer, according to the United Nations.
I've heard that somewhere.
Well, it would make sense why they would let them grow weed if they're
They said that in the certain,
pardon you.
In the Rift region, which is grown cannabis, they say that between 80,000 to 120,000 families.
Wow.
That provides a living for those people.
Wow.
Yeah. So 4,800 people have been pardoned or let go, which is a good thing.
That's
people
awesome.
were released from their.
There are still a lot of cannabis prisoners for very silly things.
All over the world.
All over the world, yeah.
Yeah.
Canada is overturning some things, and they're, but I have not heard anything official that they've actually done it. You're hearing things in the States because Trump wants you to believe this, and Harris wants you to believe that, and so but yet nothing's being done. So.
Well, I'm thoroughly excited for the day when I can travel with my medicine to. I'm not asking to go where cannabis is illegal. Like, I'm not asking to take it to an illegal country. I understand the rules, but like, if I'm flying from Canada, which is a legal country, to Las Vegas.
Okay, hold on. Let me just stop you right there. The reason you'll never be able to do that is because cannabis is not legal federally in the U.S.
They're working to change that. But,
it ain't gonna happen.
here's where
you will never. I've watched stuff on the border crossings. You will never be able to take weed across the border, the U.S., Canadian, Mexican border.
So as a child, I never grew out of this. Even as an adult, when something doesn't make sense, I'm like, but that doesn't make sense. So
No,
if I can take my prescription pills across, that does the exact same thing that my cannabis would do. My antidepressants, like, I can take those, no problem. But my cannabis that's legal in where I'm going, I'm just like, I just wish that, because what they're doing is patients. A lot of people like that just smoke weed. They're like, oh, can't you just go and buy some in Vegas? Man, when I got off the plane in LA, I was literally on weed maps going, where's the closest fucking dispensary? Because I've just gone 7 hours now from security to the airport, then out to here. And I'm like, what's that out?
I believe that there is a dispensary right in the Las Vegas airport now.
Well, this was LA. This was 2019. And we went, babe, there's a spot on the way to the hotel. We'll just get it on the way to the hotel. We stopped and we decided we're going to walk from there to the next spot.
In 2019, it wasn't that easy.
So we go to this house, this looking house with a side door. There's like a little tiny sign. And we go in, and literally it's just a small room with bench all the way around and a window. And the lady at the window says, ID, please.
Sounds like NJ Weedman's joint back in the day.
So I hand her my ID, and she does the thing, and she hands it back, and she looks at Timmy, and Timmy goes to take his ID out, and I said, no, he's not going in. And she looked at me, and I said, no, it's okay. He's going to wait out here if that's okay. And she's like, yeah, that's fine. Because for people that don't know, Timmy kind of looks like a cop.
Yes,
he's like
he does.
6 foot. He wears these like blue aviators and a black t-shirt and blue jeans. Like, he looks like he's a narc.
The haircut.
So I took him into this place in LA in 2019, and I told him when we left, he's like, how come I didn't, like, because at that point I was showing him all the things. I was taking him in and showing him, like, I wanted to, it was new culture for him, but I was like, you're not going in here. So he was like, why did you not want me to go in there? And I was like, because that's not a legal store. And he's like, what do you mean? I was like, I've been to enough stores to know that that's not a legal store. He's like, it's not. I'm like, babe, see, that's the thing. Too many people back in the day were going into these stores that it looked like a shop, but it felt a little off. It could have been a store in the side of a house, but I knew it wasn't. It was one of those, like, I'm like, babe, if they get caught and go down, your ID is now there. I'm like, you don't need your ID there. You don't even consume. You were just there
like
for
the
me.
juice stand we used to go around the back, down the alleyway, and knock 3 times on the door.
Dude, even cafe, when we did the GMM or whatever, we were
You
walking
know
with
what? I
things.
applaud. I
I thought it was a coffee shop.
Yep, I thought I frequented cafe in Toronto, mostly the St. Clair store. I applaud them for what they've done. They're still going.
They did it the right
you know,
way. You didn't feel like you were in an illegal
Well,
establishment.
they
You
did it
felt
the
like
right
you were in
way
a
for
coffee shop.
They did it the right way for the people. But what I enjoyed watching was the farce that they made of what they were doing to the police. I mean,
In 2018 or
they
2019. That
they
was awesome.
they were shut down, and then they had these big
How were
concrete
they shut
tiles.
down? They shut the store and then the
They
store
shut
reopened.
everything
They shut
down,
the store reopened, and then the city said, "Fuck you."
They put
at
the
what they
cement
did.
blocks in front of the building, and they're still selling cannabis out of there.
The big blocks.
They were
in front of the
concrete.
building. So
because
then
they kept
Cafe
opening
turned
up.
around and put up a wall photo of the
Mhm.
front of the cafe
Yeah.
and a slot where you could go in where
Yeah.
security stood. And the store just stayed open. And they're still open. They have several locations in Toronto. They were denied legal
Licensing.
permits to open a store.
That's
because they when they were doing the lottery, they won the lottery. Cafe won the lottery, but the minute that Health Canada found out who they were, they denied them. And they're still fighting to get their license because they want to do it legally, right?
See,
But
that's
they're
what
probably making more money doing it illegally.
that's where I get all confused. Like, let's just throw out there was a like a court case that Jack Lloyd was a part of.
Yep.
And there was a group of people that were told that they were never to be in any cannabis, whatever.
Correct.
Didn't you say one of them just got a license just recently? I'm like, if they can get a license,
the Emerys were denied
why-
and denied and denied and denied. And then now that Jody is on her own without Mark, they've allowed her to open a legal store finally.
okay, I'm not saying she shouldn't be allowed to open a store, but I'm saying if a public case where everybody knew about this is
Hold
she's
on.
allowed to have it, then what about the guy who was caught selling at 17?
Conrad in Hamilton, the owner of the Village
Yes,
Cannabis
Hamilton
store. Let me
Page.
finish, please, Mary Jane. The owner of the cannabis store there was across the street from the lounge. He was robbed as a illegal store. He was shut down. He was raided. I was standing at the door one day when they were raided, and he was granted full. I think he's got 3 stores now, legal stores. He got run through the system I'm sure with Jack's help,
Mhm.
right? But there are several people from the black market that have migrated into the legal market
As
and
they
have
should.
been allowed to be granted
And they
property.
should. My problem is those people that if you have a minor cannabis offense, if you never hurt anybody, you didn't use any weapons, you know what I mean? Like you're
Well,
selling
there are
drugs.
corporations that are affiliated that should not have access to the legal system.
Yeah.
Right?
Once again, it doesn't make sense. I'm ignorant.
No.
And it's
Some of
okay.
it
I'm
does
okay
not
to
make-
sit in this space because I have these conversations and I didn't know about Conrad and I don't think he should have gotten raided and I think he should have a license. So good for him.
Well, yeah, I mean, like I said, there are several entities that came out of the black market, just like there are several entities of producers that came out of the black
Yeah,
market.
that's what I was thinking about the
Growers.
growers. Like
Yeah.
these people that were growing for years in this market that was illegal. I do this, but it was illegal. And now I would want to give my gift to the whole fucking world, to all of Canada if I could.
It's it's a very we've watched this start to finish when it's not finished yet. It's fucked up. The regulation, we were talking about this on the 420 show the other day when last show we did. The regulations are so tight that it's nearly impossible for to make money. I mean, when I was looking at what I wanted to do with my life, I talked to Jack about opening up a dispensary. He said, "Don't do it in the city. Go out to the country and do it in a small town, and you'll never make $1 million, but you'll live."
Yeah.
Right. The city is just oversaturated.
Oh, absolutely.
You know.
All right. So, well, as far as we have another news story,
okay,
and maybe a picture of it might give you an idea on what some people think of the legal market.
Oh, wow.
It says it's bull. Whoa, hang on here. I got the wrong picture.
You're like, oops.
Oops. So, yeah, I don't know why it's not showing on the screen.
You have to add it as another.
There you go. I had to add it again. So, there you go. This is another story that you picked out, Al. Got the nice little cow there. But it says that the International Trade Group says hemp seed feed carries no risk to animals or humans.
That's right.
Yeah. They said they have recommended limits on THC for hemp seed waste used as animal feed to go well beyond what is being sought in the U.S., Europe, and Canada. Because
So
that
one-
point.
They're feeding hemp to the animals. What's going on?
You remember? Let's take this back a little bit, Al. You remember when they first started producing hemp in Ontario, up near Barrie? They had the big hemp farm. It's still there. Yeah, it's still there. It was right. It's pretty close to the old Molson's brewery where they were growing in the
inside.
But anyways, that hemp farm at one time, any hemp farm, hemp has been legal to grow in Canada for a long time.
Yeah.
The regulations, like with cannabis, are very big, very tight as well, right down to the point where now it's a little bit more lenient, but at one point you weren't allowed to do anything with anything but the stalk. You cut it down, use the stalk, everything else goes to mulch, back into the earth.
Earth.
We're allowing with CBD production and things like that. Now they have to bud the male, right?
Yeah.
It's a little bit different, but I found it always that they would just overturn everything but the stalk and then use the stalk for clothing and paper and concrete and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
And then it's like all that food and fast food restaurants just goes out in the garbage. It just didn't seem right. All of that byproduct from cannabis, I wish I had a schedule to pull up. It's baffling the things it can be turned into a plastic, a glass.
Oh, there's like 50,000 items you could turn hemp into.
Oh yeah,
you can eat it, you can smoke it. It's the most diverse plant on the planet.
Yeah. So what they're talking about in this story is they want to be able to increase the amount of the THC that's in the hemp, because most places, countries, it's 0.3%. They want to raise that up. They say that the concern is that the THC end of things passes through into the product, and they're worried about what happened at the other end, people consuming that. But the residue that they're finding is THCA. So it's not the delta THC. It's never been heated other than being swallowed. So there is some carry.
Okay, so THCA again pops up into the news.
Yeah.
So I'm still confused. The animals, they're feeding it to animals? What are they using?
Yeah,
they use it as a mulch.
Yeah, they feed them the hemp, which is, it's got all those natural good.
What animals? Cows?
They're talking about cows in this article. They were talking about cows. Okay. And let me just see.
Pellets, Mary Jane. They compress it into a pellet and then they put it out in the feed.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah. And they
But
want
you
so
can use it. You can
Europeans
use
want to raise the limits
in your fireplace and everything. I mean, anything that you can do with wood, you can do with cannabis.
Yeah, I know hemp. I've been saying for years, hemp is going to save the world.
No, you're absolutely 100%. In fact, we should play that song, but we don't have it available.
You know,
we just pretend.
Who is it? Musk. Musk said that he would offer $1 million to whoever could figure out how to clean all of the toxic waste that happened over at Fukushima. And I said, hello, hemp. Just go plant a bunch of fucking hemp there. That shit will take all of it out of the. Well, where's my $1 million?
I believe they did that in Russia as well at Chernobyl. I believe that they have hemp surrounding Chernobyl to clean the air.
Yeah, because that shit takes it out.
Yep.
Takes it right out of the ground.
You know, it's when somebody says to me, you know, you talk about pot too much, Al. I'm like, yeah, but you know what? I'm not talking about pot. I'm talking about the plant that is just.
Yeah,
it's
those people.
It's going to save our lives because you know what? With all the trees, the destruction of the forests that are going on, something's got to be replacing that and quickly. And cannabis, hemp, is what needs to be there. And all those
grows way faster.
All those forests that have burnt down out east or out west, wherever.
Yeah.
Throw cannabis in those and let it grow. It will bring nurturing stuff to the land, and the trees will like it, and everybody, and blah blah blah. Rosalie, get out of here. There's no more kitty snacks.
Do we have a show and tell portion of the show, or did I not build that in? A show and tell portion of the show?
No, we don't know.
That'll be in the extras part. Okay, I'll wait till.
Okay, that'd be all right. We got another article that you picked out there, Al. Okay. And it asks, does CBD infused skincare actually do anything for your skin?
Yes, I've always wondered that because you know,
like Marcel, those fucking CBD pillows.
Yeah, and the toilet paper now.
I would say
here's a question.
I would say yes, just because like aloe is a plant and it does certain things. I think just my own experience of rubbing CBD on my skin, that yes, it does do something.
And I just have to say aloe to you too.
Aloe.
So this question asks, will beauty products with CBD get you high?
I say no.
I don't know. I've never tried smoking them.
So isn't the rule
available in the recreational market? Don't forget.
Yeah, the rule of topicals is you're not supposed to get high. Although I've heard numerous people tell me they do get high from certain.
Well, you know that you do feel a tingle on the skin.
Yeah, but that's not feeling high. That's not an internal intoxication.
Yeah, correct.
That's just okay. But if you rub A535 on you, do you get high from it? No.
No.
So like what? No.
What do you get? What active ingredient in A535 would you consume to even think about getting high?
I think it's the it's not methyl.
Mentholatum.
It's
mentholatum.
Is it camphor? I think they put camphor in it.
Camphor.
Camphor is the same shit that they put in Vicks. It's that like
the menthol.
Yeah, well, it's camphor. CAMPHOR. I learned about it when my kids were really small because if they're too small and too young to put Vicks on them because they're babies, you can buy something called the camphor block, and it's literally like this big, and you put it into a sock or a baby sock or whatever, and you pin it to the inside of their sleeper so they smell the friggin' shit without actually
Sounds familiar.
There's another health tip for you.
Yeah. Okay. Now the next question is there any evidence that CBD in beauty products can improve your skin?
What's it say?
Well, I would think it would depend on the product itself, like which product, because there are some.
Skin.
there's some good skin products and there's some bad skin products. So what I would do is I would take cannabis and infuse it with whatever beauty product that you like.
Yeah, you can do that too. Just if you have but then you're messing with their formulation, and it could, like, depending on what they have in it, you could alter the texture, like whether
Mary
it's
Jane,
gonna stick.
most of the creams and stuff that you have used over the years have been professionally made creams from big companies that somebody has just gone and dropped some oil in.
Yes,
Okay.
but they know the formulation is what I'm saying. They know how much of what to put in
There
it.
would have to be some reverse engineering, yes.
Yeah. I've done that where I've had I had this really nice cream from a company called Melaleuca that I wanted, a lotion, and I literally just put some in a bowl, and I took my cannabis oil and I just dropped it in and I mixed it and put more and more. But like I'm saying, if you put too much oil,
it's just like making ice cream. If you want to make medicated ice cream, go get your favorite ice cream or the things that you use to make your ice cream in your ice cream maker and drizzle some oil in there and run it.
Yeah.
You know.
All right. Next question they ask is, can using beauty products with CBD be harmful?
I don't know. It depends on the product. If you're allergic to whatever creams,
no, I feel like it depends on your skin. Like I have a friend who loves coconut oil. She uses it on her face on the daily. I tried that shit and I broke out so fucking bad. Like I have like 6 pimples on my face right now and I never break out. So it depends. It depends on, I think, yes, the product and yes, the skin. Because if your skin doesn't like maybe
what happened now?
CBD.
Did you close that out or did I?
You did.
I'm sorry.
I was
I was trying to see your pimple.
Good morning, Church. How you doing, buddy? Hey, Church, while you're watching, just so you know, watch the network coming up this week or next week. There's going to be a little video clip of you playing here during your time on the Global Marijuana March. I took all the videos.
Oh, the GMM.
All the GMM. I took all the interviews I did during the walk, and I broke them all down and created 10 different clips.
Years?
Pardon me?
This year's that we did?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
Is it in here?
No.
You don't get it yet, Al.
Here,
We'll
I'll put Churches in there. It's a short one. It's not very long, so it won't take very long to do.
Yay, that means I get to see Church today.
It's loading.
Well, is it show and tell time yet?
You can why don't you see your show and tell while it's loading?
I'm like, is it event time yet? Is that what it is?
No, events is coming. We just got to finish up. Oh, yeah, we've got to do the news articles. Al, all your news articles are done now. We've done those 3 articles.
Okay.
So time to move on to the sports.
Okay.
And I'm just looking at Church's video there. It's almost done. It'll be done when we get, it's just that we'll get started into the news and then Church's video will be all loaded up. And it's only, it's a short video. There's some that could be 40 seconds long. And then there's some videos like my interview with Timmy. It's like 10 minutes long, 12 minutes long.
Oh, yeah. That makes sense.
Yeah. We had a lot of questions. And there were some people like him and there's Val from Shatterizer. They asked me questions, so the interview goes on a little bit longer than what I thought that they would go on. Just so you know, it's processing. It's doing its whirly thing. There we go. Here's that clip.
I'll stop and ask Church a question. I'm asking everybody the same question. Okay. All right. Okay. Why do you march?
I march to spread awareness and to show my experience along with having a good time and hanging out with some friends.
That's right. Yeah. Awareness is good. That's right. Okie dokie.
There you go. A quick little interview with the church. Awareness is very important because when you spread awareness, then other peoples will learn. And church says, yeah, he likes how we interact with people.
With the
And,
peanut gallery. We are the peanut gallery. What are you talking about?
yeah, and we want that. We want people to interact, and we will talk and show their comments, and we will answer their questions, and so on and so forth during the broadcast. May 3rd, he says I will be there. I checked the date. If you notice in the video, at the end of the video, I put the date of this coming March.
That's great.
May 3rd,
I want to like jump in right now and just say, because I'm sure, Al, you've seen my my message go through on the GMM planning chat. Maybe not.
Yeah.
I'm going to be setting up another meeting to start planning for next year's event. We're going to try and get a jump on it early. So if anybody out here watching, listening is like, I want to get involved and don't know where to begin, just send me a message. It's as easy as that, or send Al a message and we'll help you, bring you into the group of like people that this Al, right?
This Al.
Did I do that right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes,
Okay. Because right now I'm actually pointing at the opposite Al, but I'm just
No.
saying this Al.
You would notice in that video, Church had a beard. I see he's got a comment. Oh, hang on. I miss my beard. So he must have shaved. I haven't seen him.
Yes, he must have shaved. So yes, he's not wrong.
I gotta
He
do
says,
that.
we need a lot of promo. We also need a lot of money when it comes to paying for all of this promo. So we need to contact big companies and let them know, like, be a part of this, because we want to make it. At one time, we broke a fucking record. Toronto broke a record for how many people we had at the GMM. I want to fucking break that record again. That's my dream.
Watch
it's
your
gonna
mouth,
take a
young
couple
lady.
years. Fucking break it. That's what we're gonna do. So we need as many heads and hands and hearts as possible.
Well, yeah, and if we can double it every year, it'll get to be big again.
Yeah. We need to make it a big party. We're gonna have bands.
Alrighty. Oh, okay. Here we go. He shaved it for charity. His beard, $100
awesome.
For Canna Helpers.
You raised $100 for that. That's great.
Yeah.
The Canna Helpers is an amazing group of cannabis advocates and like-minded people that are just helping community members out of the goodness of their own heart. So, like, for no gain of their own other than to watch these people smile when they receive these gifts.
I'd like a gift.
You have a home. They're helping really, really, people that are down on their luck. So.
I have a home for wayward pot plants. So if you are a wayward pot plant and you need a place to live.
Yeah, wayward pot person too.
All right, guys. You know what time it is?
No. What time is it, Al?
It is sports time.
Shorts.
That actually kind of made me excited about sports.
Right. Well, you know what? It all goes with today's theme, with your motivation, your health tip. Okay. It all goes along with that. And for some reason, I don't have it lined up here on the screen. I thought I did, but I do now. And that's because the sports tip says the study is cannabis can make workouts more fun, but no performance enhancer.
Yes.
So there you go, Mary Jane. You're talking about.
So I have a question then. If
Sure.
I am able to go into the gym and focus better, does that not improve my performance?
that would improve your
It would.
that day. I'm not. I think what they were looking at is not performing. For example, if you were a skier and you got
lifter.
down the mountain in 3 minutes, it's not going to get it. So you got down the mountain in 2.5 minutes.
Oh, I get it. If I'm a power lifter, I'm not going to be able to go in and lift, 50 pounds more than what I normally can, but I'm going to be able to focus better. So in my mind, I'm like, it is a performance enhancer.
That question is what gets people in trouble when they use cannabis in the Olympics. That exact question. Is it performance enhancing? If
you ask Ross Rebliati, he'll say yes, because
I can't say his last name. Yes, Ross, you're right.
Just like getting a good night's sleep, eating a healthy diet, all of those things are performance enhancers.
Yep.
A good mattress.
They say that they say that a little bit of weed before a workout can boost motivation.
Yeah.
And make exercise more enjoyable.
If you use the right strain. If you use the right strain, if you use the wrong strain,
you want to go home. You want to go home and eat some munchies. Fuck the gym.
Exactly.
Yeah, they said the study consisted of 42 runners, and
okay. I could see that. You'd focus and you'd run a little bit longer.
They say the bottom line finding is that cannabis before exercise seems to increase positive mood and enjoyment during exercise, whether you use THC or CBD, but THC products specifically may make exercise feel more effortful. Effortful? Yeah, it just says.
Well, I will say I went to the gym yesterday, and I was when I went there, it was with the mindset, like, I hate the gym. Like, I don't know what it is about. It's literally a building where they keep all of the equipment to work out on. But just like a church, I didn't want to go into the fucking place. I'll walk around my town. So I was like, I'm going to go to the gym and I'm just going to walk on the treadmill. It's literally just walking. It's not doing anything else that I'm not used to doing. I'm not going to touch the machines. I'm just going to walk. But I smoked a joint before I went in. And when I went in, I spent 25 minutes on the treadmill with Timmy. And he was just watching a show, focused. So I was like, man, I left the treadmill. I did the whole 30-minute workout in the back room. And then I did some stretching. And then I did some other stuff. And then I was like, Timmy found me. He's like, are you ready to go? And I was like, what time is it? He's like, we've been here for like an hour and a half. And I was like, what? We've been here for an hour and a half? Like, what are you talking about? It's like 9:30. We need to go.
I used to lose time like that playing tennis and sailing. At the time, just now I lose it. I come into the office and I sit down, and at 7 o'clock in the morning, and then it's 4 o'clock in the afternoon. I'm like, what the fuck?
Cannabis does have the tendency to do that with this association of time.
Yeah.
I find.
Yeah. Especially
so does ADHD, just saying.
I think that works with most things, not just sports, that cannabis will enhance your creativity with the right strain. Let me say that again, with the right strain.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah. They said that they had people in a THC group and a CBD group. They say the participants in the THC group reported that the same intensity of running felt significantly harder during the cannabis run than a sober run. So it was harder for them to run after consuming.
Probably because of the lung capacity and yada yada.
Is it because they were feeling more of the steps, more of their body, more of the because it says it felt like it was done with more intention.
Yeah, they say here that this may be because of THC increases the heart rate.
Oh.
Yes.
Yeah, they said a previous study conducted remotely found that runners felt more enjoyment under the influence of cannabis, and they ran 31 seconds per mile slower.
Most people do.
They're just enjoying life. They're like,
slower.
Look at the trees.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, you take time to enjoy what's around you more, I think.
Maybe, slow down.
Well, I don't know.
Even cannabis and yoga and the Buddhists doing their Zen thing, they've been using cannabis as well. and for fucking eon there. I swore. I'm sorry. I apologize. I'm not trying to be a blasphemy.
We're all guys here.
Well,
It's
there you
fine.
go. So yeah, I look at it as cannabis. If especially if as a pain end of things, the pain that you're going through while you're pushing and pushing and pushing. That I look at that as a way. If it reduces your pain, is that not an improvement and a possibility of your improvement of your scores or your activities or your running?
You see, I think that this is why there are so many people that say no, it's not okay to use, and then there are so many people that say it is okay to use.
Well, it affects everybody differently too. So they're coming at it from their experience.
Patient specific is what I say. Yeah.
Well, I find too, when you consume cannabis, like myself personally, like just, I don't know if I keep doing this because I can feel a tightness on this side of my body. It doesn't hurt, but I can feel a tightness. And I feel like cannabis makes me more in tuned to feel the little things within my body. Whereas if I didn't consume it, I'd just be like, oh, my friggin' shoulder hurts.
No, it makes my things roll right off my shoulders is what it does for me.
All right, we got another message from the church. He says, thank you, Mary Jane.
Marianne and Mary Jane. It's actually Marijane, one word with an I.
We used to call her
fucking confusing.
And that was in regards to
I would call her Mary.
That was in regards to your comment about him shaving his beard off for the can of helpers and
that was awesome.
Yeah. Exactly. All right. I'm done my sports and all that. So you know what time it is now, Mary Jane? It is.
Stop!
Events. Okay, so I'm sure you remember I told you about the 80s event. We had that. That was amazing. I noticed since the event, so Timmy it's called he sings this song about bringing back the 80s. And it actually happened on 0808. And at 8 p.m., no, at 8:08 on 0808, the Lionsgate
now you're
portal.
just fucking confusing me.
The Lionsgate portal opened. It was when all these planets align, and what it does is it's a time of creation and having your wishes come true.
And there's
so
another
we were there
at the end of the month.
Well, as we were there wishing and singing for the 80s to come back, started to notice since then a lot of 80s wear in people. Hair, clothing, songs.
Yeah, 80s style is coming back. Yeah,
a lot of 80s.
I still wear 70s.
Did you wear bell bottoms when they were really big, Gal?
Yeah, I had bell bottoms. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I did too. And cords.
Yeah. I had platform shoes too.
I got such a rash from the cords that I had.
Cords. I wore cords.
Such a rash from those, man.
Jeans and t-shirts. Go ahead.
That's the event.
Did you shop at Thrifties?
We had the 80s event. And then this weekend, just this weekend that just happened, Camp Canna, Alberta happened. That was, I don't know, you should go online and check out the footage on that. Upcoming events, I let you know that today actually is the 20th, which means Ottawa.
It is.
In Ottawa, Ontario, they're having the Tether Buds sampling event, which is also their 3rd year anniversary party.
Is this just for bud tenders though?
This is for bud tenders. So if you're a bud tender in the area and you want to like see some new products, have a cool vibe, Tether Buds is great. Absolutely love Tether Buds.
They need to fix that.
That's the government regulations, and I absolutely agree, because let me just for people that don't know, that are not in the cannabis space or in the bud tending or whatever, there are these events that LPs go to give away samples to bud tenders. So they give them to the bud tenders, then the bud tenders smoke them, and they're supposed to go to their stores and talk to the stores or the customers and say, hey, it's supposed to distribute out that way. But the problem is the bud tenders get it, And then are they the ones responsible for purchasing at the store? Maybe, maybe not. If they're not, then they have to convince somebody else to purchase a product that they have not even tried. So if this is the way and you're trying to get it from the LP, the government wants it to get from the LP to the store to potentially get it to the customer, this is not a good system. What they need to do is create a system that goes directly from LPs to customers.
I think a better system would be the same what they did in Edmonton or Calgary. Let's just say Alberta. And what they're looking at doing in Prince Albert, BC, I think it's Prince Albert, might be Prince George. But they're looking at what they've done in 3 years in Alberta is they've sold cannabis products at the event.
Yeah, but it's even more ridiculous here. They're not even selling it, right, Al?
Well,
They're just giving it away.
Just allow them to have cannabis events where products can be sold and people can go in and test it themselves.
And you know what? The event organizations would make so much money if they were allowed to do that. That it isn't funny. All these LPs there in one building, you can go, hey, I'll take 2 of those, 1 of those, 3 of those.
It comes down to government regulations.
They will put some regulations on it right there and say, oh, you can only have one quarter from each table, or
Yeah, but like once again, I'm confused because when I've gone into the liquor store to pick up a bottle of wine because I was going to a dinner party,
I have never been said.
I walk in and there's
much, sir.
Well, there's the guy or woman or person standing there with the little table, and they've got all these little tiny shot glasses.
Yep.
And they're standing there with a bottle of wine or a bottle of whatever, and they're like, "Would you like a sample?" And I'm like, "No, I don't drink." But it makes me wonder, you're giving away free alcohol at the liquor store, and then people have to go get in their cars. Obviously, I know that's not enough to make them drunk, but how come we can't do that with cannabis? Why can't you give me like a 0.2 of a nugget for me to take home and put in my little vape?
Why not an edible, a gummy, or
something?
Like you say, a little partial of a nug sample that you can give away enough to roll a joint, right?
But instead, they give away uninfused. This is what kills me. They give away uninfused samples. And you know what? I'm fine with that because I just give them to Timmy because he doesn't consume cannabis. So I'm like, here, there's nothing in this. But if you're giving it to me to try to see if I'm going to like it with cannabis in it, it tastes completely different. As soon as you put the cannabis into the product, you've now, like most of them don't taste the same. Uninfused.
Depends on what they made, what cannabis, what kind of cannabis.
That's why I say most. Most. I will say general admission tastes pretty damn close, and they're uninfused and they're infused.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, because if
really
you're using
strong
it, you're going to taste it, right? You're going to taste the full extract. And some people
and I don't like that. I don't like to taste, which is weird because I like the taste of oil on my lip. So, yeah. So as for upcoming events for September, I'll get into that next week. But I do want to tell you about an event that I went to because I was unable to go to Camp Canna, Alberta. To be honest, after looking at the videos and stuff, I'm like, it's an Alberta vibe for sure. It was like versus Ontario Camp Canna, where they had like cabins and the lake, and like Alberta had a swimming spot, but it was like down the road and it was like in like a field. It was a different vibe. So I definitely
you like the Ontario location better than
there's beds and stuff. Do you know what I mean? Like you don't have to like bring air mattresses and So it worked out in my favor, I want to think, because I ended up at the front row of a Pauly Shore concert. Excuse me, a comedy show, not concert. At the Comedy Club in Toronto. So many wonderful things happened, like from having Timmy with me because he's a comedian. So I take his comedy sense as like, and I heard him laughing, not just for like out loud, not just for Pauly Shore, not just for Ryan Belleville, but also for Adrian Fish. So all three, the opener and like the other act, sorry, Ryan, I don't know what to call the middle act. And then they have the headliner, but they were all hilarious. And I made this shirt. I don't know if you can see it. I'm gonna take it down. Oh, I think I'll take it down. So I made this shirt, Nugs and Chillin' and Grindage, because that's like very Pauly Shore. And this right here is Pauly Shore's signature.
Yes, I saw the video.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
You saw a video? What video did you see? What
Where's the
video did you
video?
see? What video? I took one photo that night, and it was of a blank stage.
I saw a video of you talking to Pauly Shore.
If you've seen a video of me talking to Pauly Shore, I want to see that, because that didn't happen. Well, it did happen, but nobody was in the room when it happened. I was allowed to go into the theater.
It showed him signing your shirt.
Okay.
So that's how I knew that you had seen him already. I was like, "Where's the clip?"
So here's the funny thing. After the show is when I got him to sign it. Like right after, just before, it was like the last thing he did before he got off stage. I just stood up and I shoved a marker in his face and I went like this, and I was like, "Sign it and don't be shy." So he signed it, went off stage, and then this was another one of the I want to say delightful surprises. This is one of the delightful surprises that happened that evening. After the show, I was in like my own little world, because Pauly literally just signed my shirt and walked off stage, and I heard Mary Jane, and I'm like, "Oh my God."
Hey,
and I started like freaking out. Yeah, that's exactly what I heard. "Hey, buddy." And Timmy goes, because we were literally front row. So Timmy steps onto the stage and starts walking over towards the side. And as he's doing that, security is like, because I guess they thought he was going to go backstage to like follow Pauly. But Timmy went this way. I jumped up on the chairs and wandered all the way over. Who was there? Winnie and 11 from the Disciplined Stoners.
Oh, yes. Yeah.
So I was like, "What the hell?" I was like freaking out. So yeah, we like walked.
So that's the video I saw. The Disciplined Stoners video.
11 took a video out front, like saying like, "Hey, oh my God, we seen each other." Like that was so cool, because if it wasn't for him taking that, I swear I have no photos, no videos. We literally, it was just
look on their wall, because there is a short video of you with Pauly Shore and Timmy, I believe.
Okay. I just want to say shout out to 11, who is always thinking about creating content and how to elevate the like everything, just life, I guess, in general. So thank you for capturing that moment.
And we have there is an interview of him during the Global Marijuana March that will be airing this week.
Not Pauly. 11.
11. Yeah. Not Pauly.
Rose.
Yeah. Well, Winnie's into comedy, so it made perfect sense that they were there.
All right. Are we done events?
Yes.
All right. It's another time for another commercial. And I'm going to hit the right buttons this time.
Okay, let's see. I'll do it. Let's see what I'll do.
There we go. We'll be right back, people. I don't know. It could be a minute or two.
Are you looking for non-stop, continuous cannabis and psychedelic programming? If you are, then turn your browsers to 420radio.ca or paceradio.net, where you will find the 420 Pace re-rolled Saturday. Everything gets started at 8 a.m. Eastern Saturday morning.
You know, Al, I gotta say,
quick.
I gotta say that you sound really stoned in that.
Do I?
Yeah, I said on Friday, my God, is it me or does Al sound really stoned? And everybody was like, "Yeah, Al sounds stoned."
That must be the pre-rolled promo for Saturdays.
Yes.
Yeah.
Just
I
chills
could've been.
like, "Yeah, man." Anyways, go ahead.
I smoke every day, so who knows? I may as
Yeah.
well. Alrighty, so that's done. Now we're into random talk. But before we get that, I have got the segment here. Oh, there we go. Got to move things around. Here we go. I'll be right back.
With the other Al.
All right, so yeah, recipe time. Today I've got some Rasta pasta, and there we go. There it is, right there. Some Rasta pasta. This was at the website medicalmarijuana.ca. I'm taking this out of the Grassroots Advocate magazine that you'll find at online.ca.
You fucked up your plug, Al. Come on now.
Now, what you need for this, they say, is 12 ounces of fettuccine, 3/4 of a cup of can of butter, a cup of green peas, a can of mushrooms. It depends on what kind of mushrooms you want to put in there. They also mentioned portobello mushrooms, some roasted peppers, some chives, Parmesan cheese, a little bit of salt, some pepper, and then you throw it all together. You cook your fettuccine, throw it all in a large skillet pan, melt your can of butter, add your garlic, saute over a medium heat for 1 to 2 minutes, stir in your 1/4 cup of cream, stir consistently over medium heat for 2 to 3 minutes, add your fettuccine, red peppers, mushrooms to skillet, and stir in the remaining cream, cheese, pepper, and salt. And I can tell you, I don't try any of those recipes.
You're not sure you can't.
I can't. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, there's a lot of that stuff. Like I wouldn't be able to put any red peppers or green peppers because I can't eat those peppers.
I can't even have the cheese.
There might be a non-dairy alternative.
I just want to say that, for these recipes, okay, it's in most cases when people are cooking with cannabis, they're cooking with cannabis butter or milk or cream or sauces. They don't just throw cannabis in. Okay. Just want to say to anybody who doesn't cook.
The reality with all of the recipes that we're giving, even like Al's that he gave last week, they're ideas that you could use your, like Al said, the cannabis butter, the cannabis oil, the milk, whatever, to make. Like if you like fettuccine, then try that dish. If you don't like fettuccine, don't try that dish. If you don't like peppers, don't add the peppers.
If you're not familiar with cooking, the only real thing that you have to watch out for is overheating, because if you overheat what you're cooking, you're going to burn off the cannabis that's in the butter or the cream or whatever.
Yeah, that's why I personally really enjoy when people do sauces or drizzles and things like that, because it allows you also to dose after, so you can bake what you need to bake and then just toss the icing on it or the syrup.
I have a
on
question.
Sure.
What the fuck is the difference between a sauce and a drizzle?
I think it's how you put it on.
That's what I was going to say. That's what I was going to say. Drizzle is more like a spattering of it, whereas a sauce.
Maybe drizzle might be thicker.
I don't know.
Echo.
I have to ask
drizzle
my
and a sauce.
My son's a baker and a chef. He knows all that stuff.
She's trying to get something that will say, tell us.
Maybe she's got a comparison, one of each.
It depends on before or after cooking.
Is that what it said?
Sauce is during, drizzle is after.
But the long and the short is if you go over 220 cooking, you're going to burn everything off.
Yeah. All the cannabinoids degrade at a different temperature, and it depends on what cannabinoid you're trying to get after. Like, obviously, don't go burning it off, or else what's the point? Now your stuff just tastes like weed, and you're not getting any benefit from it.
I would think that with this new big thing about THCA being an acid, it's THC acid, and it seems although it's a distillate or an isolate,
that's what it is before it's converted. So it's
that's right, but
natural
it's easy to cook with because it doesn't stick to your cookware and things like that because it's a powder, right?
Well, it's THCA is not necessarily only in distillate or powder. If you were to take a
You get
cannabis
liquid?
bud and
It's on
take
a
it
bud.
right off the plant and put it through a wheatgrass juicer and juice that juice is full of
you can get
THCA.
But you can get oils, you can get anything that you can do with cannabis, you can do
without heat.
without heat.
As soon as you put heat to it, it burns off the acidic part of it. Yeah, it converts it to just THC.
It decarboxylates.
Yeah, but my neighbor used to, when he grew, he would he bought a wheatgrass juicer, and he would juice it every day because he was like, that's Dr. No, I was thinking about Dr. William Courtney. Actually, I was pulling up the name in his head in my Rolodex here. He had done a documentary that talked about the importance of juicing cannabis, and whole plant juice is actually good for you. It tastes disgusting though. It's so gross.
Yes, I
It's
don't
the
like
worst.
the taste of it at all.
Take a shot of it. Like, it already takes so much
No.
cannabis to turn it into that.
No, thank
you. Know what I mean?
Yeah, we're just last week we're talking to Cheryl Rose and Haley
Yes.
and
Yes.
Haley, how she gives Haley the juicing and
She does the micro doses with Haley now, right?
yeah, and she's doing micro greens.
That's what she's doing. Micro greens.
Yeah, taking cannabis seeds and consuming them after 14 to 20 days of growing. So they're just sprouts.
Yeah.
And that's when that's when a lot
Is
of the
she eating or
THCA
juicing?
She's eating and juicing. She's doing the microgreens.
Well, there is a theory that I'd like to believe in, because I'm like, it makes sense to me, is that the reason why we've seen such rates of all of these diseases rising in the last 100 years is because cannabis was made illegal. And we think now it's, smoke it, get high, whatever. But it actually, if we were using it like a vegetable or an herb or both back in the day and actually consuming it like these animals are now consuming it, then maybe we wouldn't have half of it.
Autoimmune conditions have gone up in the world as the less cannabis that we are able to consume. Like we are what we eat. So if the animals are eating, cannabis products, that can pass on to us. Yeah, and that's been eliminated. And our autoimmune systems are taking a beating.
Meat, both meat and milk and other things that cows and other farm animals produce are purer. They're more sustainable. They last longer. It's and right. But we live in such a fast food society now that our immune systems have dropped. Al has Crohn's. Mary Jane has IBS. I got diabetes, and everybody's got something that can be helped with cannabis, but they don't believe us. They don't believe us, man.
Well, it's also because what works for me doesn't necessarily work for you. And even if you and I have the exact same things and all the same whatever, we're just two different people.
Drugs for different thugs.
Yeah. Well, I know a guy that was on a pharmaceutical drug that I was on. He ended up hospitalized with a pneumonia and had to get off the pharmaceutical. Whereas it helped me.
It was causing his immune decision to allow him to get a cold.
Colds, yeah. All righty. Interview time. We've got a bunch of interviews there on the chart. I've got one picked out.
I like Ed. Ed.
That's the one I had picked out. Exactly. Here we go.
Yeah, you know who I got here, Al?
Yes, sir, I do. Hello, Ed.
He says hello, Ed.
Hi, everybody.
And his name's Al, and we're live on Pace Radio and 420radio.ca and the 420 Pace. We've been here today going around talking to the vendors and stuff, and it's good to see that you're up here in good old Canada with your books.
Oh, it's a pleasure to be here.
So yeah, well, what do you think? You know, I don't know. Do you come to Canada often to experience what it's like here for legalization?
I come here all the time. I often come here for the fireworks shows in Vancouver. You know, during the summer they have them in Montreal as well. Yeah, I have a lot of good friends here. What? Excuse me?
What's your newest book?
My newest book is Ganja in India. And this is a copy of it. And it's about a trip that I took to India in 1981 when ganja was still legal there.
Still legal.
It was still legal, yeah. And I was invited by the government to look at the fields.
Grow. I think everybody's got your grow books, Ed.
Well, this is my new grow book. It's Cannabis Growers Handbook, and it's not just an update. It's totally new book. So
Totally rewritten now. There you go. This is what you got to get, buddy.
I had it. Somebody stole it.
Yeah.
I've had a bunch of his books.
My friend, my producer on the other end, he says he's had a bunch of your books and he's had it stolen. Yeah.
You have to have them under lock and key.
I know.
He knows, he says. Okay, I lost it. I lost an earbud there. Okay, so I guess it's going to go a little rocky here. So I can plug in my other ear. Okay, Ed. So are you doing any speaking today or just...
I'll be speaking at 2:40 about my trip to India, and then at 3 o'clock I'll be on a panel.
All right, okay. Website, Ed.
I'm sorry?
Website where people can find you.
My website, just go edrosenthal.com.
There you go. Super. Thank you very much, Ed. There you go. Ed Rosenthal.
Yeah.
Grow, grow, grow.
Da, 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 da.
Looking pretty good for 79.
Yeah, he's still going. You see, and he's still got, like, you looked at him, you see him bald, but when he turned his head, he's got his hair up in a ponytail or bunched up in behind him there. So he's got,
I can't do that. I feel like
Still
I'm
got the
doing
hair.
a comb over.
It's funny.
It's
It's funny how the hair changes on
in the
men.
back,
eh?
and this hole just goes over the back, but then it makes me look like I'm just got a big fucking comb over going. So it's like, no,
Yeah.
not happening no more.
I do the comb over thing.
yeah. So, you know, and like you say, he's what, 78, 79? He's
79, yeah.
He's still educating people about cannabis.
And I just want to say, nice cover. The silver.
Yeah.
I was like, as soon as he held it up, I was like, oh, I need it.
You know, I wonder if he has troubles traveling in and out of Canada and out of the U.S. because he's very recognizable. He's very well known. And you just know that border guy standing at the thing, you know, he knows who Ed Rosenthal is.
Yeah. Because
You
like,
see
I've seen reports in the news where people have been rejected
yes
entry into the USA just because they wrote about cannabis.
Yep. We've had a few people on the show over the years that have had issues getting in and out of Canada because of what they do for a living. I don't know if you remember, Mary Jane, we had a Potluck on the show who is a very fast rapper who has done stuff.
Oh, his name's Potluck?
That's the band. But they've done stuff with Eminem and
I thought you meant that we had like a potluck where
no,
people
no,
brought
no.
dinner all night.
This,
I was
no,
like,
this
that
was
would make
this was a group. They were coming up to do a show at Canada's Wonderland, and they were refused entry into the country because one of the band members had a bag of weed in a box or something. Right? They refused the whole band.
Paris.
Nice enough, they came on the show from the hotel where they were staying that night.
Well, at least it wasn't a jail cell.
Yeah, no, exactly. And I watch that border protection show, and there's another one that does border protection on the water or whatever. And you see the customs, and I mean, they don't care for your reasons.
No.
They care about the fact that, and this is what we were talking about earlier, Mary Jane, cannabis is not legal federally in the US other than for medical, like Canada. Okay. Canada, as far as the Canadian government goes, cannabis is not a medicine.
Correct.
Yes.
They don't. Yeah, exactly. They
No.
don't recognize. They don't
It's
recognize.
the reverse here. It's the reverse here in Canada.
They still call it marijuana with an
Yep,
H.
they do. But my point is, it is illegal to take a controlled substance across the Canadian-US border. It will always be illegal to do that. In fact,
Unless
we
it's prescription.
We can no. Period. Cannabis. Period.
No,
You
I mean
cannot-
not cannabis, but unless it's an actual like prescription.
It's not right. Yes,
Other,
but cannabis you
drugs.
can't do it like a prescription. You should
Correct,
be able
correct.
to.
Yeah,
Correct.
because our cannabis is not a prescription.
That's right. And the Canadian
to
government,
use.
the Canadian government doesn't recognize cannabis as a medical.
And to
use.
you, government, I say this about that.
Still,
Oh yeah.
That's not-
exactly.
have they removed that off? Have they removed that statement off of their website yet? I don't think
Not
so.
the last I knew. I know
Yeah.
Tamara's always talking about it.
Yeah, it says right there, cannabis is not a medicine in Canada or recognized by the Canadian government.
Exactly.
Whatever it is.
When's the next election?
I don't care.
The only answer to that is not soon enough.
October 2025.
Yeah, not
Is it?
soon enough.
And November in the States.
This November in the U.S.
Is
Correct.
it? Ooh,
Yeah.
this
This
is gonna be an
November in the
exciting
U.S.
season.
I'm waiting for one of the parties to say that they're going to legalize cannabis.
They both are talking about it, but they're not saying that. They're saying descheduling.
So many bills. Well, they're rescheduling it to they're talking about going to Schedule 3, but the majority of the people who submitted documentation and so on that during the comment period said that fuck that, go all the way, just deregulate it or deschedule it, regulate it, and make it legal. It doesn't make sense to make it a Schedule 3.
Hey, wait! If they deschedule it, does that mean we can travel with it?
No.
Well, see, that's the thing. Even if they federally legalize it, I wouldn't doubt if there is still some problem with us crossing with just like right now. You
I
can't.
get it.
cross
You
the
want me to
border with
buy-
fruit? You can't. Fruit
Yeah.
is a problem. Meat is a problem.
Yep.
So, even though
I
they're
would be
legal on both
fine
sides-
if all airports started carrying cannabis. Like
A
maybe
lot of
that's
them
what you
do now.
Just
I
start putting it in
guarantee
the
you,
airport.
if you flew into LA tomorrow, you would find a dispensary at the airport.
And there's
In
one in
fact,
DC.
I absolutely
There was.
guarantee it because I've seen an article about it. I know there's one at the airport
Smart.
in Las Vegas as well.
It's smart.
And now Planet 13, the big dispensary with the big comedy, they got the comedy festivals and that stuff there. They're doing a lot of stuff now too. They've got a dispensary and everything.
Yeah.
Our friend Jeffrey Peterson, the 420 comic, has played there several times.
He's a resident, or he's got residency.
He was, yes, yeah. He plays a lot of the different casinos and hotels. He is he's all over the fucking place now.
Mhm.
I wish he would come up here.
It's not surprising why a lot of American entertainers don't come up to Canada, because there's nothing really to bring them here.
Well, Nitty is doing
38 million people.
Well, yeah,
Natish
okay,
is
but
doing
say for
very well,
example,
too. And he was
you make
on-
$10,000 a show in the States.
Yeah, I know. It's
What are you
different.
making up here?
Nothing.
Even if you make $10,000, that's not $10,000. So you're gonna ask for what, $15,000?
Yeah, because the
Canadian
dollar.
You know, so like I know Timmy has to deal with this because he brings American comedians up, and he actually brings them up.
And they want to be paid in the U.S. funds. They don't want to be paid Canadian.
Well, and
Most-
trying
you
to
know
pay
what?
them, like
Most-
they have these weird cash apps and Venmos and stuff
Most
like that.
of
We don't.
Most of the entertainment industry is paid in U.S. funds. I would imagine.
That's it. From now on, I'm taking US only.
You know what? Yeah, no. Okay, I don't want to talk about it.
Alrighty. If we got anything else you want to talk about?
No, it's nap time and lunchtime.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm going to the gym.
We did our 90 minutes plus. We're still going. Got some things that got to get done today. So
Yes. Well, we'll see everybody next Tuesday.
next Tuesday, 10 o'clock, same time.
Are you going to hit the button or am I, Al?
You can.
All right. Okay.
All right.
Say good night, folks.
Good night, folks.
Have a good day.
Actually, it's not night. It's afternoon.
right.
Good afternoon.
It's noon. You're watching the 420 Pace Network, found at 420radio.ca and paceradio.net. Are you looking for non-stop, continuous cannabis and psychedelic programming? If you are, then turn your browsers to 420radio.ca or paceradio.net, where you will find the 420 Pace Re-Rolled Saturday. Everything gets started at 8 a.m. Eastern Saturday morning.
And it's pleasant to not pleasant.
Why don't you do one of the pre-rolls now?
Or sorry, not
Or
pleasant.
you'd have to register everybody.
Correct. Yeah. We're just staying in the one kit. It's easier this way.
11 is overall enjoyment.
No.
Whether you want to.
And then would you buy this product?
No,
we could do it afterwards.
Okay, what was number 10 there? Yeah.
Whether you want to have
Number
one
10?
broadcast
I
of the
missed it.
indica kit
Effects and experience.
and one broadcast
Pleasant to
of
not pleasant.
the
Or not pleasant to
pre-roll
pleasant.
kit. So you basically have to shut down and start right back up again. Or we just wait till afterwards, and I'll just edit it and cut it in half. It's gonna be too long to play it as a replay anyway.
No, at
Puff,
the
puff,
end I
puff
wouldn't
there, buddy.
bother. Not a spoon, but I
Okay,
had it
so this is sample number
5.
5. It feels like we're over the hump. Okay, visual appeal. Okay.
Do all the things together, do dance through.
Holy, on 5 already.
Oh, the sound. Okay.
I don't know if I can.
Oh, sorry.
I don't know if I can smell that from here. If that's just the other weed still floating around.
He expected something to go through with a pizza.
Yeah. It's not,
I'm still smoking number 3.
Got a lot of crystal.
Yeah.
But I find that smells pretty faint actually now.
Do you think there's any truth to the story that the stronger the smell, the stronger the pot?
No.
No, but the stronger the smell, the tastier the pot is typically my experience.
Well,
Yeah.
I would think that whatever's creating that smell would be an increased effect for whatever that terpene does.
You would think.
Yeah.
All right. Number
But it
five,
might not, other
visual
effects
appeal.
might not be as good. So your overall
I think they
effect could be,
shortchanged
you
them
know,
on the ground.
Do you guys like a terpy weed or a not terpy weed?
terpy weed or non-terpy?
Number 2.
I don't.
Beans put into it, I don't
Yeah.
like at all.
Yeah, like
Like
um,
favorite crap of anything.
anything with added flavor agents.
No.
No.
you say
It
No.
just- it-
I think
it's yeah, no. And I've seen that in vape pens where the flavor agents are added.
That's
And-
one of the
and
things that upset me the most about vape pens is there's hardly any that taste like weed. They all is this weird flavored profile of fruits and candies, and I just want to smoke weed and I want to be able to
they
smoke a
have
vape.
botanical terpenes.
Yeah,
added to them.
all of them.
You
All
want
of them.
just a straight up natural.
Yeah, and I can't find it.
No, eh?
Either I like it or I don't like it, and if I don't like it, I won't smoke it because it's doing
Okay.
something to me I don't
We're
like.
into grinding. All right, we're on to the grinding.
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 We need grinding music.
We're gonna find out if it's fluffy. Any lumber? No, because lumber is weight. You know, I've had to.
You got
I've had
5?
to.
Oh, you're working on
Yeah.
cut the nugs to
And
put
then
into the
sticks as
packaging to
contaminants.
go out for a kit in the
What's
past.
that? None.
And the lumber that we would have sitting there at the end was unreal. The amount of lumber that was sitting there.
There's not a lot of lumber in these packages.
Yeah,
No.
you could take a pound and have an ounce or two of just lumber.
Yeah, I'm impressed with how nicely trimmed and manicured
Yeah.
these buds are.
Yeah.
Generally, as far as the LP weed goes, generally I'm finding my only true complaint is being too dry. They don't usually have a lot of stick. You don't get hair and gross stuff usually, but unless they're putting the little packets inside their packaging,
Yeah.
It's harder than a rock. I've had stuff that was so hard, and the minute you put it in your grinder, it just falls apart and it's dust.
All right.
You can't roll that.
Just got word. We got another judge coming. They'll
Cool.
be here in the next within the next half hour, 25 minutes.
Well, we should be all sitting here, unless, of course, we're napping. When he shows up, everybody everybody do this when he comes.
I gotta say, for being 5 joints in, or actually 10 joints in already, I'm not feeling that high.
There's 5. Yeah, I guess it's double joints.
Yeah.
Right? But it's still ounce
I'm okay.
or grams. Grams. 5.
I
five
can't
grams.
crisscross now.
Yeah. Okay. Next.
I actually didn't feel
Adam's grinding.
I've had no shortage of puff.
No.
I know. Oh, I know.
I've had 90 milligrams.
Yeah.
Okay. There's water there. Don't forget the
I've
water.
got some here.
I was gonna fire up the barbecue when we switch.
I didn't know that.
I got a feeling the pre-roll is going to go a lot
Nice
quicker.
to know that they're monitoring that stuff now in California. That's for sure.
Yeah. Oh, really?
Yeah,
Hey, halfway done watering the plants. Someone's still watering. Good. Good to know we're in someone's garden. Be nice to see the gardening, but I don't know how they do that. Oh, there you go. Yeah. Anybody want any munchies?
Yes,
Waiting?
Buddy, you
I
want
could
to
help
get me
you roll
a
the
glass
joint,
of water
too.
then, please?
You want a bottle?
Yeah, please.
Yeah.
No?
Thank you.
Anybody else want a water? Drink?
Water. Iced tea. Is that your water? Yeah, I'll take a water, Wayne.
Okay.
I don't know if this is mine or not. It's beside me though, and it's warm. So it's been there for a while. All right.
It's Bob.
Am I? Yeah, there's a recycle bin behind you. See the blue, the green.
Yeah, you got a green shirt on.
Donuts, I just dropped it.
What'd you just do?
Donut, can she eat it?
No, if not, it's possible.
Lots of fur.
Yeah, but just yeah.
I'll just throw it over there.
Over the fence?
Someone will get it.
There you go, Al.
Thank you.
There you go, Bob.
Thank you.
Where's mine?
Where's who? Where's yours?
No, the blue bin. The green one?
No. Yeah, the green bin. Can you throw some chips in a bowl? And then we'll
that hit the spot.
we won't fill up on chips, but it just help with if anybody's got a little gur on.
Did we lose Deb again?
Deb, she probably has
gone to the trailer for a nap.
No. It's that time. Come and go.
Yeah.
It's going. Okay, so we got one joint this time of number 5, correct. I was just testing everybody.
My number 5 here says it's a sweet smell, a hard bud, panicky, sleepy, moody, and a bit grumpy. Those are my notes for number 5.
Number 5, eh?
Yeah,
you're right.
So what was the final note?
I said a sweet smell, a hard bud, made me feel a little bit panicky, sleepy, moody, and a little grumpy.
Everything sounds good until you get into the
grumpy.
The grumpy, yeah.
Yeah. Yep.
I find with the ones that we know as sativa strains,
pretty
nice. I just they give me sometimes too much energy.
Yeah, it's just like
afterwards.
I'm like that normally.
For doing too much. Yeah.
What number are we on?
And then when you don't do stuff on a sativa like that, you get really wound up. I find, anyways.
No, sorry.
Experience.
Harsh to smooth.
Oh,
Maybe. That was my doggy. I don't know if you could see her come through.
No.
Okay.
Yep, I see her. There she is.
8 so far.
Path, color, and structure.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay. I can do that there.
Number 7. I'll give it 6.
I can still taste it, which is
Yeah,
good. You know?
effects and
All right, I
experience.
need to put that one down.
All this. Okay, I'll give it that there.
By the time we're all done, all you're going to hear from any of us is
Wayne.
Come on, buddy, hurry up, man.
Give them a number 3.
Give him a number 3.
Okay. Here we go. That's there.
Forget where I am here.
Save and finish later. Save and finish later for anybody who is looking at buying.
That's what I said though about the last one too.
Yeah.
Put it in the roach pile.
Okay. Did anybody want me to roll the other joint?
No.
Mix them all together at the end, one big salad.
Yeah, it'd just be a salad, correct?
Salad. You can put some of your apple hash in there.
Is one joint suffice, or do we want to carry on with
For the purposes of judging, I think
one is good. Okay, so it's my turn. You're watching the 420 Pace Network, found at 420radio.ca and paceradio.net. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponic shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Are you looking to get your medical cannabis grow license? Limestone City Hydroponics can help patients through the process of obtaining their license to grow medical cannabis. What's that? You don't have a doctor? If you meet the medical criteria, Limestone City Hydroponics has a nurse practitioner who can assess and provide medical cannabis prescriptions. What are you waiting for? Contact Limestone City Hydroponics at limestonecityhydroponics.ca or call them at 613-548-0420.
PACE Radio is the People Advocating Cannabis Education Radio Network.
Legacy 420 have an awesome array of cannabis-infused beverages, from pop to Nature's Nectar's teas, all in amazing flavors. What a selection! We even have a delicious mango-infused juice, and let me tell you, it's delicious.
Everything is infused in-house, so we buy our syrup from the same place where everybody else buys their syrup for their pop, and the infusion is done in the lab. It's all canned here, labeled here, produced 100% on Tyendinaga.
We have two lines of drinks. One's called our Nature's Nectar. That was our original line that we came out with. And then we also have a line under the Red E brand. We have them in 10 milligrams, 30 milligram, and 60 milligram cans.
What a great selection for a get-together with friends or after a long day. Remember, if you want to wet your whistle with on-site lab-tested products, come see your trusted partner. Legacy 420 out on your road.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Good day and welcome to the Mushy Moment today on May 7th, 2024. We're here live on paceradio.net and many other places. Give me just a second.
Hi, everybody, and welcome. Steve apparently has somebody knocking on his window, which has honestly never happened before. That's actually kind of funny.
That's never happened to me.
That's the first.
It's a gentleman from just down the road. He used a bunch of the black oil to get rid of cancer on his nose. And he's inquiring about the 7 mushroom blend and some of the other products to help him along the way.
Excellent. Excellent. That's wonderful. That's wonderful. So how was your day?
So far, it's going incredibly well.
Strange people knocking on the window. It's awesome.
Oh, yeah, the phone's already been going off. It's a good day. It's beautiful and sunny, and it seems like things are a little more settled in the planetary solar area, or at least not bouncing right at this moment. And yeah, life is good. It's nice. I took Meek out for a nice walk already this morning. She enjoyed a bit of sun. It's a beautiful day.
Wicked. I
How
had
are
some
you?
fun over the weekend. I went to a tattoo convention here in Nova Scotia, and one of the tattoo artists that was set up there is the gentleman that I received my first tattoo from 30 some years ago. But yeah, he was there. He's 78 years old now. He still tattoos. He doesn't do much for designs, but he was there doing autographs for a lot of money. But he is one of the most worldwide famous tattoo artists of all times. Sailor Jerry. Some of you might have heard of his rum. Not that I promote rum, but some of you might have heard about his rum, Sailor Jerry. And so this is the man, the myth, the legend, and he autographed my first tattoo this past
Wow.
week, which is really cool. So my first tattoo was done by Sailor Jerry himself, and although he wasn't up for doing any retouches to it, he did sign it and add a second little mini anchor to the bottom of the Y, which is pretty cool.
Nice. Man, myth, and legend. We have one of those on our show today, too.
We do. The man, the myth, the legend. You can't be in any of this natural medicine without knowing who this man is. Everybody knows him. He fought for cannabis. He's currently fighting for mushrooms. He's got this amazing coca. I keep doing that. Cafe in Vancouver. He's got a few cannabis dispensaries. He's got a few mushroom dispensaries. And he is just, downright a nice guy that fights for the rights to natural medicine.
Yes, he's been a very strong advocate and a very very prominent and loud person in the trying to change the way drugs are viewed and to end the drug war that is currently devastating North America.
Yeah.
And I'm really happy to have him on the show. It takes pretty big nads to keep going in there and fighting like that. And he gets raided, he gets taken down, he stands back up and goes, no, this is something I believe in, and this is a fight worth fighting. And I'm fucking honored to have him on the show.
Yeah, I've been able to tell by the way you've been sharing the advertising. It's been pretty beautiful. So welcome, Dana.
Hello,
Good
thank
day.
you for that lovely introduction.
We have a lot of respect for you. Lots and lots of respect.
Yeah.
So my first question is always one that seems to provoke some thought and some pretty good answers in the past. I want to know what got you started in this years ago. Like you've been this amazing, loud activist, making differences and making changes for quite a while. But what was it that made you pay attention to this sector and made you decide that you needed to stand up and make a difference?
Well, about 35 odd years ago, when I was in my late teens, I started using cannabis and learning about the benefits and the hidden history. And I read the book, The Emperor Wears No Clothes, which is kind of an oldie but a goodie. And a lot of people, I think, read that book and helped open their eyes to the truth about cannabis and a lot of the information that had been hidden. But for me, I saw quite quickly that it went beyond just cannabis. And although I do think that cannabis is wonderful and probably the world's greatest plant, I sort of saw that what we call the war on drugs is really a war on plants, and that coca leaves and opium poppies and psilocybe mushrooms and peyote cactus and all these different things are all also really wonderful plants with a great deal of historical, social, cultural, spiritual, religious, medicinal use around the world. And so my first kind of activist project, I started writing letters to members of parliament in Canada back in the late 1980s and keeping their answers in a binder that I had and sort of tracking those kind of conversations. And, for the since then, for 3.5 decades, it's been a pretty wild ride and quite a journey, but I've never seen anything to convince me otherwise that the truth that the war on drugs is a terrible, harmful, destructive policy that causes and worsens all the problems it claims to be trying to solve. And so, I never thought this was going to be something easy to change. It's very deeply baked into our culture and into our world institutions at every level in every country. And if you want to be participating in the global network of countries, you've got to buy into the war on drugs or you are excluded and ostracized and attacked. And we got cannabis legalized in Canada after a great deal of work. And of course, the legalization we got isn't perfect, but it is a monumental victory. But for me, it's always been more than that. And so I've been working on psychedelics for the last couple of years, but it goes beyond that as well. And really, the whole thing needs to be dismantled. I'm not sure we're going to see the real end of the war on drugs in my lifetime, but I think we're seeing the beginning of the end. And hopefully we can push things forward, but it's still many, many years away, if not decades away, of really dismantling this global policy, which has just caused so much harm and destruction and devastation on every level. So that's kind of my history and where it comes from. And the more I've learned and the more I've seen over the years, the more I've become convinced that we're in the right and that prohibition is really the policy that needs to end, and that prohibition and drug war are devastatingly harmful and deadly for millions, billions of people around the world.
Yeah.
So there you go.
Oh yeah, hands down. So when you look back, is there any one episode or any one event that actually triggered no, I need to step in and fight this?
Well, not really. I mean, I had a pretty privileged upbringing and everything, and to me, this is a nice way of giving back. I've enjoyed my work. I mean, there's definitely been challenges and losses and hard times in this conflict, and lost a lot of good people to drug issues and poisonings and things like that. But aside from that kind of thing, it's been a great journey. I've had the chance to do lots of different kinds of things, start businesses, write books, do political projects, and then work like that, run for office under a few different banners and all different kinds of things. So for me personally, it's been a pretty exciting and positive kind of adventure. I've had challenges and losses, but also a lot of victories, and helped a lot of people live better lives, I think, and done a lot of good through this campaign, especially with our Get Your Drugs Tested project, which has been going on for the last 5 years or so, and really grew into something much bigger and more fantastic than I ever really expected when we started it. We've now become the busiest free street drug analysis center in the world, and help tens of thousands of people make better decisions and more informed decisions about what they want to put in their body and the substances they're using. So, I mean, there wasn't any one single incident, I don't think, that's led me to that, but just a lot of different incidents over the years that have just showed me that. When we started off this campaign in the early 1990s, you couldn't buy a bong or a pipe in Canada really easily anyways. They were illegal. Grow books and High Times magazines and things like that were all prohibited and quite difficult to get. And we've come a long way since then, but we've still got a long way to go. And, there's plenty of people in the cannabis community who see cannabis and recognize that the prohibition of cannabis is harmful and failed, but don't really extend that to other substances. And they'll say, well, but heroin and meth, these are very dangerous and harmful things, and they should be banned. But cannabis is safe and helpful and should be allowed. And I understand the logic of that, but the reality is that it's prohibition itself that makes these substances more dangerous and often perverts them from their natural forms. And, in some way, I think of like fentanyl or some of these things. They're kind of like the spice of cannabis. Cannabis, you get the spice product, which isn't really real cannabis, but can actually be quite harmful and deadly on its own, but sort of a substitute for cannabis when you can't get it because it's cheaper and easier to make, but it has lots of those harms. And, I believe in a legal system that people tend towards the safer, milder forms of these substances, and that it's prohibition that puts them towards the more harmful and deadly versions, often that are replacements of the more natural forms that become harder to get. So yeah, I've seen a lot and learned a lot over the years, but nothing I've seen or learned has ever convinced me of anything other than the war on drugs is incredibly harmful, and it's time for it to come to an end for the benefit of all humans and all civilization and our advancement as a species. We need to put aside this terrible war on drugs, these terrible prohibition policies, which are just, like we've been saying, just causing so much harm and death and destruction in Canada and all around the world.
Yeah.
I have to agree, and it's not like it's getting any better. It's just constantly, exponentially getting worse. And like now, to begin with, it was like, oh my God, there's fentanyl in the heroin. Then it's like, oh my God, there's carfentanil in the fentanyl in the heroin. Oh, now there's benzos in the carfentanil in the fentanyl in the heroin. Now there's trank in the, and the safe
absolutely.
supply stops that. A lot of people see the.
Go ahead, yeah. I was gonna say when I first started doing this in like the early 1990s, there was considered to be a drug poisoning crisis in British Columbia then. There was about one person a day dying from an overdose or drug poisoning in British Columbia. And this was considered a major problem, right? And so the NDP government at the time had the chief coroner of British Columbia do a big report. He traveled all around British Columbia, talked to tens of thousands of people, had all these town halls and seminars and discussions, and came to the same conclusions back then that all the experts come to now, that prohibition is causing these harms and that we need legalization and regulation and safe supply. But that was one death a day. If we got back to that now, if now in British Columbia the death rate dropped to one a day, they would consider that a huge success and problem
they'd
solved.
be dancing in the government.
They'd say problem solved, but the reality is that in itself was a crisis, an avoidable crisis caused by prohibition, and it's only gotten so much worse since then. And so it shows to me that how out of whack we've got, how far we've gotten, that what was once considered a major crisis would now be considered a solution compared to how bad things have gotten now. And of course, we've had decriminalization of small amounts of a limited number of substances here in British Columbia, which has just been overturned. And they're blaming overdose deaths and poisonings and chaos on this decriminalization, which started fairly recently. But of course, this problem's been going on for years and years and decades. And of course, in jurisdictions without decriminalization, like right next door in Alberta, things are just as bad, if not worse there. And decrim itself is not going to really solve anything. But the point is, criminalization doesn't solve anything either and makes it worse. And the default for any substance should be decriminalization and non-criminalization of anything, unless you show there's a benefit to penalizing people from possessing or having that. And there's been none of that with prohibition and with our current laws. But they've just overturned this and gone back to criminalization in Vancouver or in British Columbia here, and it's. Some of our political leaders, they will, I've seen this before in my career, where they try to do the right thing or they'll move towards a better policy. But as soon as there's any kind of pushback or challenge, they just cave because they don't know how to talk about the issue. So, our politicians in British Columbia, they don't know how to defend decriminalization. They don't know how to explain these issues. And so they try to put this policy in place. There's a few speed bumps on it, and they just cave entirely and push back on it instead of understanding how to defend it, how to tweak it, how to put better rules in place. But there's an argument being made that decriminalization is the cause of all these problems in British Columbia. And of course, nothing could be further from the truth. But decriminalization isn't really the solution either. It's part of the solution, but the real solution is replacing the drug supply with a legal one. And that is difficult to understand. And we've got this weird situation where instead of doing what I think should be done, which is legalizing and selling these substances to people, they'll give them away to certain small numbers of people. And I don't really think, in some cases you need to be given stuff for free for whatever reason, but I don't really think giving people free things is the right way to go. For the most part, drug users are happy to pay for the substances they want to use. We didn't end, a criminalization of cannabis with free cannabis for everybody. Like, you can grow your own, you can produce your own, you can share it, and certainly the taxes are too high. But I do think people should be paying for these things if they're going to be using them, right? But But the reality is, we're pushing back on this. It's going to be years again before we get another opportunity to move forward on decriminalization again in British Columbia, and we've really got to go beyond that. But I think one of the important lessons for us, and we saw this with cannabis also, it's not going to be politicians coming to our rescue. It's going to be us as activists at the grassroots level making these changes happen, and then forcing our politicians to lag along and come along behind. And this happened with cannabis, right? I mean, it was years after bong shops were all over the country and the police had given up on raiding bong shops. But the law against bongs and pipes didn't actually change until legalization in 2018. We had many years of pipes and bongs still being illegal in Canada, but the law being ignored. And the same thing with seeds, and then with seed banks, and then with dispensaries and cannabis sales, and ultimately open sales. And none of that was given to us by a government. All of that was taken by activists making those changes, starting off in some of the bigger cities, but ultimately spreading all across the country. Many people got raided and arrested and penalized for that, but the movement kept going and kept growing. And we're going to see the same thing with other things too. We're seeing it now with psychedelics, and certainly our shop is one of the leaders in that, but not the only ones. There's plenty of places across Canada with dispensaries, mushroom shops and things. Those fun guys in Ontario are very active. They've been raided and attacked and keep opening new shops and keep pushing back on that. I got raided once, and that was pretty terrible, but those guys get raided all the time and somehow manage to keep pushing back, right? So certainly not just me by any means doing this. I'm the only guy putting my name and my face out there in that sense, that most of the other mushroom dispensary owners don't. They may be committed and maybe working hard, but they don't normally put their face and their name out there like I do. But I think this is going to be the solution. It's going to be us pushing ourselves. And, your viewers may or may not be familiar with the Drug User Liberation Front, a group in Vancouver that had been running a compassion club.
I was going to ask you about them.
Yeah, I mean, they've shut down now under intense pressure from the government and from the police after getting raided and having all kinds of legal conditions put on them. But they were doing great work providing a safe, reliable source of methamphetamine, cocaine, and heroin for their members. And that maybe sounds outrageous to some people, but the reality is these people are using these substances anyways, and by having access to a reliable, safe supply, none of them died in that time period. None of them had any those kind of serious health problems that come around from this, and we need more of that. We need more people stepping up. They're coming. It's happening as well. I mean, these substances perceived as the hard drugs, this is the hardest ones to kind of get people's minds around. But I approach that from a different angle with the Coca Leaf Cafe, where we sell coca leaf and coca tea and things like that. And of course, coca is the leaf you make cocaine out of. And I believe cocaine should be legal, but I also believe that in a system where coca leaf and cocaine were just as legal as coffee beans and caffeine, we would use them in similar ways. And so, you can go snort caffeine if you want to, and some people do snort caffeine and use caffeine in kind of unorthodox ways. But the reality is 99.999% of caffeine users, they don't want to snort caffeine, even though it's cheap and accessible and easy to get. They'd much rather drink coffee or energy drinks or things like that. And in countries where coca leaf is legal and available, the vast majority of people chew coca leaf or drink coca tea. They have no desire to move on to other substances or to anything else. And if Canada fully legalized cocaine in all of its forms, this would not mean everyone started snorting cocaine all the time. It would mean that people started drinking coca drinks and coca teas and things like that. And that's really, what I think is more natural. You don't need to prohibit, we need to ban caffeine powder to stop anybody from snorting caffeine. We just make safer, milder forms available. That's what people really want to have. And so, and there's another example of something called Doda tea. And Doda tea is made from dried opium poppies. And you get some dried opium poppies, grind them into a powder, add hot water, and let it steep. And you've got kind of a mild opium tea. And this is pretty popular in the Southeast Asian community in Canada, especially out west, but all across the country, and widely used. And then in the early 2000s, the police decided they were going to crack down on this. And they actually had to convince Health Canada. They would send samples of this Doda tea to Health Canada, and Health Canada would say, we can't find any opium in there. The opium level is so low, we can't even find it. And the police said they had to send someone to Health Canada and pressure them into changing their tests so they could find some opium in there to allow the police to do this crackdown. And of course, they start raiding shops that are selling Dota tea. They start going after people bringing in small quantities of Dota tea. What happens? 5 years later, 10 years later, massive heroin problem in the Southeast Asian community. And I read interviews with people who talk about, hey, I'm a truck driver. I used to drink Dota tea. Help me with my pain, help me get to sleep. Now it's gone. Now I'm injecting heroin. Now I'm using fentanyl because I can't get heroin. Now my life is all fucked up and my family's in chaos and things are really bad and I'm worried I'm going to die. Well, that person was fine drinking Dota tea, but now they've been pushed by prohibition into these really hard, more difficult substances to use responsibly, more potentially deadly substances. I say bring back the Dota tea, bring back the coca tea, bring back these options for people that are safer, that have historical benefits and health benefits, and that are the more natural, easier way to use these things, right? But prohibition pushes people to the harder forms, right? Prohibition can push people away from cannabis towards spice, which can be more available. That pushes people away from opium tea and towards heroin and fentanyl. If you think about it, it's very odd that it's easier to buy cocaine and fentanyl than it is to buy coca tea and opium tea, or even opium. It doesn't really make any sense. Shouldn't a good drug policy make it easier to access the milder, safer forms and harder to access the more risky and dangerous forms? But our drug policy does the opposite. It makes it so the only forms that are available are the most deadly, harmful forms of these substances, and the more natural forms are impossible to get, right? You can buy cocaine in 15 minutes in any big city, but I'm the only place in North America where you can walk in and buy coca leaves. And even I have trouble getting coca leaves in, right? So it just shows how these laws have the opposite effect of what you intend. And we saw this during alcohol prohibition, where getting a glass of beer or a cup of wine was impossible during alcohol prohibition, but getting bathtub gin and drinks with alcohol with methanol and poisonous things in it was very easy to get and caused a lot of harm and a lot of deadly results, right? And so we've seen this over and over again, but we can't seem to learn as a society what the truth is about these policies. We seem to keep going back over and over again over these terrible policies and recreating them to our detriment. So that's where I stand and what I'm working on and the change we're trying to make.
Wow.
Boom.
That's pretty damn awesome, man. Pretty deep.
Yeah, mic drop. Yeah. So you literally were just a young fella who saw this and got and said that you needed to make change. It wasn't something happened to you. You just saw the wrong things happening and needed to change them.
I will say that for the most part, a lot of people that I meet who become activists, they usually do so because of a personal reason, right? And that makes sense. I believe a lot of different things, but the ones you really work on and become active for, those are the things that affect you personally and that you have a deeper belief in, right? And so, it's not unsurprising that LGBTQ people are at the forefront for fighting for rights for LGBTQ people. Doesn't mean other people don't believe in it. Others may become activists, but those who are really most affected by it become the people who lead the front lines. And I've met a lot of people who have become involved in cannabis because they or someone they love has a need for medical cannabis. That's often a turning point for people when they see the benefit and they can't access it for them or their child or their parent or someone in their family. Or often it's the case that this person or someone they love has been adversely affected by a prohibition and has been arrested or gone to jail or been penalized or lost their children or their job for some reason, and that motivates them to want to get involved and get changed. But for me, it wasn't really like that. For me, it was more of an idealistic kind of thing. I've suffered challenges from being an activist, but it wasn't anything like that turned me into an activist. I started doing this because I believed in it and because it just seemed like the right path for me to go on as a young person. And I don't regret any of it, but that's my story. I came into it from a slightly different way, but some are motivated by idealistic issues and some are motivated by things that have happened to them and this and that. And I'm not sure it matters necessarily what brought you into this movement, but we've all got to push this movement together. And whatever the reason we come into it is, we got to work together and make these changes happen in our society. What we do, I say what we do in Vancouver resonates across Canada. What we do in Canada resonates around the world. This is a thing that affects every country on earth. Every city and town on earth is affected by this in different ways. These policies are very difficult for any country to change on their own. We complain about cannabis legalization's flaws in Canada, but we also got to recognize that we are the only country on earth, other than, I guess, Uruguay, that has full legalization at the federal level. Of course, it's not going to be perfect. Of course, it's going to suck and have all these flaws and problems. We're the only country that's done this at the beginning, right? We're not going to be able to get it perfect the first time as the only country. It's going to take a lot of other countries doing this too and moving forward kind of together. And if any one country goes too far, they can be punished by other countries. Canada would not have been able to legalize without many American states doing it first and weakening the sort of moral authority of America to tell everybody else how to run their drug laws and their prohibition laws when their own states are decriminalizing, right? So it's got to happen at the same time or in sequence to a lot of different countries all around the world. No one wants to go too far on this, or they become a global pariah, right? So it's very challenging. And we got to recognize that when we look for these changes and be aware that nobody can make this perfect. It's going to take a lot of countries doing things, different ways to get to where we are. And we are still many years, if not decades and decades away from really seeing the end of this war.
Yeah, I got to agree there.
Yeah.
But it's nice to see it started. It's nice to know there's warriors at the forefront that are, that's one of the things I always sat there and admired about you. I always work in the background, I don't like playing that whack-a-mole game. I tend to get whacked. But I notice, you're out there in the forefront. You're putting your face and your name out there, and you're standing behind your convictions. I see the news put out their different little stories, and a lot of times they try to make you look like not a very good person in their stories. And, as a person that has a couple of daughters in fentanyl addiction on the downtown east side, I have to say I completely appreciate everything you do. And through that, I've learned to understand what decriminalizing drugs actually means, and the pressure that it takes away. And if we could make that happen on a national scale, then there'd be a better chance of making healing happen on a national scale.
Yeah, I mean, decrim is important, but ultimately it doesn't really solve the problems of prohibition, right? It takes the boot off of users and opens, allows them to lead a bit more of a normal life without being afraid of being arrested and penalized at any moment. But it doesn't really solve the problems of a safe drug supply. And that's really the key issue, right? Is having access to this. And to me, a safe drug supply doesn't just mean like fentanyl or crack or these things, right? Like a safe drug supply should go the whole gamut. And so, I support safe access to these things, but I also think if you've got someone who's an opiate user, for instance, who's using fentanyl, if they need safe fentanyl, okay, let them have some safe fentanyl, but maybe offer them some heroin or some opium tea or a really strong cannabis edible or some kratom or things like that are also safer options for a lot of people. And these things aren't available either, right? And so when we do make a safe supply available, it's often only the most strong kind of forms, right? We offer hydromorphone tablets and things like that. And I fully support that. That should be allowed. But why are we not offering other alternatives? Why isn't kratom part of the conversation? Most Canadians aren't aware of what kratom is. We sell it at our shops, and it really helps a lot of people that are opiate users have a safer option, right? And offering things like Dota tea and opium tea and things like that should also be available. I've talked to drug users who told me, this was a few years ago, I met a guy who uses heroin when he's in Vancouver. He said he went and lived in Vietnam for many years. When he was there, he stopped using heroin and started drinking opium tea. He said he found it fine for what he needed. When he came back to Canada, he couldn't get opium tea anymore, so he went back to heroin. Now, I'm not sure how many users are like that, whether it's 10% or 90% that could switch from their current substance to a milder form. But whatever the number is, they should have that option, right? But there's no safe opium tea supply going on. There's no safe kratom supply coming from the government. Kratom is still prohibited. There's no safe, try some extra strong cannabis edibles as an alternative. These things aren't going to work for everybody, but they're going to work for some people, and they should have that option, right? And I believe if we have these milder forms, many folks would never move to the harder forms in the first place. No one's going to be drinking bathtub gin if they've got nice beer and wine available, right? Same kind of situation.
I agree. On that note, we've hit the halfway point. So
Oh,
we've
that was
got
fast.
to take a break and let our sponsors have their moment. So we'll be right back shortly after our sponsors here on paceradio.net with our awesome guest, Dana Larson. See you in a few.
We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Are you looking to get your medical cannabis grow license? Limestone City Hydroponics can help patients through the process of obtaining their license to grow medical cannabis. What's that? You don't have a doctor. If you meet the medical criteria, Limestone City Hydroponics has a nurse practitioner who can assess and provide medical cannabis prescriptions. What are you waiting for? Contact Limestone City Hydroponics at limestonecityhydroponics.ca or call them at 613-548-0420.
PACE Radio is the People Advocating Cannabis Education Radio Network.
Legacy 420 have an awesome array of cannabis-infused beverages, from pop to Nature's Nectar's teas, all in amazing flavors. What a selection! We even have a delicious mango-infused juice, and let me tell you, it's delicious.
Everything is infused in-house, so we buy our syrup from the same place where everybody else buys their syrup for their pop, and the infusion is done in the lab. It's all canned here, labeled here, produced 100% on Tyndonega.
We have two lines of drinks. One is called our Nature's Nectar. That was our original line that we came out with. And then we also have a line under the Ready brand. We have them in 10 milligrams, 30 milligram, and 60 milligram cans.
What a great selection for a get-together with friends or after a long day. Remember, if you want to wet your whistle with on-site lab-tested products, come see your trusted partner. Legacy 420 out on your road.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Good day. We're back on the Mushy Moment, live with our awesome guest, Dana Larson, and my wicked co-host, Reverend Cindy.
So we're back. There's always a ton of stuff to talk about. First off, I just want to say that I have even more respect for you now than I did before, knowing that you're just here to help. You're literally you got into it to help, and I think that's amazing. And for somebody that it has personally benefited, myself, thank you. Not to mention, as Steve mentioned, his daughters, and that opens us up to a whole world of humans that we've met, especially Steve, and is very close to. So, so the most recent thing that you were in the news for, there were two things. The raid was one, but the other thing that I got the biggest kick out of was your generosity to the politicians in your area at Christmas time. I mean, I thought that was beautiful. The cards that you sent out with the golden teachers.
Yeah, well, we got raided in November last year, November 1st, and I wasn't really expecting that, although maybe I should have, but there's a lot of other mushroom dispensaries in the city, and we're the only ones being hit by the police. Of course, we do a lot of things other mushroom dispensaries don't do. We sell LSD and DMT and kratom and coca leaf, and I think actually that raid was about the coca leaf. They don't tell you when they come in what triggered it, but looking back, the police said they started investigating us in June last year. Well, in May last year, there was a story about this company in British Columbia that got licensed to import coca leaves to make cocaine for research purposes. And this became a big story, even though it's, a very small amount of cocaine, probably to be given to rats and things like that for research. But we got tied into that story. And of course, being the blabbermouth that I am, I was in the news talking about how we import coca leaves from South America for our cafe. And under the law in Canada, coca leaves are considered the same as cocaine as a product. They're both Schedule 1. So here I am in the news talking about how I'm importing Schedule 1 drugs for my cafe, and I think that's what actually triggered the raid, right? But I'm not really sure. They don't really tell us, but it was pretty devastating. They emptied out all 3 of our shops. We lost a lot of money, a lot of product. It was very challenging to us. We were about to expand the Get Your Drugs Tested program, and that got delayed by several months as we had to rebuild and pay off debts and go through some very serious challenges that we're now kind of coming out of. But after that raid, I wanted to respond, and I thought about, I had this idea, maybe I should send some mushrooms and coca leaves to the members of the legislature. And I was pretty nervous about doing that. And I'm not always, some of these things come off as just an easy thing, but I wasn't really sure this was a good idea or not, right? But I thought about it, and I decided, okay, this is what I'm going to do. I wrote a nice letter to our members to the members of the legislature in British Columbia, inviting them to come to our dispensary, come to get your drugs tested, meet the kind of clients that we have, see the work that we're doing. Maybe we'll change your mind about us. And I included a gram of mushrooms, the golden teacher mushrooms, and 1 single coca leaf for each of them. And a lot of them, a couple of them texted me that I know. I mean, I know a lot of these guys, especially in the NDP. I ran for the leadership of the NDP in 2011 against John Horgan and Adrian Dix and Mike Farnworth, names that are familiar to anybody who follows British Columbia politics, right? But I sent out the sample, and I actually, the most over-the-top response came from a member of the BC United Party, formerly the BC Liberals, a woman named Eleanor Sturko. And she's the addictions critic for the United Party. And she was very over the top and opened up the parcel with gloves on and called the police and said that she thought that probably, it could be that somebody died or somebody was murdered over this coca leaf, and that she didn't want to be involved in something that could have resulted in death and murder. And of course, the coca leaves are legal in Peru and Bolivia and Colombia for people there. They're not supposed to export them out of the country, but they're grown in large quantities legally. These aren't cartel leaves. They're not sending me, the whole thing is ridiculous, right? But Eleanor Sturko's actually, she's got kind of a compelling story, right? I mean, she as a young woman, she wanted to help people. She joined the RCMP, became a police officer, was exposed to some terrible things and dead bodies and murders and stuff, which kind of messed her up, gave her PTSD. She started drinking excessively to deal with her PTSD, descended into alcoholism, eventually got her to act together, went sober, stopped drinking, ran for office, and became a member of the legislature. But the thing is, she didn't have to ban alcohol for anybody else to stop using alcohol. We didn't need to prohibit and punish alcohol drinkers for her to be able to get off of alcohol. But her lesson from this is that all these substances are bad, and that it's triggering for me to send her a mushroom because it's a drug and everything. And of course, a lot of people find mushrooms very helpful to stop using alcohol and other substances, and very beneficial to understand themselves better, to deal with the PTSD and trauma and underlying issues.
Oh,
and
yeah.
she would probably benefit very much from having a mushroom experience, or even from microdosing, right? But you kind of need that pushback also to make a point, right? So her over-the-top reaction got a lot of media, got me a chance to be in the news, to talk about these issues, to explain there's nothing to be afraid of when it comes to a magic mushroom, nothing to be afraid of when it comes to a coca leaf. In fact, both of these things have centuries and millennia, really, of cultural, social, spiritual, medicinal use by millions and millions of people who find them beneficial and positive plants and then very good for you. And so it got me a chance to talk about that and bring that forward. And it was kind of fun as well, and kind of teasing them all a little bit. You come raid my store, well, I'll show you. I'm going to send you a gram of mushrooms and a coca leaf in the mail, right? I mean, as a retribution, it's pretty gentle. You know, I'm not really getting anybody. I'm just trying to sort of tease them. So I'm still here. We're not going anywhere.
It made me quite laugh, actually.
And right. Yeah, that was the point, to have kind of a lighthearted moment in a way out of something that was really quite serious, because that raid was really, you know, where we lost a lot of employees who didn't want the risk of working for us anymore, or felt things were going to happen. And like I said, we had to delay our Get Your Drugs Tested expansion, which I think is a life-saving, important project. And you know, it wasn't easy, right? But
thank you for putting that. Thank you for putting that together.
My revenge is I send them free gifts and embarrass them by sending them free stuff in the mail.
I thought it was awesome. And one thing that I did note, because I read that story and I kind of was like, wow, this is way over the top. But then I was also subject to going to the Richmond City Hall to speak on a vote about maybe putting in a safe usage site at the hospital here. And I got mobbed there, and it blew up because a lot of people think like that lady did. There's a lot of programming around things where a lot of it is almost absurd. If you're in the community, you can see the absurdity in a lot of it. But you know, they run a program that's so heavy in fear. And it's like, well, we don't want the drugs here. We don't want the drugs here. And what they miss is the drugs are already here. You can't stop them. They're already here. So let's make them safe for the people using them, so that we're not burying our kids. You know, I've got so many friends that have already buried their kids. I'm an extremely lucky man. Mine are still alive. But you know, if there was a safe supply, those people wouldn't be dead. So I'm a big advocate for that myself, and I thank you for for taking your hard-earned money and putting it towards getting drugs tested so that people like my daughters can stay alive.
Well, you know, there's a public perception among people that of what a drug user looks like or what they are, and it is a very inaccurate perception. And even the phrase drug user, of course, everybody uses drugs in some form or another, right? From coffee to cannabis to tobacco to alcohol to whatever else.
Aspirin.
Drugs. So when we say a drug user in that context, we really mean opiate users, right? Typically we mean that substance. We're not really referring to pot smokers or to psychedelic users when we say drug users, even though all those things apply. But really, the reality is that drug users or users of banned drugs are the last group you're legally allowed to hate in Canada, and that the government is promoting a hate campaign against, right? I mean, all the same things they used to say about gay people, they used to say about black people and racialized people, they say about drug users. Or after your kids, they need treatment, especially like the gay community, and the way they were treated and the kind of rhetoric that was used against them is very, very similar to that's now used against drug users. And often the same groups, right? I mean, if you go back a few decades, the RCMP, for instance, put out a statement that they opposed legalization of cannabis and legalization of homosexuality because they both lead to degradation of the individual. So they tied those two issues together as the police, right? That these are both things that are the same to us, being gay and being a drug user, being a pot smoker at the time, but more broadly, being a drug user. This is both deviant behavior. You just need some treatment to be like everybody else. We just got to get you in some mandatory treatment, you know, and this idea that drug users need treatment. What the treatment is for drug use, I have no idea, and no one else really does either, because there isn't really any treatment, because the whole treatment complex is full of bullshit. And most of what we call treatment is really abusing young people, often violently, sexually, emotionally. And we see this in these treatment programs that are often loci of some terrible behavior and really traumatizing stuff, often with kind of a religious overtone to it. But you know, some people need help with their substance use and with those issues. But usually, it's about getting a better relationship with that substance, and it is about this idea of treatment. And of course, we didn't solve the mass death crisis caused by alcohol prohibition with forced treatment for alcoholics, right? We've solved the mass death problem of alcohol prohibition with a safe legal supply of alcohol. And that's the solution ultimately here as well, right? So, you know, I'm not saying some people don't need help or therapy when it comes to their substance use. Some people need help and therapy when it comes to their sexuality and with the way they behave sexually, right? That they act out or do things that are risky. They need some therapy and counseling so they can deal with those kind of issues. But that's not the same as saying that everyone who's gay is immoral and messed up in the head and needs treatment to be made straight again. Nor is everybody who uses opiates or illegal substances need treatment. They're not all messed up in the head. They're mostly, for the vast majority, are normal people who look and act like everybody else. Our perception of drug users is that they are the people living in the downtown east side who are homeless and who are mentally ill, but often it's the other way around, that becoming homeless leads you to problematic drug use because it's more difficult to use things responsibly when you're in that kind of situation. And of course, prohibition makes it very, very difficult to use something in a responsibly limited kind of way. There's nowhere to go use it, no knowing what's in the substance. You know, there's all these issues in British Columbia claiming that drug users are using in playgrounds and public areas, which isn't really true, but also like, you got to create safe, legal indoor spaces to be allowed to use these things if you're going to eliminate use outdoors. In fact, that's the same thing with gay people too, you know. There used to be people in parks and stuff, and certain areas you'd go there at night and all the gay people would be hanging out there because there's nowhere else legally for them to go, right? So they would end up going to public areas to meet other people in their community and to socialize and do the things they wanted to do. And you had the same kind of problems, right? There was like, the gays are in the parks and they're all doing gay stuff in the parks and we got to get them out of the parks. And like, that was a real thing, but it wasn't because being gay intrinsically makes you want to go to a park to meet other people. It's because that's the only place you could go. Everywhere else, you're going to be ostracized or punished or beaten or criminalized for being who you are. So we need safe,
I
legal
remember that
spaces.
period. That was the period where gay bashing was going on here in Vancouver.
Right across the country.
To me, I mean, it's not a perfect parallel. Obviously, there's differences, and I don't want to draw out the parallel too much, but I think there is a real valid comparison there, right? That when you push things down and you don't allow people to do things in a natural way, it becomes unnatural. Like it becomes public. It becomes uncontrolled. Same with alcohol prohibition. You know, during alcohol prohibition, public drinking increased. People were drinking in public all the time because there was nowhere else to go. And so people were drinking in public, having alcoholism issues in public, drinking shitty rot gut bathtub gin that was poisonous, dying in large quantities, all in public. And when alcohol prohibition ended and people could drink in private spaces again, all those problems were drastically reduced, right? And so, you know, this idea now that it's all, they're trying to portray it as decriminalization as the cause of these drug poisoning deaths and the cause of all these problems. No, decriminalization
They were all happening
is not
already.
Or the solution either, right? It's more, we got to go deeper than that.
No, and the drugs keep getting more toxic. You know, what is it? Xylazine, Trank, and there's another one now in there as well, along with the benzo.
Yeah, it's an ongoing thing. The fentanyl's not even clean. People come into our place with, they think they bought fentanyl, and like you're saying, it's not fentanyl, it's carfentanil, or it's got xylazine in it, or other things as well. And that's a natural result of the prohibition market. The more we clamp down, the harder we make it for the quote unquote drug dealers, the lower the quality gets and the more problems everybody has. And like, you know, I mean, ideally you've got to, if you just had a totally unregulated, uncontrolled market with no prohibition, that'd be better than what we have now. But the ideal one is a regulated system with proper rules in place. You know, if you buy something in a store and it's got a label on it, well, you want that label to accurately represent what's in the product, right? So we need rules like that in place, right? Those kind of controls. But beyond that, prohibition is just causing, like I always say, it causes all the problems that it claims to solve. We've seen this with alcohol prohibition. We've seen this with other prohibitions and other types of cultures and behaviors, and it's not the way to go. Proper regulation makes sense, but it's hard for a lot of people to see that, and I do understand that. You know, if your perception of a drug user is well as a homeless person on the downtown east side, that's what a drug user is, and that person needs treatment or help in some way. Like, I'm sympathetic with that ideology, but you're greatly mistaken as to what a drug user is and how to deal with these problems, right? And so we got to show people that. And it's a challenge. And the media, you know, these days especially, is so biased against this, right? The National Post has been running so many articles, and these Adam Zivo and these other so-called journalists just hammering again and again with nothing on the other side really be getting out there in a public way about the truth of this. You know, we saw this with cannabis for years, where the perception of cannabis users was also very negative and stereotypical. Now we've gone beyond that, because most people, if they don't use pot themselves, they know someone else who uses it, and they can see that person's actually pretty normal, and so their perception of that goes away. But just like it was with being gay, there's a lot of drug users out there who don't want to come out as being drug users, right? And so your perception of a drug user is only the ones that are identified publicly, and those ones are the ones in the worst situations. Just like your perception of a gay person might be very stereotypical or very harmful, because the only ones you see are in the news or ones who act in certain ways. And you don't realize that you actually know a lot of gay people, but you can't tell they're gay because they're just like everybody else, because that's how it is. And the same with drug users. Most drug users, you can't pick out of a lineup because they look like everybody else, because it's just, they're just normal people, right? But they don't
Yeah,
come
you
out
don't
as drug
start
users.
on the downtown east side.
Yeah, but they don't admit it, right? They're not going to admit it, because what's the benefit? They're going to lose their job. They're going to lose their kids. They're going to lose everything they have. Their life's going to be ruined. So they're never going to come out and admit, yeah, I use heroin on the weekends. Yeah, I snort cocaine once in a while. No one is going to come out in public and say that, because the social and legal repercussions are so damaging. So as a result, people are left with stereotypes. The only ones that they see publicly are the ones that conform to those stereotypes. And it's going to require a lot of people to come out of the closet, you know, and like be open about this. But who wants to be the first one to do that? Not many people want to be the first one to come out of the closet, you know. And this so much reminds me of other groups and of this history that we've gone through. And we got to see these parallels and make these changes.
Yeah, I have to agree. I have to agree. It's going to be a long, hard fight, but you know, I think we got some good people doing the battle, and it's just kind of standing strong and dealing with, you know, dealing with the convictions, and both the convictions, your conviction and any that might come along from the, the authorities.
Our convictions too, right? And those are challenging. And yeah, I mean, that's part of my work, I guess, is try to show the plant origins of these things, and try to show people what coca leaf is and what opium poppies are, and why these plants are so important to the cultures that use them and revere them, and why in many ways what we call the war on drugs is a genocide, certainly a cultural genocide. You know, when you go to someone in South America whose culture has used coca leaves since long before recorded history, and you say, well, you know, the United Nations policy is to completely eradicate coca leaves from the face of the earth and drive this plant extinct. Well, that's kind of cultural genocide, you know, and also like a real biological genocide to wipe out these useful plants. But really, you're trying to destroy a culture, an indigenous culture, and that's like, we shouldn't be doing that, right? And I think most people recognize that as a bad policy, and rooted in just like the worst aspects of colonialism and these policies we got to really put behind. You know, these laws came in over 100 years ago, and so many other policies and viewpoints and ideals from 100 years ago we have set aside, right? If you talked about women or racial groups or homosexuality or things the way they did a century ago, you'd be seen as a dinosaur. But you talk about drugs the way they did a century ago, and you are right up to current times, right? There's one policy left from that era that we got to change and that we got to set aside and forget, but has just somehow become deeply embedded in our culture. Boom.
Yeah,
I'm glad
boom
you,
again.
I'm glad you decided to come on our show, my friend. This is awesome. I'm really enjoying this.
Yeah, well, thanks for having me on. It's good to talk about these issues.
It's amazing to hear you speak. You have a lot of passion when you speak, and these are very important words. I don't know if you've been paying attention to what's been happening in Ontario lately, but Toronto, the mayor is behind the decriminalization of drugs there. But she's working, she believes that, you know, recovery centers and places where these people can go, as you were saying, is definitely what is most important. So I it's reaching. Like, I mean, like, because, they are looking at Vancouver. So what Vancouver is, had done before they rescinded it, is reaching across the country. And, I drove last summer from BC to Nova Scotia, and, I watch the issue in Vancouver grow every time I come out for a visit. And I've got to say, I don't know if you've ever been to Thunder Bay, but they're probably their rivals what is going on in the downtown east side. Like, I mean, almost the entire city has been, taken up by homelessness, and the bad drugs are running rampant. Like, I mean, when I was in Thunder Bay, the ambulances and the police cars on the constant go.
It's very expensive too, having all those ambulance trips. I mean, aside from the human cost, people dying all the time, it's incredibly expensive to deal with this as an emergency and send all these emergency places out all the time to deal with the results of prohibition.
And the first responders that are getting messed up because of it over and over and over again.
Yeah.
And of course, there's harms that come from a drug poisoning, even if you don't die. There's often can be psychological and mental and brain and physical issues that come out of that. So it's not just a question of, overdose death numbers going up or down, because there's a lot of repercussions from drug poisonings that don't necessarily mean death, but still mean lifelong health issues and that kind of things, right? So it's deeper than that, and it is in every city and town across the country and really around the world in different ways. This is an issue, right? And these are important issues, and people are suffering, and it's easy to blame the substances, but the reality is prohibition is what makes these substances much more dangerous. And homelessness also leads people to these kind of things. If you're homeless, you got to be on the watch a lot of the time, especially as a woman, but as anybody. You don't want to get raped or murdered or have your possessions stolen and robbed. So a drug that helps you stay up later at night, well, that can be kind of useful for you maybe, right? So maybe you decide to take some meth to stay awake tonight so you don't fall asleep in a dangerous situation. Maybe you're in pain because you're sleeping rough and you don't have a home. And being chronic pain is a definite result of being homeless, right? I mean, number one result of being homeless, you're in pain all the time. You're not sleeping properly. You're not eating properly. You're not sleeping in a nice, cozy mattress in a quiet room. You're sleeping on the sidewalk or in a park where it's noisy and problematic. Someone offers you something to relieve that pain, even if you know that thing is dangerous and might cause you long-term issues. Pain makes you crazy. Chronic pain is terribly psychologically damaging for people. The opportunity to be relieved of pain for a short time becomes very enticing. And that's very normal and natural, and a decision we would all make in that same situation. We'd be doing the exact same thing. So often it's the homelessness that leads to problematic drug use and not the other way around. We see folks using drugs in a public area. You go, oh, well, they're there because they use drugs and now they're homeless. That happens sometimes, sure, but by and large, it's the other way around. They became homeless for other reasons, economic reasons, which can lead to problematic drug use, or even just public drug use because you don't have a place to do it in private. So now you're doing it on the street, right? So the cause and effect are often reversed in our perception of these things, right? And that's a key issue that I think gets missed a lot of the time. What causes this and what the effect? They get it backwards, right? Homelessness itself causes a lot of problematic drug use, and prohibition only makes that worse.
Yeah.
Oh, we're at that time.
An hour.
Yeah, it's been an hour. Do you have anything that you wish to add on to what you've already said before we say our goodbyes? You've had
our websites at the bottom of the screen. So, getyourdrugtested.com. We've got all our test results online. We accept samples really from anywhere in the world by mail and drop in Vancouver. And we've hit over 65,000 tests. So we're very busy. Of course, mushroomdispensary.com, cannabisdispensary.ca. If you're in Canada looking for safe access to these substances, we've got you covered from our websites. If you want to find out about me, DanaLarson.com. And I got a YouTube channel at Dank Arson because we burned down the Dank.
Oh,
So,
yes,
you know,
and I missed
I
that
do
one.
some shows
Sorry.
on YouTube as well. I'm not too busy on YouTube, but I've got a few things out there and more to come. So those are some places you can check out my work and see what I'm up to, what I'm doing. And I guess potheadbooks.com for my Harry Pothead and the Marijuana Stone, and a few of my other fun and educational books about Canada and cannabis and that kind of thing.
Yeah, I own a few of those. Are awesome books.
There you go.
Well, I guess we have to say goodbye. It kind of bums me out because I'd like to hear more. So hopefully we can get you back on the show. That would be incredibly awesome. And, you know, maybe
Thanks
we'll
for having
talk
me
a little
on.
more about your dispensary and stuff.
Yeah, always lots to talk about, and I can just go off, but it's been a great hour. It flew by. Thanks for having me, and I look forward to coming back again sometime soon.
Thank you, Dana. We really appreciate you coming on.
All right,
An
take care.
absolute pleasure. Thank you from paceradio.net, streaming to you live everywhere here on The Mushy Moment with Dana Larson, Rev Cindy, and myself, Steve. Have an awesome day.
Bye.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own, and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
When you have a pain that's reached its peak, legacy for 20, it's so unique. If organic cannabis is what you seek, here's your trusted partner 7 days a week. Suppository salves, vapes and drops, topicals, edibles, infused pop. Just when life seems like it ain't easy, at Legacy 420 enjoy a pop freezy. Lab tested products make them the GOAT. Legacy 420 out on your road. Legacy 420 in Tyendinaga Mohawk territory. Indigenous organic cannabis at its finest.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net.
Hi, I'm Timmy.
And I'm Mary Jane. He's the newbie.
She's the doobie, and this is the show
where we
toke
cannabis.
Talk.
From both sides.
Is that even possible?
Oh, Robert. Al Grand Pace Radio, and it's Al Rap of 420 Radio.
How you doing?
Hey,
Yeah.
good to see you. Hey, what do you think?
Well, I always get blown away at these events. It reminds me of actually, a lot of people don't know that I was an infantry reservist while I was at university. And the first day of boot camp, and it was like, had a sergeant basically said, turn to the left, turn to the right. Chances are the man on the other side won't be here at graduation. Well, that's kind of how I look at the cannabis industry, especially at MJ BizCon. It's like, turn to the left, turn to the right. The racking system on either side of you, probably won't be here by the time of U.S. federal legalization when you look at it. So in a way, it's interesting because you're seeing more and more consolidation of the industry, but at the same point, you're also seeing innovation, new products, new delivery systems, new papers, new cones.
X about his new device. And you're like, wow.
DabX, personally, they're fantastic. I'm not endorsing anything. Lawyers got to be very careful about endorsing products, but over the years, I've been given and have used lots of devices. And the cool thing about what we're seeing now with them and some of the Puffcos is, what would have taken a whole, accoutrement of equipment, activity, and containers, and so on. You can do all of that now quite discreetly, and they're a great product.
Yeah. Now, just a quick question, and I'll let you go. Sovereign cannabis issue. It's been discussed here with a few people I've talked to, up there, and someone told me to talk to you.
Yeah, I was a little bit surprised, but then I got to get my ego in check and remember that we're in Ontario, and the Indigenous framework and it's similar but different. Now, I'm BC.
Correct. Where your government considers everybody under the law, right?
Well, in BC, what's unique is that you have the United Nations Declaration of Rights of Indigenous Peoples. That's been passed into law federally, but BC is the only province that has brought in the UNDRIP, and they call it DRIPA, the Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous Persons Act. So, again, you got to remember, constitutionally, Section 91 deals with federal, Section 92 is provincial. Indigenous come under Section 91. Cannabis is a very interesting industry because it represents an intersection of federal, provincial, municipal licensing.
Yeah, it does.
Well, Indigenous are effectively their own level of government, right? So sovereignty ultimately does play into it. And where I've been egging on the courts and the system in BC is I've made the argument that cannabis is regulated at the phytocannabinoid level, which read the definition of cannabis in Schedule 1 of the Cannabis Act. Well, in addition to cannabis, there's other plants like echinacea, also known as coneflower, as well as kale, which, again, you do enough synthesizing, you can turn that into, or again, phytocannabinoids identical to cannabis and at 0.3 regardless of process. So ultimately, an Indigenous elder, or anyone for that matter, making a echinacea tincture would need a processing license under the Cannabis Act. Well, in the case of our Indigenous brothers and sisters, there is no license or exemption for food, social, or ceremonial purposes. Where does that leave us? I don't know, but it allows me at least to get a second life on the jurisprudence that was involved with the medical dispensaries in the Vancouver test case and apply that to larger arguments dealing with cannabis and plant medicines. But in addition, I've foolishly or not, added fungi to the
very popular down there.
Because at least on the coast and in the interior of BC and throughout Canada, you have mushrooms everywhere. And if you've got farming and herding and cattle and dung, you got psilocybin mushrooms. So at the end of the day, whether or not the jury's still out on when cannabis showed up in Canada, psilocybin's here, right? So we're looking at sovereignty and decriminalizing nature. I really think the Indigenous are our best hope in effectively stepping up and being a counterweight to a lot of these federal measures, because if they're successful in those arguments, it should prove to liberalize and open up some of the doors and avenues elsewhere.
I agree completely.
It's been always a pleasure to speak.
Pleasure. luck on everything. All right. Good. Thank you. There you go. Impromptu interview with Robert Laurier, lawyer from BC.
Stay tuned. We'll be back.